When he was just a child, little Ho Young harbored a vague but intense dream in his heart. He would spend hours fascinated in front of the television watching the matches of Ji-suk, an absurdly talented and genius Korean football player. Inspired by that magic, the boy put it in his head that he would become the best player in the world, and whenever his parents asked about his future, he would thump his chest and say he would be a great star just like his idol. His father, seeing that spark in his son's eyes, commented that to shine on the pitch one needed a special gift, and he truly believed that Ho Young had that trace of talent. That was why, in the year 2002, the man decided to enroll the boy in a football youth academy. The boy entered the club carrying a huge baggage of expectations, but reality was a bitter shock, as he was simply no match for the other children. During marking drills, opponents not only took the ball from him with humiliating ease, but they also left him sprawling on the ground at every turn. The situation got so bad that, one day, the coach lost his patience and sent Ho Young to train separately on another pitch, which was basically the corner reserved for children who were well below average. At that moment, the boy felt as if he were facing a giant, insurmountable wall. Discouraged and lacking the strength to fight, he ended up quitting the football academy, running away with his head held low. At home, his father tried to comfort him, saying that everyone grows at their own pace and that just because a sprout grows fast, it doesn't mean its flower will blossom first. Given this advice, Ho Young spent years wondering what would have happened if he hadn't given up so easily, not knowing if he truly had some hidden talent that would have flourished had he worked hard. Time passed, and 14 years later, in 2016, Ho Young was in a bar drinking and completely spaced out, so much so that his friend noticed his absence and asked what was wrong. The young man tried to brush it off, saying it was nothing, and made sure to congratulate him on his great achievement. After all, happy days deserved a real celebration. As it turned out, that friend sitting in front of him was Yunsu, a young man who had just joined a professional football club. For the sake of comparison, while his friend was moving up in life, Ho Young was enduring the routine of working as a part-time clerk at some random shop. Feeling the weight of failure, he downed his mug of beer in one gulp, dwelling on his old desire to be a professional player and mentally cursing himself for having been a cowardly idiot in the past. He even vented to Yunsu, commenting that if he hadn't given up, the two of them could be playing together in big stadiums. His friend, being highly realistic, replied that regretting it now changed absolutely nothing, and that it was already too late for him. Those words hurt, but the truth was that Ho Young lived immersed in regret every single second of his life. He never wanted football, just as a hobby, and hated having abandoned everything in his childhood. Even though he had other chances over the years, he always self-sabotaged, repeating the cycle of lamentations and thinking that the ship had already sailed. From the bottom of his soul, he wanted to go back in time and start over, feeling like the biggest fool in the world. That was when Yunsu cut through his thoughts, asking if he was down for a quick game of football right then and there, since an acquaintance named Song Ho needed two people to fill a 4-on-4 futsal match. Ho Young looked at the storm pouring outside and, without any fear of the rain, said that it actually sounded like a great idea. When the two arrived at the location under the pouring rain and approached the group waiting for the remaining players, almost all the guys greeted them in a friendly manner, except for one arrogant guy with slicked back hair. Ho Young recognized him instantly as Yoon Jun-ho, an incredibly talented athlete who had already won the prestigious Chabonkan Football Award and who had come very close to signing with a big team, but had to retire early due to a serious injury. The two held an old rivalry, and it seemed the grudge was still very much alive, so much so that they didn't even look at or greet each other. Yeonsu found the situation strange and questioned the reason for playing in that downpour, and the organizer explained that the indoor pitch was completely packed, so the only option was to play a quick match out there on the street before more people showed up. Thus, the two 4-player teams were formed, putting Ho Young and Yeonsu on one side and the arrogant Yoon Jun-ho on the opposing team alongside the guy coordinating the game. As soon as the ball rolled, Ho Young showed initiative and was the first to control the play, charging forward with speed. In the past, he had been a standout forward in the youth academy, and his physical skills were well above those of an ordinary citizen, being skilled enough to ensure he could shoot with precision from any corner of the pitch. The problem was that, once again, he failed miserably at marking when crashing into a superior level. To the star Yoon Jun-ho, Ho Young's football skills might have stood out among amateurs, but they were nothing short of a joke compared to an experienced professional. The rival stripped the ball with extreme ease, gave a sarcastic smirk, and advanced toward the goal. Despite being dribbled past, it was exactly that kind of competitive, high-caliber scenario that Ho Young had always longed to face. With a burst of grit, he managed to make a tackle and poke the ball slightly away from his rival, but Yoon Jun-ho used his class to regain control immediately. With disdain, the rival taunted him, saying that Ho Young's passing was terrible, and followed up with a powerful shot toward the goal, but the young man threw himself in front of it and made the block using his own body. With his blood boiling, Ho Young stood up, grabbed Yoon Jun-ho by the collar of his shirt, and ordered him to drop the attitude and stop being so arrogant. The guys rushed to break up the scuffle before it turned into a fight, and the cocky player decided to de-escalate by calling his rival a pathetic child and telling him to go fetch the ball. Ho Young shot back, shouting that the loser there was him, but the moment he touched the wet ball under that dreadful storm, he felt a massive electrical shock. A violent bolt of lightning struck Ho Young dead dead center in the middle of the pitch. He felt his entire body burn from the inside out and his mind waver from the shock of being electrocuted. As his consciousness faded, he thought about how absurdly unfair it all was, since he hadn't achieved anything in life and was about to die in a ridiculous, pathetic way, begging in his thoughts to have his life back. Suddenly, the scenery shifted, and he found himself floating in a completely different and mysterious space. A laugh echoed through the vastness, and a demonic-looking creature appeared before him, wearing highly exquisite clothing, flaunting bat wings, and covering its face with a long-beaked bird mask. Startled, Ho Young called it a demon, and the being commented, surprised, that the young man seemed to know him. The youth corrected him, saying that he didn't actually know him, he just thought he looked like one. The creature then formally introduced itself as the Demon of Greed, also known to humans as the Brain Devourer, and asked if the young man was interested in making a pact. For some bizarre reason of that place, Ho Young noticed that his jacket had reappeared on his body out of nowhere, but he decided to focus on what mattered and wanted to know what kind of contract it would be. The Demon of Greed laid two very clear options on the table. The first option involved time, and the second involved ability. With time, he could return to the past within a window of 10 to 23 years, but there would be a high price to pay, as nothing in the world came for free. If he chose to go back 1 year into the past, his total life expectancy would be reduced by 1 year, and if he chose the maximum limit of 23 years, he would lose that same amount of lifespan in the future. Since no one knows what tomorrow holds, the demon thought it a fair trade. Ho Young agreed that the deal seemed well balanced, especially since he never had the slightest desire to grow old and become a decrepit, bald, elderly man. And with modern medicine, people easily live to be 100 years old anyway. Next, he questioned the other alternative. The creature of darkness explained that it would grant its own power, a magic capable of giving the youth everything he desired, by stealing the talent of other people. Ho Young reflected that it was complicated to understand the practical workings of that ability, just through spoken explanations, and that he would need to test it firsthand to see how it worked, though he doubted he would get everything he wanted so easily. He even joked with the demon, saying that the way it put it, the pact sounded more like a charitable donation than an actual agreement. Losing patience for small talk, the creature demanded that he state right away how many years back in the timeline he wished to regress. Still believing it was all nothing but a delusion, or a very crazy dream, the young man replied that if that fantasy were real, he truly wanted to go back to his golden age. In the next instant, he opened his eyes under a familiar ceiling and realized he had returned to his body from when he was a child. Looking at the calendar on the wall, he did the math and noticed he had gone back exactly 14 years in time, straight to his 10-year-old self when he was in the 3rd grade of elementary school. Looking at his own tiny hands, the youth thought to himself that, at least by the age and school standards he knew, that boy seemed to be a little bit behind in his studies. If in Korea children enter the 1st grade of elementary school at 7 years old, the math was quite obvious. In the 2nd grade they would be 8, in the 3rd they would be 9, and he was already 10 years old. Ho Young gave a smirk, thinking about how that kid from the past was kind of dumb for being held back, but he quickly brushed away the negative thought upon realizing the bright side of the situation. After all, he had returned to an age where he could achieve absolutely anything if he chased after it. When he met his parents in the kitchen, his heart choked with emotion upon noticing how much younger and full of life they both looked. It was dinner time, and the table was set. It was then that, like an echo from the past, he heard his father ask that same old question again, about what the great dream of his life was. Showing that he had changed, Ho Young replied with the same conviction as before, saying he wanted to be a football player. His father gave a gentle smile and questioned if he still held the desire to be just like the famous Sun Park, but the boy went further and shot back, saying that in fact, he didn't want to be like him, but rather much better, as his true goal was to become the best football player in the entire world. That was what he wanted, and with the new mysterious power he carried in his chest, he was absolutely certain he would achieve it. At exactly 10 years old, and in the 3rd grade, he realized he was at the perfect age to do whatever he pleased in his free time after school until bedtime. Catching the momentum, he took the famous Hypernova, the official ball of the 2002 World Cup in Korea and Japan, from his father and felt his heart beat violently just by touching that sacred leather. The next day, he was already back on the pitch playing, and the sensation of stepping onto the grass was simply incredible. When he was younger, he used to live with that silly rush to grow up and become an adult quickly, but only after growing old did he understand how wonderful and magical childhood truly was. Determined to test if that whole story with the mystical creature was real or a delusion, he focused deeply to take a little look at that so-called ability. Instantly, a glowing system window appeared floating right before his eyes. To his disappointment, the stat sheet showed that Ho Young currently possessed no innate talent whatsoever. The boy grumbled that it was quite frustrating, as he thought he retained some natural aptitude from when he was smaller, but the screen didn't lie. He had zero talent, was miles away from being a genius, and probably wasn't even fit to be a poster boy for a corner commercial. He still felt a bit clumsy with the ball at his feet, and realized it would take a little time for his adult brain to adapt to such a tiny young body. Thinking about this, he concluded it would be great to have someone around to serve as a baseline for comparison. It was as if destiny heard his thought, because the little 14 years ago Yoon Jun-ho appeared on the pitch with his usual cocky attitude, shouting that Ho Young didn't even know how to play football properly. The boy stared at his rival and asked if he was already looking to pick a fight so early in the morning. With his nose in the air, Yoon Jun-ho replied that there was nothing wrong with criticizing someone who was bad at football, and reinforced that he was truly terrible. If it had been the Ho Young of the past, that provocation would have sparked a nasty fight. But the youth took a deep breath, controlled his nerves, and calmed down. Instead of going head-to-head and butt heads with the spoiled rival, he decided to use that moment to test his mysterious new tool. Since the system revealed not only his own capabilities, but also the gifts of other people, he locked his gaze onto his opponent and concentrated until the system window scanned the boy, revealing that Yoon Jun-ho possessed the rank B talent, football prodigy, and a second trait called rank C, mid-range power shot. The screen warned that if Ho Young managed to fulfill the required conditions, he could copy one of those abilities, and the requirement this time was to play football with Yoon Jun-ho for at least 60 consecutive minutes. The boy smiled in wonder as he realized that the promise made by Mammon, the demon of greed, was the absolute truth, and that he truly could see the potential of others. From what the system showed, Yoon Jun-ho was not exactly an untouchable genius, but rather a prodigy well above average. He pondered whether that copying meant stealing another's gift, and recalled the demon's warning about everything having a price. However, since he didn't know the exact cost and his ambition spoke louder, he decided to take the risk anyway. He looked at his rival and proposed they play a quick one-on-one match. They began to compete, but the difference in level was brutal, and Yoon Jun-ho proved to be infinitely superior, dribbling with ease, breaking into the box whenever he pleased, and repeatedly rippling the back of the net. Tired of how easy it was, the rival complained, saying that playing like this was very boring, and warned that he was going to stop because he didn't want to waste any more time there. Despite enduring those harsh criticisms and the humiliation of the goals conceded, Ho Young didn't give a damn about the mockery, as his sole objective was to keep the boy there until the timer ran out, and he finally managed to complete a full hour of play. In that exact second, the system notified him that he had to choose which talent he wished to copy. Without needing to think twice, he went straight for the most valuable option, and selected the rank B talent, football prodigy. As soon as the process finished, a new energy surged through his body, and he now carried that very same gift within himself. Thinking about it, he deduced that he and Yoon Jun-ho were now practically on the same technical level, and how much he would evolve from then on would depend purely on his daily effort. But at least the confidence that he would grow had returned with a vengeance. The youth was also relieved to notice that copying did not erase his rival's talent, which meant he wasn't harming the boy. Wishing to obtain Yoon Jun-ho's other ability, he noticed that the requirement for mid-range power shot had dropped from 60 to just 50 minutes, likely due to it being a rank C talent, which was lower. With his eyes shining, Ho Young insisted and asked for them to play just a little bit more, but Yoon Jun-ho grabbed the ball, turned his back, and said he wouldn't play with such a clumsy player even if he were dead, and that he needed to go train for real. Ever the strategist, Ho Young shot back, saying that if the boy stayed on the pitch a little longer, he would buy a delicious dish of tteokbokki for the both of them. The rival ignored the proposal and continued gathering his things from the bench to leave, forcing the youth to raise the stakes by promising to also buy him a chocolate bar. Yoon Jun-ho stopped immediately and asked if that was really true, making Ho Young laugh on the inside as he realized his plan had worked perfectly. After all, no matter how cocky his rival tried to seem, he was still just a child who was easily bribed with sweets. Later on, the youth's body was already showing extreme exhaustion, but the effort was worth it because he finally managed to clock the necessary time and successfully copied the rank C mid-range power shot. Panting, he collapsed to the ground and announced that he was exhausted and that as far as he was concerned, practice ended there. Yoon Jun-ho scoffed, asking if he was already tired from so little, but ended up admitting, somewhat awkwardly, that his peers' football skills seemed to have improved a tiny bit out of nowhere. Ho Young thanked him for the rare compliment, and his rival quickly demanded to know if he really had the money to pay what was agreed. The youth thought to himself that, since he had scored 2 incredible talents thanks to that cocky kid, the least he could do was spend 300 won to buy the promised tteokbokki. However, before they could get the snack, Yoon Jun-ho let slip a nasty comment, asking if Ho Young's family was kind of poor, and saying that his own mother would surely scold him for hanging out with people like that. In that instant, Ho Young's memory clicked, and he perfectly remembered just how detestable and unpleasant that brat's personality used to be in the past. If he hadn't opened his mouth to say such nonsense, Ho Young would have gladly paid for the plate of food, but irritated by the arrogance, he merely tossed the exact change for a chocolate bar into the boy's hand and turned his back, walking away without looking back while hearing Yoon Jun-ho scream furiously, telling him to come back because they had a deal. On the way home, Ho Young reflected that this harvest of gifts was enough for today, but he knew perfectly well that it wouldn't suffice to guarantee his successful future. To make those talents truly flourish, he would need a lot of hard work, and above all, great opportunities. He remembered a time in his original timeline when a video of a mere 5-year-old child playing football went absurdly viral on YouTube, catching the attention of scouts even from the mighty Manchester United. The problem was that, in the year he was currently in, people only had simple mobile phones, and YouTube didn't even exist yet, to create worldwide worldwide phenomena like that. Thinking of alternatives, he concluded that the only way to get noticed by giant clubs would be by appearing on an official television broadcast, which would be the perfect stage for his plan. He recalled a very famous youth development program that used to air only during the World Cup season and which had been the springboard for more than 10 children to become high-level professional players, including the renowned Lee Kang-cho, who later shone in a Valencia jersey. That was the golden opportunity he needed to kickstart his career, and he decided he would try to make the squad no matter what. The TV show had been the true catalyst that ignited the children's football fever across South Korea, being the absolute pioneer of the format. As soon as he stepped into the house, he went straight to speak with his father and firmly announced that he wanted to participate in the filming of Fly Shoot Dory. Since the youth football development program was still in its infancy and wasn't famous at all in those early months, it was only natural that his parents had never heard of the project. To solve the mystery, the boy turned on the computer and brought up the internet page that explained the show's regulations in detail. The text stated that Fly Shoot Dory would open public auditions and officially begin broadcasting on the MBS network on September 3rd, all to assemble the roster for a new children's football team called FC Shoot Dory, which would be founded the following month with a focus on selecting talented children between 8 and 10 years old. His parents read everything carefully, and his father, surprised by his son's initiative, commented aloud that the audition would indeed be on September 3rd and that it looked like a brand new and very fun segment for the boy to enjoy. Fly Shoot Dory was the perfect project, an innovative youth football development program whose head coach was none other than a singer highly active in the media. This was Kim Young-kook, one of the members of the famous group Turbo, who was slated to take charge of the young athletes. Excited about this golden opportunity, Ho Young clasped his hands together and begged his father and mother with all his heart, asking please to participate in those tryouts. His parents looked at each other with gentle smiles on their faces and commented that their son seemed strangely energetic and motivated that day. His father, proud as always, thumped his chest and guaranteed that if the boy wanted it that bad, they would certainly do everything they could to help him fulfill his wish. Time flew by, and the long-awaited audition day finally arrived. September 3rd, a sunny Saturday, the event took place at the official training facilities of the Korea Football Association, where the atmosphere backstage was pure hustle and bustle. One of the production recruiters, reviewing the paperwork, commented to his colleagues that since they only needed to select 8 to 10 children based on the submitted documents, the focus from then on would be to evaluate the little ones who had already been pre-selected the day before. Another team member questioned whether he was not going to take into account the raw talent and skills of the other children in line, and this questioner was precisely Kim Jung-kook, the singer and now official coach of Shoot Dory. The artist's voice and name sounded familiar to anyone who followed TV at the time, leaving a pleasant curiosity in the air about his past success on stage. The recruiter explained to the team's commander that the priority there was to include boys who were good enough to catch the public's eye on the screen. After all, they would use those images to put together a highly eye-catching promotional video. He reinforced that the program needed to grab the audience's attention and spark the interest of the entire nation, so the material had to be very interesting, but he advised Kim Jung-kook to relax and not burn himself out on the very first day. The coach nodded in agreement, promising he would give his best in the search, while the recruiter glanced over the court trying to scout someone who was truly worth noting. After a few rounds of tiring tests, the production desk had already managed to scout a very diverse and charismatic cast for the commercial: an extremely shy little boy, 2 playful brats who wouldn't sit still, a super polite boy, a very feisty little girl, 2 children so cute they could make your heart melt, and a charming boy who knew how to pose for the lenses. The team celebrated, as that mix was enough to deliver an excellent promotional video. Kim Jung-kook pointed to the last evaluated child and praised the boy's powerful shot and the good vision of the game he displayed, predicting that he would draw a lot of attention on TV because he possessed a charm well above the average of the other children. The recruiter agreed and told the assistant to keep that name locked into the selection list. However, there was still one more candidate left in the waiting line, and it was precisely Ho Young. As he stepped forward, the recruiter locked eyes with the boy and immediately noticed the confident posture he maintained. Physically speaking, the youth was no heartthrob, nor did he stand out because of his height. Since he was already in the 3rd grade of elementary school, he no longer had that tender age that allowed him to rely on pure and simple cuteness in front of the cameras, meaning there was nothing about him that screamed for attention at first glance. The evaluator secretly thought that the boy would be just another rejection and that he wouldn't recruit him under any circumstances, but to follow the recording protocol, he asked in a friendly tone if he really liked football. Ho Young replied with a firm and respectful "Yes, sir," making it clear just how much he loved the sport. The man shrugged and said he was free to show what he could do. Ho Young carefully adjusted the ball on the mark in front of him, and upon hearing the evaluator say he could display any special skill he had tucked up his sleeve, he put on a show. The kid began to perform a sequence of juggling tricks that was simply sinister and absurd, gluing the ball to his foot with an intimacy that left everyone around slack-jawed. The production crew was flabbergasted by such class, and the journalists covering the backstage whispered in awe, commenting that this boy must spend hours upon hours training exhaustively at at home to have such perfect control. What no one there knew was that Ho Young's repertoire did not come from an ordinary magic trick, but was rather the fruit of a whole month of intense training, combining the mental experience of a 24-year-old player with the newly acquired gifts of a prodigy. Kim Jong-kook broke into a huge grin and commented aloud that the boy looked like a true football prodigy. The main recruiter, whose name was Choi, was left almost speechless by the spectacle and could only stammer a short compliment, confirming that the boy was indeed way above average. Challenged and excited, the coach decided to run a simple practical test to get real proof. He stood up from the bench, walked onto the grass, and proposed a challenge to Ho Young. He would position himself as a defender, and the boy's mission would be to get past him and shake the net. The format of the contest closely resembled freestyle football, where victory came by successfully placing the ball into the corner of a very small goal. In Kim Jong-kook's mind, even if the boy failed and didn't score, he wouldn't be eliminated from the tryouts, since this was more of a dynamic to generate good footage for the promotional video than a rigid technical evaluation. Mindful of not humiliating the child, the singer decided to play light, planning to make life easy for the kid during marking. However, he didn't count on Ho Young's cunning, who took off at full speed and blew right past the artist like a runaway truck, leaving the defender eating dust before slotting the ball into the back of the empty net. Kim Jong-kook let out a laugh of surprise and admitted that the boy was not just a master at doing fancy tricks with juggling, but that he had a real game in his body. Feeling his athletic pride poked, he suggested that the two play one more round, but this time the singer focused his mind on taking the marking seriously to close off all spaces. Facing each other with their stances set, the coach concentrated on executing a flawless defense, not just out of pride of not wanting to lose to an elementary school student, but because he was genuinely curious to find out if he was indeed standing before a natural phenomenon. Instead of trying a predictable dribble or showboating against the big man, Ho Young used his veteran intelligence. He backed up his body slightly with the ball glued to him and, taking advantage of the space, unleashed a powerful mid-range shot right from there. The ball traveled like a rocket, whizzing right past Kim Jong-kook and rippling the net of the small goal. The coach applauded on the spot, realizing that the boy possessed a fantastic reading of the game, because upon noticing that he wouldn't beat the adult through physical contact and strength, he used his head to create distance and finish with precision. That beautiful mid-range shot was the checkmate of the audition. There was nothing else the coaching staff needed to see to be certain that the boy was a complete star. Ho Young left the training camp with a grin from ear to ear. Judging by the amazed faces and the celebration of the entire production crew, he was absolutely certain that the spot was already his. All that suffering and sweat poured into his home training sessions had been worth it, and this was the perfect start to his new journey. He knew that if he could maintain that absurd level of performance during the official TV broadcasts, his name would become famous across the country in the blink of an eye. The boy could already imagine himself being scouted and sought after by several giant teams on the planet, following in the footsteps of Lee Kang-cheo, the greatest top scorer and the biggest legend the Shoot Dory program had ever revealed in its history. In the original timeline, Lee Kang-cheo's absurd skills had raised the expectations of Korean fans to an unprecedented level, turning the boy into a national celebrity overnight and opening the doors for him to sign with Spain's Valencia FC, paving a direct path to the elite of European football. However, Ho Young's ambition flew much higher, and he didn't care about Valencia. His real focus was on wearing the jersey of colossi like Barcelona or Real Madrid. Amidst these grand daydreams, the boy's path was interrupted by Kim Jong-kook himself, who approached with a wide smile, gave him a friendly pat on the back, and reinforced how incredibly well he played for his age. Curious, Ho Young asked if the coach would also be present in every episode of the TV show. The singer replied yes, revealing a backstage detail by mentioning that his own older brother was the general director of the show. At that exact moment, Ho Young's parents appeared in the courtyard to pick up their son, and the artist made sure to go over to introduce himself formally. Since he was an illustrious and highly famous figure in the music industry, the parents recognized him immediately and felt deeply honored by the approach. Kim Jong-kook showered the adults with praise, assuring them that their son was a true spectacle with the ball at his feet. The father, his chest puffing with pride, replied with a smile that even though he was the boy's father, he still found it amazing and thrilling to watch his son's plays up close. Ho Young watched the two of them talking and noticed that, for some funny reason, his father and the famous singer had fantastic chemistry and were hitting it off instantly. Before saying goodbye, the coach sincerely wished the boy excellent results in the qualifiers and wished him the best of luck on his journey. It was right then that Ho Young's eyes sparkled as he realized the system window had scanned the artist, revealing that Kim Jong-kook also carried valuable talents on his status sheet: sculptured muscles and gentle singer vocals, both classified as rank C. To copy that duo of special gifts, the system requirement demanded that the boy exercise for at least 60 minutes alongside the man. The youth chuckled internally upon realizing he was facing skills that had absolutely nothing to do with the world of football, but he figured that knowledge and advantages were never too much in life. Thinking quickly on how to strike up a conversation and guarantee that joint workout in the future, Ho Young looked at the singer's buff physique and asked, with the utmost cheekiness, if he could recommend a good brand of protein supplement for a beginner. Kim Jong-kook was thrilled when Ho-young brought up the subject, but replied that he was still too young to take supplements, though it wasn't a bad idea to start learning about them. Ho-young immediately noticed that Kim Jong-kook's eyes truly lit up over this topic, and remembered a saying he had heard somewhere. Any fitness enthusiast's favorite phrase is talking about training, so to chat up a gym rat, you just have to ask what they take. Seizing the cue, the boy asked if he could also teach him some exercises, since he was dying to learn, and Kim Jong-kook, who was itching to teach, got super excited about the idea. Later on, he actually kept his promise and explained everything about supplements and how to take them, went over some warm-ups and workouts, and the two of them even played soccer together. When they completed an hour of intense exercise, Ho-young managed to copy the rank C sculptured muscles talent, instantly feeling his body become much firmer and stronger, something a soccer player doesn't necessarily need to the extreme, but would definitely come in handy. Meanwhile, Ho-young's father grew a bit worried, wondering how to repay all that precious help they were giving his son, but Kim Jong-kook reassured the man, saying he had enjoyed it a lot too, since he had no schedule these days and all he did was work out. To him, it was a very special moment because, despite liking children in general, Ho-young was a true prodigy and the first child he had met who showed such a genuine interest in a healthy lifestyle. 2 weeks passed, and Ho-young's father received a phone call that changed everything, causing him to pick up his son, shake him in the air full of pride, and shout his congratulations, yelling that he had made it into Shoot Dory. On September 16, 2002, Ho-young's name was proudly listed among the official members of the show, and as soon as his mother found out, she rushed to plan a family celebration. His parents were already predicting that the boy would become a huge celebrity, and his mother was already getting excited thinking about creating fan clubs and the arrival of massive commercial offers. Ho-young found it funny because they were dreaming even faster than he was. Deep down, he already knew he would be selected, but the feeling of achievement was wonderful, marking his first major victory after returning to the past and his TV debut. He felt butterflies in his stomach, but he was confident he would use this golden opportunity to show his skills to the entire world, putting fan clubs and commercials aside for now. After all, he was just a kid focused on his football. Closing his eyes, he imagined himself playing under the deafening noise of a massive crowd in the stands of the world's largest stadiums, feeling pure happiness, as he truly loved football above all else. Thinking that technique on the pitch matters much more than the TV broadcast, Ho-young grabbed his ball and went to train a bit more on the street. Every football fan grows up dreaming of being Messi or Ronaldo and scoring multiple hat tricks, but his body still couldn't keep up with his mind because his basic skills were terrible. Knowing only the basics of keeping the ball up, he focused on the trick of flicking the ball up with his instep without letting it touch the ground, a movement that demands absolute focus and exhaustive repetition, something even the legendary Maradona used to practice relentlessly. He progressed step by step, slowly, and even when he lost his breath, he didn't feel drained because he could notice the progress happening day after day, proving his prodigy talent after repeating the exercise more than 100 times. During the afternoon, he would head to the pitch to focus on stamina, using the methods he learned from Kim Jong-kook, knowing that football is a battle of breath and that having incredible technique or a powerful shot means nothing if you don't have the legs to run for 90 minutes. That day, he managed to run 8 complete laps around the track and finished exhausted, but determined to claim his spot in Shoot Dory. After passing the audition, his focus became absolute. He went to bed early every night, woke up punctually at 6 a.m., and stretched for 30 minutes to improve his flexibility. He used to be 1.70 meters tall in his past life, but he was confident he could hit 1.80 meters if he took good care of his diet and exercises from an early age. So, he maintained a strict routine of going to school, training on the pitch right after, eating healthy, and repeating it all the next day. Before he knew it, the day of the official recording arrived, bringing with it a sea of reporters and photographers with cameras ready to capture everything, which left Ho-young a bit tense among the other children. Right after the photos, everyone began preparing for the first evaluation match, a highly anticipated moment for the boy, who was anxious to face the Chabunkun Football Academy, considered the true Goliath of Korean youth football. Behind the scenes, Che, the recruiter and scout, went to the Chabunkun coach to ask them to play with everything they had and show no mercy, even if it meant a historic 20-0 blowout, because the new players needed to understand the weight of defeat right from the start. Che knew that facing the best academy in the country would make the kids lose terribly and leave them heartbroken, but it was exactly this drama that would grip the viewer's attention, who would later be moved by seeing the team's resilience and effort in pursuit of victory, creating a perfect narrative for television. Choi was focused on making the show a massive hit and thought that seeing the young Ho-young lead this turnaround would be the ideal outcome, especially since the promotional video featuring the boy's test had already been an absolute success due to his impressive level. It would be incredible to see a miraculous goal from him, but the director still thought it was highly unlikely to happen at the moment. As talented as Ho-young was on his own, the opponent was a complete elite team with excellent chemistry. Suddenly, a production member notified director Choi that everything was ready to begin, and the teams finally gathered on the pitch for the initial greetings under the cheers of parents and fans in the stands. The broadcast booth featured commentator Choi Sung-dong from KBS, one of South Korea's largest, most famous, and well-established television networks, and beside him was comedian Kim Byung-jim as the color commentator. To many, that lineup didn't make the slightest sense. After all, the team's head coach was Kim Jung-kook, a famous singer, and now the commentator was a comedian. Nonetheless, the broadcast began with full energy directly from the third stadium of the Yongjin City Football Center. The stage was set for a true clash of titans, where Shoot Dory, a team founded with the promise of dominating the national youth football scene, took the field to face the feared and renowned Chabun-kun Academy right in their debut. The color commentator offered a sharp analysis, pointing out that this would be an extremely difficult match, a pretty good guess for a comedian in the booth. Next, the play-by-play announcer highlighted that this was the boys' first evaluation match, a golden opportunity for them to feel the rhythm of the game, while the comedian added that even if they came out with a loss, the team would gain massive experience by learning from Chabun-kun's academy. The referee then tossed the coin, and the coin flip determined that Shoot Dory would start with possession of the ball. Seeing that field full of excited, hard-working little children warmed the hearts of the crowd in the stands, and an atmosphere of cuteness took over until the referee blew the whistle for the official kickoff. Ho Young thought that nobody there expected much from a children's match, imagining that the public just wanted to see cute kids fumbling with the ball. But that was exactly why he decided to shock everyone. Right in the first second, the boy unleashed a spectacular shot straight from the midfield line and scored a stunning golazo, making the ball fly like an arrow through the defensive corridor and explode into the back of the helpless goalkeeper's net. It took only a few seconds of gameplay to leave director Choi completely jaw-dropped on the sidelines. Capitalizing on the general shock, Ho Young ran to celebrate right in front of the cameras, and Choi screamed at the technical crew to record every single detail of that moment. To complete the show, in addition to copying other people's talents, the boy imitated Cristiano Ronaldo's famous celebration, jumping and throwing down a flamboyant "siu." The announcer was incredulous, shouting into the microphone that it was an unbelievable feat for a child, and that the celebration was one of a kind, while the commentator joked that it was the perfect pose to honor the victory. On the other side, the Chabun-kun Academy goalkeeper stood frozen, thinking he had never seen a shot of that magnitude in his life, and questioning whether that kid was really only 10 years old. The opposing coach, Lee Sang-woon, who played for over 7 years on the Korean national team, participated actively in the professional league in the past, and is considered a living legend of Korean football, was also deeply impressed by what he saw. He mentally assessed that the boy's goal was excellent and his balance was great, but reasoned that due to his slightly below average height, the boy didn't yet have the ideal physical build to unleash shots much more powerful than that one. Even so, the veteran recognized a natural talent right there. As an experienced player and coach, he knew how to identify latent potential and realized that the boy mastered the mechanics of shooting perfectly despite his small body. For the coach, explaining technique to a child is easy, but getting them to execute and comprehend it on their own is something that cannot be achieved through effort alone, proving that Ho Young was truly born for football and had a brilliant future ahead. However, the initial shock wore off quickly, and the reality of elite football came knocking at the door, so much so that soon one of the Chabun-kun players was already netting his third goal of the match. When the second half began, the opponent's lead skyrocketed to a bitter 8-3 against Shoot Dory, prompting the announcer to praise the prestige of the academy, which shook the net for the 11th time without giving any chance of a counter response. Their teamwork was flawless and served as a mirror showing that if Shoot Dory trained professionally, they could reach that level in the future, leaving the commentator to hope that the home team could at least get one more consolation goal. Ho Young was already completely exhausted. Although the pitch was downsized to a 6 versus 6 format, the individual running space was still massive, and the fatigue took its toll. While the rest of the Shoot Dory roster split between despair and nervousness, the boy realized that his teammates' technical level was quite disappointing, though he had already anticipated that. If he were in an adult body, Ho Young would have won that match single-handedly, but the talent he received wasn't a superhuman ability, and physical limitations took their toll against a well-trained, complete team. Undeterred, he decided to keep doing his part to show his worth even in the face of imminent defeat. With only 3 minutes left before the final whistle, a Chabun-kun player took a long goal kick toward the midfield, but Ho Young anticipated it brilliantly, intercepting the ball with speed. Instantly, he found himself surrounded by a tight, compact marking, a tactic ordered on purpose by coach Lee Sang-woon, who had identified the boy as the team's star striker and wanted to test how he would handle the pressure of a more aggressive style of football. The coach believed that no matter how talented the boy was, he wouldn't be able to get past that wall, but Ho Young cleared the play with just a few movements and dribbled past the entire Chabun-kun defense in the blink of an eye. The color commentator went wild on the broadcast, and the announcer shouted that the ball seemed glued to the boy's foot, leaving the defenders and the opposing goalkeeper completely reactionless before Ho Young rippled the back of the net once again and repeated his classic celebration. The play-by-play announcer praised the prodigy's 5th goal of the match, and the commentator pointed out that he hadn't looked this absurd during training, proving to be a true diamond in the rough that evolved with every passing minute. In reality, that spectacle was the perfect result of fusing a child prodigy's body with the strategic mind of a 24-year-old adult. adult, an unbeatable combination against regular kids that functioned like the ultimate hardware running the ultimate computer software. The match ended 14-5 in favor of the Cha-bun-kun Academy, with all 5 of Shoot-Dori's goals scored exclusively by Ho Young. At the end of the clash, he collapsed onto the grass exhausted, without a shred of regret, and with his head held high for having given his absolute maximum. After all, this was the football he loved so much, and at this rate, it was only a matter of time before he became the biggest highlight in the country. The announcer went in front of the cameras to declare that although the Cha-bun-kun Academy had secured a great collective victory, the true MVP of the day, against all odds and everyone else, was the young Ho Young. After all, the boy had single-handedly scored all 5 of his team's goals, establishing himself as the match's top scorer. Capitalizing on the moment, he called the boy over for a quick interview, and even though he was a bit nervous around the microphones, Ho Young accepted the challenge. When asked how he felt after such a monumental performance, the little star replied bluntly that he was still hungry for victory. Little did the audience know that he was stealing the famous line from a coach who, in the 2002 World Cup, led Korea to the knockout stages by saying he was still hungry. This kid truly showed no mercy. He steals catchphrases, steals Cristiano Ronaldo's number 7 shirt, and proves he is a true demon of gluttony when it comes to winning. Right after the broadcast ended, Ho Young ran straight into the arms of his mother, who showered him with congratulations and praise for his brilliant performance, even promising to cook a super special dinner with spicy fried chicken to celebrate. It was precisely during this celebratory moment that the opposing team's coach Lee Sang-won approached the family with firm strides, something Ho Young had already anticipated would happen given his show on the pitch. The man formally introduced himself as the head of the youth categories at the Cha-bun-kun Academy, and the boy's mother could hardly believe it, as she immediately recognized the face of that living legend of national football. With total sincerity, Lee Sang-won confessed that the boy's skills were enough to leave anyone jaw-dropped, and that he had gotten goosebumps, thanking the young prodigy for putting on such an entertaining show for an old teacher like him. Ho Young politely thanked him for the compliment, but got curious about the term and asked why he called himself a teacher, which gave Lee Sang-won the perfect opening to get straight to the point and say he really wanted to teach the boy how to play real football. The mother got extremely nervous at the proposal, and though flattered, urged caution so as not to create false expectations in her son's head, questioning whether he really had all that talent. The experienced coach patiently explained that normal schools usually take about 3 months to truly evaluate the extent of a child's potential and say whether they can become a professional athlete. But in Ho Young's case, it was evident that he was a natural genius. He showed respect by saying he didn't want to force an adult's dreams onto a child, but asked for the name and location of the boy's current football school in case the mother felt hesitant about transferring him to the Cha-bun-kun institution. The woman's response left the coach completely in shock, as she revealed that her son had never set foot in a football school in his life. Perplexed by the fact that the boy had learned all of that completely on his own, Lee Sang-won asked if the parents intended to raise him to be a professional player, and the mother confirmed she would do everything for her son's well-being and future, though she was genuinely worried about the academy's monthly fees. The coach explained that the prices depended on the admission test, but guaranteed that Ho Young had more than enough skill to go straight into the coveted Class S. In such a famous institution where the waiting list easily exceeds 100 children for Class A, securing a spot in Class S purely by merit of talent was already a massive honor. Lee Sang-won broke down the figures, explaining that 3 weekly sessions cost 120,000 won, totaling around 900,000 won per month. Ho Young's mother swallowed hard, knowing that because it was a highly prestigious school, the price was much steeper than usual. But she understood her son needed that cutting-edge training, and that sending him there would be the best decision possible, even if the TV appearance fee the boy received was only 38,000 won. She was already mentally prepared to cut back on absolutely everything to cover the costs, when the audacious Ho Young interrupted the conversation, asking if he could just pay the monthly fees later, since he would definitely become a world-famous football player and return the amount multiplied by 100. The mother almost collapsed from embarrassment, scolding her son and offering 1,000 apologies to the coach for the audacity, but Lee Sang-won burst into laughter and confessed that he loved that confidence. After all, football demands personality and a strong attitude on the field. Seeing that the boy was extremely dedicated to his family, the coach made a promise to his future student that they would do their absolute best together from now on. He then revealed to the mother that the academy had a special scholarship system, specifically aimed at extraordinary talents like Ho Young, and that by pure luck, there was an available slot right now for which he would make a strong recommendation to the director. To make the scenario even better, the coach guaranteed that if the boy kept evolving that way, they would spare no effort to secure international scholarships and direct connections with professional youth teams abroad, overcoming the physical limitations of the domestic scene so he could play among the best in the world. Ho Young mentally celebrated the perfect arrangement, sealing a destiny where both sides walked away completely satisfied. The coach politely requested that the admission test take place alongside Ho Young the following day, knowing that the boy's presence would bring unique publicity to the venue. This would make his selection as a special student practically guaranteed and completely in line with the young boy's boy's plans. Now, all Ho Young needed to do was focus on playing to learn professional football, bidding farewell to the coach with a promise that he would work very hard, which left Lee Sang-woon visibly happy and hopeful. On the way back, Ho Young passed by some students from the Chabun-kun Academy and noticed that one of them possessed a rank C+ prodigy football talent, an incredible skill that the boy could see thanks to his own powers. He remembered that Yoo Jung-ho had always been impressive and that coach Lee Sang-woon had a natural gift for identifying talented players. But Ho Young did not depend on that, knowing only that upon entering the school, he would need to find someone with truly exceptional talent to evolve even further. As soon as they returned home, Ho Young's father asked if they had met Lee Sang-woon, regretting not taking a day off to be present with his son at such an important moment. However, he showed immense pride and revealed that he had already ordered a pizza to celebrate. Ho Young was thrilled by the gesture, recalling that in the past, the family never ate out, and even though he was small back then, he was already aware of their difficult financial situation. He felt a huge sense of relief, knowing that in this new life, he wouldn't have to worry about family circumstances, as he was determined to succeed and repay all his parents' hard work. While savoring the pizza, finding it incredibly delicious, and wondering if his palate had become more childish, or if it was just childhood nostalgia, time flew by. 9 days later, the show Fly Shoot Dory was finally broadcast on MBS, blending lightness, fun, emotion, and the cuteness of the children, marking the first step for the show to become a true TV hit. Shortly after the broadcast, Ho Young's father said he received a call from coach Lee Sang-woon, confirming the boy's enrollment as a special student. However, the celebration was interrupted by Ho Young's mother, who suddenly appeared with the urgent news that a fan page dedicated exclusively to the boy had been created. When they went to the computer, the parents were in shock to see that Ho Young's performance had been so striking that fans created a specific page for him within the show's blog, quickly gathering over 200 followers and even yielding internet articles pointing to him as the next big promising football star. Ho Young, however, kept his feet on the ground as he noticed that not all comments were positive and that an intense debate was happening in the posts. This was understandable given the enormous expectations and the peak of South Korea's nationalistic sentiment following the national team's golden era in 2002, followed by a long decline that made the public yearn for the birth of a new hero. Even under the spotlight and enjoying the attention, Ho Young saw his father get angry at the criticisms of some netizens who accused the show of being scripted and suggested that the family had paid for the boy to stand out in the recordings. Ho Young's mother quickly calmed her husband down, telling him to ignore all of it because it was pure envy, a view shared by the boy himself, who viewed the malicious comments as a sign that he was truly good. He was aware that athletes and celebrities always face online hate, but he made a mental promise to shut up one specifically annoying user in the future. The next day, Ho Young went to check out the facilities of the Chabun-kun Academy and watched the children his age and older playing, which allowed him to identify fascinating new talents at his disposal, such as the rank C curved free kick and the rank C+ flank penetration. Faced with that showcase full of options, the boy felt as if he were at an all-you-can-eat buffet with no scale, concluding that it was the perfect time to abuse his powers and choose his fourth talent. Meanwhile, behind the scenes at the academy, Ho Young's infant younger brother, baby Ho Il, drew attention for having brown hair identical to his mother's, attracting the approach of an elegant and very young woman. She praised the baby and soon introduced herself, showing curiosity about them being new around there, and deducing that she was the mother of the famous boy from Shoot Dory. Trying to strike up a conversation in a somewhat invasive manner, the lady commented that Ho Young's skills seemed even better in person than on television, and asked where he had trained before, receiving a reply from the boy's mother that he had only played ball since he was little in their backyard. Incredulous, and finding the answer stingy, as if they were hiding the secret to success, the woman kept insisting and questioned if her husband was a professional player, discovering that Ho Young's father actually worked at a semiconductor company. When asked if he owned the company, she heard that he only held the position of manager. With a tone of superiority, the lady questioned how they would manage to afford the academy's expensive monthly fees. But Ho Young's mother, sensing the poisonous intent of that absolute snake, calmly shot back, saying that her son had entered as a specialist on a full scholarship, which was why they wouldn't pay absolutely anything. The revelation left the older woman desperate and indignant that her own son did not have the same benefit. She was firmly reminded by Ho Young's mother that the boy was simply too good at football and that justified the privilege, which caused the intruder to withdraw completely embarrassed. This left the young boy's mother with the certainty that having a rich husband might be a source of pride for some, but raising talented and polite children is much better. While all this discussion took place, the coach closely observed Ho Young's training on the field and was impressed to notice that the boy's skills had evolved drastically in just 10 days. However, this insane growth also brought some concern, since in football history, many talented youngsters compared to Maradona failed in the transition to the professional level because theoretical development, practical experience, technique, and physique did not move in harmony. It was up to the coach to ensure that Ho Young's rapid progress did not turn into a poison that would waste such tremendous potential. In Class S, Ho Young began receiving the best lessons, guided closely by top-tier coaches. In addition to perfecting crucial basic skills skills like ball control, dribbling, and passing, the boy learned the importance of stretching to prevent injuries, and absorbed fundamental concepts of positioning and tactical movement. In physical clashes, for instance, the instruction was to focus on the shoulders instead of simply crashing into the opponent, as well as mastering the right way to position the body to shield the ball and win the challenge. There were many basic technical details that Ho Young was completely unaware of, but began to master in that environment. During one of the training sessions, Coach Lee Sang-woon explained to Ho Young that he needed to run immediately after making a pass, prompting the boy to ask exactly where he should run. The coach replied that, at that moment, he didn't need to worry about the final destination. Even without knowing where he was going, the important thing was to build the habit of always being in motion, as that is how a good dynamic with and without the ball is developed. Off-the-ball movement consists of shifting and positioning oneself intelligently when not in possession. In other words, knowing exactly where to be when it's time to score goals. Since Lee Sang-woon had noticed that Ho Young chose the striker position on the registration form, he reinforced that the boy needed to pay even more attention to this aspect, seeking a clear purpose in every run to use the space to his advantage, given that the striker is not the player who retains possession the most during a match. Ho Young, who naturally tended to discard unnecessary movements on the pitch, thought that if he ever felt doubtful about what to do, he could just copy the plays of great athletes, a specialty he mastered like no one else. The youth was curious about his own positioning, and felt an immense sense of relief at the commander's words. In his original timeline's childhood, when he didn't understand much about football, he thought the only important things were dribbling and shooting well. However, as he expanded his knowledge of the sport, he realized that off-the-ball movement carried the same weight, making those classes invaluable to his evolution. Back on the pitch, Ho Young began analyzing which skills he would try to absorb next, preferably by observing the other boys. He had his eye on a rank C formidable free kick talent, whose requirements demanded that he win 3 out of 5 free kick competitions against the Power's owner. Focused on his goal, the prodigy stood out on the field, converted another beautiful goal, and won the free kick contest, successfully copying the desired talent. Faced with the achievement, he wondered if it would be possible to evolve that new technical ability through intense training, while his opponent showed clear irritation over the loss. Displaying good sportsmanship, Ho Young simply thanked him for the game, aware that he needed to keep mining useful talents for his arsenal. However, after a few more minutes of the match, the boy realized the class wasn't as perfect as he imagined. The practice itself was good, but he was dying to observe the U13 teams competing in a youth tournament at a closed facility nearby, where access was restricted. By the end of the clash, Ho Young concluded that trying to copy the coach's talents wasn't worth the required effort, as the conditions imposed by the system were too limited. What he truly wanted was to find an active, great professional player, though he knew crossing paths with one would be like finding a needle in a haystack, accepting that for now, he would have to harvest only what was within his reach. By pure coincidence, at that exact moment, the coach was talking behind the scenes with an active professional athlete, Cha Du-ri, the man who became known on the pitch as the runaway train, and who was the eldest son of Cha Bun-kun, considered Asia's greatest goalscorer of all time. Ho Young was fascinated to see the figure who had put on an incredible performance during the Korea-Japan World Cup years, right there in front of him, even thinking the player was quite good-looking, despite remembering that in his original timeline, he used to tease the athlete by calling him Egghead. Deciding to observe the conversation from afar, the boy heard Lee Sang-woon ask if Cha Du-ri's trip was scheduled for the 26th of next month, confirming that the destination would be Bayer Leverkusen, the German club where the player's father had made history. Ho Young immediately recalled that this winter transfer would mark the athlete's professional debut in Europe. Faced with a golden opportunity, the boy realized he was at a crossroads. If he stood still without taking action, he would leave with no new skills, but he simply couldn't pass up the chance to copy the powers of a player of that caliber. Upon opening the system to analyze the target, Ho Young saw that Cha Du-ri possessed 3 impressive talents: Rank U fast sprint, Rank A legs faster than the pass, and Rank B strong physique. The conditions for copying were demanding, divided into 2 parts. The first consisted of playing football together for at least 500 minutes, and the second required performing leg-focused physical exercises, also for a minimum of 500 minutes. The youth was intrigued by the letter U, deducing that Rank U must stand for unique, being the highest possible tier, which turned that skill into an absolute must-have. In the conversation, Cha Du-ri confirmed to the coach that he only needed to deliver the youth competition documentation, something his father had asked as a favor on his way back. Lee Sang-woon praised the young man's promptness, but noticed he looked exhausted due to his packed routine. The player explained that he wasn't necessarily busy, but rather suffering from chronic fatigue, probably because his head was full of thoughts with the proximity of his big debut day in Europe. Seizing the cue, Ho Young approached with total shamelessness, breaking the ice by offering a specific fatigue-fighting vitamin drink directly into the athlete's hands. Cha Du-ri was surprised and impressed by the boy's attitude, who managed to identify him perfectly, even under the large cap he wore as a disguise. Ho Young celebrated internally for leaving a striking first impression, while the coach joked that the boy had a sharp aim, formally introducing him to the player as one of the biggest prospects of the next generation of Korean football. Curious, Cha Du-ri questioned if the boy was truly a cut above the rest, hearing from Ki-sung-woon that anyone would be startled to see him play. The professional commented with a smile that, coming from the coach, the boy certainly wouldn't be an average player, and took the opportunity to invite Ho Young to kick the ball around right then and there. The youth accepted the invitation immediately, so as not to waste the chance to start the system's minute count. The vitamin Ho Young handed over actually took effect, curing Cha Du-ri's fatigue, who felt refreshed during the game. At the end of the activity, the professional highly praised the quality of the boy's shooting, commenting that his style was very reminiscent of Ki Sung-yueng, a young talent he had been training recently. Upon hearing the name, Ho Young searched his memories from the original timeline for the recollection of Ki Sung-yueng, the renowned Korean player who would find success in the English Premier League, discovering to his surprise that he had learned football directly from the man standing right before his eyes. Later, in the coach's office, Cha Du-ri confirmed that he was feeling much better and that it had been great to reminisce about the old days on the pitch. Lee Sang-woon agreed, arguing that a football player's problems should be resolved by playing. The athlete then asked if his father, the legendary Cha Bun-kun, had already seen Ho Young play. The coach replied not yet, but that it would happen at the next opportunity. With a playful tone of warning, Cha Du-ri recommended caution with the boy, as his father tended to fall in love with pure talent, and loved taking future stars home to raise and polish them, exactly as he did with Ki Sung-yueng in the past. Showing his ultimate audacity, Ho Young chimed into the conversation and asked to be taken and trained too, but Cha Du-ri just smiled and replied that the boy was already in excellent hands under the guidance of the great coach Lee Sang-woon. Ho Young was sure he could also teach something different and insisted, saying he wanted to become a great player just like Cha Du-ri, and would love to train with him, thinking that securing a talent like that so early in his journey would be excellent. With a smile, Cha Du-ri patted the boy's head and repeated that coach Lee Sang-woon would take good care of him. Refusing to give up, the boy asked if he could at least kick the ball around with him from time to time on the pitch, but the professional explained that he had been far too busy lately. Ho Young was just about to give up, resigned to the fact that his approach wouldn't work, when Cha Du-ri surprised him by asking which region he lived in. Upon hearing that the boy resided in Gyeonggi province, the player thought for a moment and made an unexpected proposal. Later on, Ho Young's mother appeared talking to the athlete, apologizing for her son's boldness, and commenting that just making such a request was already an inconvenience, and now they were about to start training together. Cha Du-ri reassured her, explaining that he actually really enjoyed training boys who were good with the ball, a habit he inherited from his father, Cha Bun-kun, who used to bring promising youngsters home during their childhood, and he made it a point to propagate that culture. The proposal consisted of just 1 hour a day, once a month, taking advantage of the fact that their houses were close by, and that he used to jog at night in Anyang City, where he was temporarily living. Ho Young didn't expect the star to live so close, seeing it as the perfect opportunity to exercise together to meet the system's demanding requirements. The next day, the plan was put into action with a walk followed by an intense match with Cha Du-ri. Ho Young was fully aware of the massive effort the player was making for him, and promised himself that he would reward him greatly in the future. In just 1 week of companionship and mutual effort, the prodigy met all the conditions required by the system, a task that proved much easier than he imagined for such a high-ranking talent. Although the power of having rank A legs faster than the pass was very tempting, the boy didn't hesitate to choose the fast sprint, knowing that the speed with which Cha Du-ri touched the ball and accelerated was extraordinary. It justified the legend that his legs moved faster than the ball itself, which sometimes even caused balance issues. As soon as the choice was made, a system message popped up on the screen warning that, because it was a unique talent, it would take 30 days for full absorption of the power, a period during which it would be impossible to copy any other skill. Ho Young digested the situation maturely, comparing the process to digesting a heavy meal, as if his body were processing that immense physical virtue. Time wasn't an issue, and to top it off, he had forged valuable connections that no money in the world could buy. This was the true path of a football player, moving forward one step at a time, making him feel closer and closer to the professional level. Time flew by between the grueling training routine and the recordings for the show. In mid-November, a bombshell hit the backstage when a South Korean member of the Shoot Dory coaching staff was arrested on charges of involvement in illegal gambling. Despite the scandal, the show's ratings continued to climb every week, completely dominating the television scene. Meanwhile, on the other side of the world in the Premier League, football witnessed the debut of a prodigy just 16 years old, who shocked Korea with a memorable statement after the game, dropping the iconic phrase for everyone to remember his name, Wayne Rooney. The year 2002, which had already unveiled Cristiano Ronaldo, saw the birth of yet another superstar, and Ho Young watched that debut daydreaming about his own bright future. On December 11th, the team was preparing for another televised match, and Ho Young found himself more nervous than usual upon noticing that the stands and VIP lounges held not only the official broadcasting professionals, but also key members of the Korea Football Association, members of the Youth Strategy Division, and several renowned sports journalists. Sensing his son's tension, Ho Young's father approached and told him not to be intimidated by the size of the opponents, because although the other boys were taller, his son was much better at football. Confident, the boy guaranteed he would win the match and received his father's good luck wishes before stepping onto onto the pitch. As soon as the team stepped onto the field, the broadcast commentator highlighted that Ho Young's movements seemed much sharper and more precise since his last appearance. The co-commentator agreed, mentioning that there were some external voices expressing concern that the boy's success might just be luck, but the commentator firmly pushed back, assuring that there was no fluke there. Joking about his booth colleague's stance, the co-commentator asked if he was flattering the boy to secure connections with him early on, receiving the humorous reply that it was quite the opposite, since the boy himself was the one full of important connections. In the studio, Kim Byung-jim intervened with a smile, saying those light jokes were crossing the line a bit, and the commentator quickly redirected the audience's focus to the start of the match. Shoot Dory came in with momentum looking for another victory, but everyone knew that day's challenge would be the biggest of their lives, as they would face the youth academy team of a Brazilian giant known for producing legends, São Paulo Futebol Clube. Backstage, director Choi recalled with pride that legendary stars like Cafu and Rivaldo had roots or history linked to traditional Brazilian football, taking advantage of the fact that São Paulo's sub-youth team had traveled to South Korea to participate in the FIFA World Youth Championship. Organized in partnership by the Football Association and MBS, Choi managed to schedule this strategic friendly, seeing it as the perfect chance to send the station's audience ratings through the roof. The director demanded the best possible performance from Shoot Dory, but Ho Young was genuinely worried about the outcome. Although his teammates had done their absolute best to improve, defeating Sao Paulo felt like an almost impossible mission. The Brazilians were not only physically larger, but also visibly older for the category. To make matters worse, the rival team boasted an overwhelming young prospect named Douglas Costa, the new superstar of the Brazilian Youth Academy. He had recently shocked scouts by scoring 5 goals in just 15 minutes during a friendly against Flamengo youth, making it almost impossible to find anyone of the same age who could keep up with his pace. Ho Young was briefly confused, questioning whether the boy was originally from Sao Paulo's academy, but he quickly brushed his chronological doubts aside to focus on what truly mattered: the impressive list of skills his rival possessed. Analyzing his opponent through the system, the South Korean saw that Douglas Costa had B+ rank football prodigy talents, A rank quick legs, and a genius that fluctuated between brilliance and mediocrity at rank C+. To copy these eye-catching skills, the system imposed 2 grueling missions. The boy would have to prevent and block the Brazilian star's goals, and on top of that find a way to beat him in a direct duel of pure speed. While Ho Young racked his brain trying to figure out how to overcome this tempting challenge, the Sao Paulo youth coach Carlo watched the warm-up with absolute tranquility. He was convinced that, with a player of Costa's caliber on the pitch, his team would score at least 10 goals without even breaking a sweat. He had watched videos of Shoot Dory's previous matches and concluded that the Korean team had no defined tactical structure, relying solely on the individual brilliance of a single standout boy, who happened to be Ho Young. Coach Carlo called his 2 boys over to give them instructions before the match. He started by speaking to Douglas Costa, telling him to relax and treat it just as a warm-up, since the truly important game was only next week, even though he was already the team's big star. The coach assured him it would be a breeze. Right after, turning to the other blonde kid, young Casemiro, Carlo ordered him to tightly mark that number 7 boy Ho Young. To the coach, this was an excellent opportunity for Casemiro to learn a lot by shutting down the opponent. Curious, Casemiro questioned if it really was an opportunity, doubting he would lose his ground to some random kid. Carlo fired back instantly, warning him never to underestimate others, as he would see what the opponent was made of as soon as the ball started rolling. To motivate the boys even further, he promised that if they didn't concede any goals, he would take everyone to an amusement park. The promise worked perfectly, and the kids got extremely excited. Before the opening whistle, Carlo reminded the Sao Paulo youth team that the match would be 8v8, a format they knew well, though the pitch was much smaller than usual. The strategy was to focus on the midfield to build up plays. While the coach dictated positions, Casemiro thought to himself that he would never let such small kids win. Even so, he noticed that the aura around Ho Young felt different, even though the Korean was about 15 centimeters shorter. Casemiro's goal was simple: stop the boy, watch Douglas Costa score the goals, and secure the trip to the amusement park. It seemed like a very easy task. With the kickoff of the match between Shoot Dory and Sao Paulo Futebol Clube youth, everyone noticed right away that the Brazilian team played on another level. They were faster, dribbled better, possessed total control, and moved the ball with agility. On the broadcast, the commentator highlighted that Westerners are naturally taller and stronger, even in childhood, which would make the match a massive challenge for Shoot Dory. Although the Brazilians weren't as tall as Europeans, their athleticism was impressive, justifying the reputation of Samba football. Shoot Dory faced an imposing opponent, and with the exception of Ho Young, the physical build of the Korean players was much slighter. The narrator still tried to argue that playing at home could bring some advantage, but right at that moment, Douglas Costa surged forward at high speed, turning the opposing defense inside out with a single first touch and leaving the markers in his dust. Thinking the defense was dreadful, Douglas Costa struck a firm shot to open the scoring, but Ho Young appeared out of nowhere, intercepted the ball, and deflected it out for a corner. Surprised, the Brazilian forward looked back to see who had done it, and came face to face with the Korean, trying trying to pretend it had just been luck. However, as the game progressed, Ho Young continued to intercept multiple balls, drawing the attention of the entire crowd. Douglas Costa, irritated that he couldn't get a single valid shot off after that first play, realized it was no coincidence. He approached Ho Young and asked what a forward was doing back there, marking him. Since he didn't speak Portuguese, Ho Young replied in English, taunting the Brazilian by saying he wouldn't score any goals that day. That wounded Douglas Costa's pride. He felt humiliated for the first time in his career by being shut down by someone who wasn't even a defender. Determined to prove his worth, he watched Sao Paulo continue to control the game, backed by Casemiro's solid presence and defense. When Shoot Dory tried to launch a counterattack, Casemiro disarmed his opponent with extreme ease and picked out Douglas Costa. Facing a goalkeeper who looked terrified, a goal seemed certain, but Ho Young tight-marked him once again and stole the ball. Douglas Costa grew furious seeing the forward back in defense again, but ran to regain possession. To the Brazilian's surprise, he ended up losing the foot race, watching Ho Young pull away with the ball toward the box. On the broadcast, the narrator noticed Douglas Costa's nervousness, while the commentator highlighted the shift in Ho Young's playstyle. He used to focus on long-range shots, but was now banking on quick dribbles, very similar to those of Cha Duri, from whom he had actually learned. Taking advantage of the gap, Ho Young advanced rapidly and came face-to-face with Casemiro. The Brazilian defender boasted major talents, such as a B+ rank as a football prodigy, B rank in interception, and C rank in blocking. For Ho Young to copy these talents, he needed to fulfill two conditions: advance alone and score the goal. Knowing that in the future Casemiro would become Real Madrid's defensive midfielder and one of the leaders of the Brazilian national team, the Korean saw this as the perfect chance. Casemiro recognized his rival's speed, but tried to close down the space, thinking that running wasn't everything. At that exact moment, Ho Young pulled off a beautiful nutmeg on the Brazilian and blew past him like a rocket. No flashy tricks, just pushing the ball forward and running. The Korean boy invaded Sao Paulo's penalty area, found the back of the net with ease, and even joked that the goalkeeper was way too slow. The stands exploded as the goal was scored against the prestigious Sao Paulo. The commentator swelled with pride, and the narrator praised South Korea's bright future in the sport. Behind the scenes, director Che celebrated the perfect play, noting that the boy had surpassed both Douglas Costa in speed and Casemiro in marking. To him, Ho Young had proven to be a true master of the midfield, dominating both defense and attack. The production team immediately agreed, predicting that putting that sequence in the highlights would bring historic ratings for the episode. Behind the scenes, a production photographer commented, deeply impressed, that the soccer academies had absolutely no spots left. The craze for the sport was real and incredibly strong in the country. But in South Korea at that moment, the phenomenon was happening primarily because of Ho Young. On the pitch, the boy celebrated by mimicking the iconic gesture he had stolen from Cristiano Ronaldo, all while thinking about how incredible the talent he copied from Shaduri was, acting as if it were a literal cheat code attached to his body. Despite feeling a slight fatigue in his left knee, seeing the stands vibrating and celebrating his goal brought a wonderful sensation. Ho Young internally admitted his nervousness, knowing he was still playing in a stadium below his level, but the feeling of dominating the entire field was incomparable. It was at that exact moment that Casemiro's system window appeared before him, confirming that the copy of the B+ rank football prodigy talent had been a success, elevating his own skill from B rank to B+. Now, his arsenal included powerful mid-range shots C, solid muscles C, curved free kicks C, and Chaduri's unique innate run and shoot skill. To acquire another one of Casemiro's talents, the system required 2 more goals and 5 individual breakthroughs. Since time was short and he needed to act fast, the young Korean decided to shift his focus to try and copy Douglas Costa's ball interception skill. During the halftime break, Coach Carlo decided to rest Douglas Costa so as not to worsen his physical condition ahead of the following week's important matchup. The forward tried to argue, saying he could improve his performance on the field, but the coach was firm in sending him to the bench. Carlo explained that he had received a valuable lesson that day and should use the rest to reflect on what he learned, seeking to evolve for the next challenge. Outraged, Douglas Costa questioned what he could possibly learn from Asians, boasting that as a Brazilian, he would soon become a star for the national team. Carlo's reaction was immediate and severe, warning the youngster that if a referee were there, that prejudiced remark would result in a straight red card. The coach ordered him to stay on the bench to watch the game as a spectator and see the truth about their opponent's skill. The game moved into the second half, and Ho Young continued to fly across the pitch, creating serious problems even for Sao Paulo's defense to position themselves. Watching everything from the bench, Douglas Costa finally began to be impressed by his rival's level. Carlo took the moment to give the athlete a reality check, reminding him that at 12 years old he was no longer that young, and that superstars like Ronaldo Fenomeno debuted in professional youth teams at 14. The coach pointed out that only fans tolerate foolish behavior, but even for that, one must possess genius. Recognizing his mistake, Douglas Costa apologized to the commander. Meanwhile, Carlo observed Ho Young with admiration, noting his excellent stamina, solid muscles, and explosive speed with the ball. Having trained countless athletes throughout his career, the coach realized the boy was on another level, never imagining that, in reality, that evolution looked almost like a supernatural pact from so many accumulated skills. Later on, Sao Paulo managed to find the back of the net against the goalkeeper, who was still showing fear of the ball. During the broadcast, the narrator commented that the Brazilians had finally entered the game, looking more adapted to the time zone and the cold. On the other side, Ho Young was beginning to feel extreme exhaustion, well aware that soccer is not a sport to be played alone. While the rest of the Chutdori team showed complete burnout, the young number 7 was the only one who could still move with some semblance of naturalness. He ran and pushed himself until the final whistle, which sealed Sao Paulo's 9-4 victory. Although the result maintained the Brazilian team's pride, the friendly match that was supposed to serve as a morale booster ended up leaving the squad demotivated by the struggle they endured. Even so, the Brazilian coaching staff was enchanted by the day's great surprise. When questioned by Carlo, the technical staff praised Ho Young's explosive speed with the ball, comparing his acceleration style to that of Ricardo Kaká in his early years. Carlo assessed that although the boy's basic fundamentals still needed adjustments, his quickness, intelligence, and love for the sport were evident, leaving only the question of whether he would become a brilliant genius or a light against mediocrity. Decided to take action, Carlo approached the stands to speak with Ho Young's parents. Although the father did not speak Portuguese or Spanish, the boy's mother, who had been born in Spain, promptly replied in the European language. Dispensing with the need for a translator, the coach introduced himself and praised the youngster's talent, calling him a diamond in the rough that needed polishing. Without hesitation, he made an official proposal for the boy to join Sao Paulo's youth academy. At the same time, out on the pitch, Ho Young was evaluating his options within the system, faced with the dilemma of choosing between Casemiro's defensive talents or Douglas Costa's offensive attributes. He concluded that since he already possessed the B+ rank football prodigy, a new copy from that same line might not have any effect. The best choice would be to absorb Douglas Costa's fast legs to complement his explosive speed and protect his knees from the wear and tear generated by long sprints. Upon finalizing his choice, the boy felt a refreshing new energy take over his legs. The system soon issued a notice informing him that the assimilation process for an A-rank talent would take 7 days, a period during which no other skill could be copied. For Ho Young, that time frame was excellent, especially considering that Chuduri's talent had required 30 days. Right after, a journalist approached to interview Chutdori's big star. Displaying great humor, Ho Young commented that despite the obvious disappointment of the team's defeat, he was very satisfied with his own performance. Surprised by the answer, the reporter questioned how he could be happy despite losing. The young player explained that beyond the final score, his great personal objective was to find the back of the net against a powerful foreign opponent like Sao Paulo, and that he was happy to have achieved that goal. The journalist praised his intense movement and asked if there was any special motivation or anyone he would like to thank for driving his soccer that way. Answering the reporter's question, Ho Young surprised everyone by thanking both his fans and his haters. Right at that moment, the journalist received a notice in his earpiece and hurriedly wrapped up the interview. Behind the scenes, director Choi watched everything radiantly, finding the boy extremely charismatic and convinced that the ratings for that episode would break all historic records. Later, to celebrate, the family gathered at a steakhouse, and it was there that Ho Young learned of Carlo's irrefusable proposal for him to join Sao Paulo's youth team. His mother pondered that for this to happen, he would first need to enroll in a local school and pass regular tests, which would be a challenge, since current FIFA regulations imposed severe barriers due to his young age. Showing a surprising amount of knowledge for a child, Ho Young replied that he was aware of the restrictions of FIFA's Article 19, which prohibits the international transfer of minors under 18 to protect the human rights of athletes. Although he knew there were exceptions that did not apply to him, the boy argued that Sao Paulo's interest itself indicated the club already had a plan mapped out to bypass the bureaucracy without facing disciplinary actions. Curious, he wanted to know why the Brazilian coach had left without speaking to him directly. His mother explained that the place was surrounded by reporters and onlookers, and that Carlo preferred to have a quick, discreet conversation with the parents so as not to draw unnecessary attention. When the youngster asked what their response had been, his father joked, saying he had categorically refused the idea of sending a 10-year-old son abroad, which made Ho Young's soul almost leave his body. Laughing at the boy's fright, his father revealed it was just a joke because he didn't speak Spanish, and that the actual decision had been left in the mother's hands. She, in turn, calmed her son down, assuring him that she accepted the proposal as long as he was happy and safe. The confirmation left Ho Young beaming with happiness. For him, going to Brazil, the country synonymous with soccer and the cradle of superstars, represented a golden opportunity to absorb the talents of South American prospects. It wouldn't be a simple exchange program. Signing a youth contract meant he would earn money doing what he loved most. His mother also commented that she heard about a few Korean peers living there, which could help him while he learned the new language. Upon hearing that Brazilians spoke Portuguese, a language completely different from Korean, the determined boy guaranteed he would start studying that very day, without imagining he was about to face one of the most complex languages on the planet. Internally, he believed that by keeping his focus on training, he would find a way to learn everything quickly. Upon returning home, Ho Young calculated that he would need to wait for the conclusion of the youth tournament to finally accompany Carlo Yahello. He discovered that the prestigious competition would feature 16 teams and would serve as a true feast for scouts interested in soccer's next generation. With the debut of the World Youth Soccer Tournament scheduled for the 18th and registration closing on the 16th, there were only 5 days left, and he knew he still had a chance to participate. The biggest obstacle, however, came in the form of a sharp pain in his left knee from overexerting himself. He was well aware that high-level soccer demanded not only technique but also a solid physical structure to endure the match pace, recalling how Ronaldo Fenomeno himself had suffered in his career with chronic thigh and knee injuries due to his explosive style. Focused on prevention, he began a rigorous stretching session in his bedroom. When his mother walked in and asked worriedly if he had hurt himself, the boy hid it, saying it was just growing pains. Though suspicious, she asked him to stop if it was too difficult, as her priority was her son's health. Ho Young reassured her, secretly wishing she would also stay healthy so she wouldn't worry so much. Fortunately, the massages she gave his knee worked, and he felt much better by nighttime. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Lee Sang-woon meticulously analyzed every detail of the young star's recent performance. He was speaking directly with Cha Bun-kun, the greatest living legend of Korean soccer, pointing out that with only 1 week left until the start of the tournament, it would be difficult to integrate him into the squad at the last minute, though the boy's talent justified the effort. Observing the footage, Cha Bun-kun smiled and commented that watching the boy play was like seeing his own son, Cha Duri, in his childhood, as both ran like crazy, but he highlighted that Ho Young's soccer showed a rare intelligence for his age. Interested in the boy's potential, the Korean legend stated that he needed to evaluate him in person on the pitch. Upon being informed by Lee Sang-woon that the boy's training took place at 2:30 in the afternoon, and asked if they should move the meeting forward, Cha Bun-kun decided he would call the child's parents the following morning, respecting the young prodigy's schedule and routine. The next morning, Ho Young could barely believe he was standing face to face with the legendary Cha Bun-kun himself. Brimming with excitement, he introduced himself, fully aware that he was in the presence of a true South Korean football icon. Warm and welcoming, the former player invited them inside for a candid conversation. As soon as Cha Bun-kun laid out his proposal, Ho Young's mother questioned whether the decision to let her boy participate in the Youth World Tournament would really hinge on a single trial. He confirmed it would, provided she agreed, adding that judging by Ho Young's expression, the boy already seemed to have accepted the challenge. The boy readily confirmed he had, and his mother smiled, saying that if her son was happy, she obviously agreed. After all, no parent would turn down such an opportunity when their child was doing so well. Knowing this was his shot at entering the World Tournament, Ho Young just needed to pass the evaluation. He headed to the pitch accompanied by Cha Bun-kun and came across the U13 youth football team. It was his first time seeing older students gathered like that, and one detail immediately caught his attention. One of the boys was absolutely massive for his age. Observing the boy's skills through his system, Ho Young noticed incredible talents, such as football prodigy, broad growth potential B+, and confident driving Bess. That got him incredibly excited. Earlier he had asked Cha Bun-kun what the trial would be like, and the legend explained they would play a full-pitch match, a classic 11v11. Ho Young knew the task would be far from easy. When the ball started rolling, Ho Young realized his team had been instructed to use a 4-4-2 formation, relying on two innovative, goal-oriented forwards. His position was that of a stealthy forward who needed to execute perfectly timed runs, a role focused exclusively on shaking the net, heavily compared to the style of clinical finishers and goal poachers like Italy's Filippo, Ronaldo from Brazil, and Henister Wright from the Netherlands. Because he played there, Ho Young tended to be marked with much higher intensity. However, in that early phase, he simply wasn't receiving passes and was being flat-out ignored by his teammates. Thinking the middle school boys might just be showing off and treating him like he was invisible because he was a rookie, he decided he wouldn't mind and would look for the game on his own. Ho Young sprinted through the midfield calling for the ball, making the young Lee Sang-woon comment on how incredible it was, though he thought the boy shouldn't advance so far. Observing from the sidelines, Cha Bun-kun countered, saying that the boy was actually doing very well. He explained that when there is distrust among team members, a player has no choice but to showcase their individual skills, something Cha Bun-kun himself had to do when he played in Germany. As the football saying goes, happiness comes when you have the ball at your feet, and even if there was a risk of losing it, that was the very essence of the sport, and the boy was putting it into practice without hesitation. Determined, Ho Young intercepted a pass from a player on his own team, leaving his teammate indignant and baffled by the action, but the protagonist knew that if they wouldn't accept him willingly, he would make them notice him through sheer talent. He dashed at full speed, leaving the opposing defenders bewildered by his quickness, as he displayed the style of a ruthless striker hungry for goals. The enemy defense tried to close the gap and form a wall, but Ho Young took a shot right then and there from the midfield. The ball wouldn't make it straight into the goal, so he shouted for the other forward to go up for a header, and the boy sent the ball straight into the back of the net. At that moment, Ho Young was focused on the system conditions required to steal talents. The first requirement was to make 15 or more assists in official or unofficial matches, and the second was to play alongside that goalkeeper for more than 250 minutes in official matches, to acquire the height growth talent, since his goal was to reach at least 1.80 meters in this life. It was then that he realized a confusing detail, as he could switch swear he had seen that same boy wearing goalkeeper gloves earlier, but apparently, he was playing as the other forward. That was Seo Kyungjun, a name well known to domestic football fans for being a special player due to his stature, standing at 170 centimeters at just 12 years old. For a Korean to surpass 1.90 meters in adulthood was a rare genetic talent, which was why Ho Young was determined to copy it, even knowing the condition was difficult because it was a congenital trait. Focused on creating a solid attacking duo, he delivered another precise pass to Seo Kyungjun, who took advantage of the set piece to score another header. Later, in a private conversation, Cha Bun-kun showed he was deeply impressed by the boy's performance, having racked up 1 goal and 3 assists in his very first game. The coach even asked if he preferred giving assists to scoring goals, and Ho Young replied that he preferred shaking the net, but he had passed the ball to Seo Kyungjun because the opposing defense had dropped their guard by focusing solely on him. Pleased with the boy's reading of the game and his teamwork, Cha Bun-kun praised his attentiveness to the group and announced that he would start participating in competitions from that day on, adding that he would discuss the tournament details with his mother. Ho Young nodded while taking the opportunity to analyze the legend with his system. Cha Bun-kun's attributes were spectacular, including legendary rank thighs, experience-derived leadership at B rank, excellent insight on promising players at B rank, and excellent understanding of advanced techniques also at B rank. Other talents were still locked from view, but they could be acquired if he met the requirements of scoring 30 goals with mid-range shots from 30 meters or more in official matches, as well as reaching the semifinals of a FIFA-recognized official competition. Ho Young got so thrilled by the possibility that he ended up licking his lips like Sonic, making Cha Bun-kun look at him strangely and ask about that intense gaze, receiving an embarrassed, "It's nothing at all," as a reply. The boy's excitement was well-founded, since the letter L stood for the legendary rank he had never seen before. Cha Bun-kun's trademark was his 31-inch thighs, responsible for an explosive power and stamina worthy of a marathon runner, a speed that was on par with Cha Du-ri, owner of the best physical build in South Korean football history. Facing such an elite legend, the complex conditions made perfect sense. Breaking the silence, Cha Bun-kun wanted to know if Sao Paulo had contacted him again, mentioning that on a previous occasion Flamengo had taken a young Korean talent. Ho Young confirmed that he had also received an offer and that he intended to go abroad. The older man supported his choice, noting that while it would be a difficult path, it was ideal for someone who wanted to preserve themselves and develop into a great athlete. He added that experiencing football in different countries was the best way to polish one's talent. He also promised to stay in touch despite the distance, and made himself available to help if the boy ever ran into trouble. From that day on, Ho Young fully integrated into the team's training sessions, focusing on his adaptation and continuing to feed Seo Kyungjun with precise passes. Due to this successful partnership and his tactical vision, his dynamic on the pitch shifted, and he was eventually moved to the second striker position. Young Lee Sang-woon made sure to explain the details of the new role to Ho Young, breaking down how a second striker plays to support the main center forward and directly contribute to building goals. Anyone playing there needs to master both attacking and midfield duties, showing the ability to dribble, break through defenses, pass, and shoot. This required the boy to take initiative in plays, but without trying to carry the whole team on his back, always playing with confidence. Ho Young found the speech a bit contradictory, but chose not to overthink it and stayed focused. On the day before their tournament debut, he delivered yet another one of his pinpoint passes during training, and Seo Kyungjun buried it with a header. This made Lee Sang-woon marvel at how the duo's two-touch play was getting close to perfect. In the young coach's mind, with that level of chemistry, they were fully capable of aiming for a spot in the quarterfinals. After all, even if they faced European giants like the Netherlands or Portugal, the Korean boys weren't that far behind. He wrapped up the final session by congratulating the group for their hard work and sending everyone to the locker room. That marked the end of the final team practice, and Ho Young celebrated internally for having fulfilled the first condition to absorb Seo Kyungjun's skills. Now, only the second requirement remained, accumulating at least 250 minutes playing alongside him in official matches. Since each match in the youth category lasted 50 minutes, the protagonist calculated that he absolutely had to take the team to the quarterfinals to clock the necessary time. The next day, December 18th, the commentators and pundits were already opening the broadcast for the Youth World Championship, an event organized jointly by the Korea Football Association and the MBS Network, marking the first international youth tournament hosted in the country since the historic 2002 World Cup. As the team stepped onto the natural grass of the stadium, Ho Young felt the weight of the moment. Even with the stands empty, he experienced the genuine thrill of being a professional player. While shaking hands with the opponents, it hit him that facing Poland meant he could have crossed paths with Lewandowski had he arrived a few months earlier. He deeply regretted missing the chance to face the man who would become one of the greatest strikers in the world alongside Suarez and Harry Kane, leaving him visibly dejected and leaving the Polish players utterly confused by his sad expression. Putting his regrets aside to focus on a victory for Cha Bun-kun FC against the Poland national team, the referee blew the whistle to start the match. In the broadcast booth, the play-by-play announcer and the color commentator pointed out that Ho Young's presence would be the ultimate secret weapon the Europeans wouldn't see coming. The home team lined up in a 4-4-2 to press across the entire pitch, while Poland opted for a 4-2-3-1 to try and dominate through physical strength. This strategy worked initially, with the Polish midfielders controlling the action and piercing Cha Bun-kun's defense with ease. Striker Jaros Watt broke past the back line to receive a lofted pass, confident that a clean touch would be enough to beat the keeper one-on-one, but he was suddenly blindsided by a precise tackle from Ho Young. The Pole was left stunned, questioning what a forward was doing all the way back in defense. After stealing the ball, Ho Young unleashed an impeccable pass and dashed forward at full speed off the ball, completely scrambling the markers trying to track him, before receiving the return pass up the pitch with perfect control. The Polish defense tried to form a human wall, but the boy tapped into a monstrous burst of acceleration, leaving the defenders in his dust and even rounding the goalkeeper, before walking the ball right into the back of the net. At the 7-minute mark of the first half, Cha Bun-kun FC opened the scoring thanks to Ho Young. In reality, he had just wanted to score a beautiful goal, but his legs picked up so much speed that he lost his brakes and ended up tumbling into the net right along with the ball. While the broadcast showered praises on the boy's absurd potential, the Polish manager gesticulated wildly on the sideline, outraged and demanding to know who that kid was. To him, this went beyond just being good at football. It felt like someone bringing a grenade launcher to a fistfight. Later, as the match went on, one of Cha Bun-kun's midfielders found himself completely cornered by opponents, but spotted Ho Young open to receive the ball. Upon controlling it, the protagonist noticed 3 markers rushing his way. Realizing space was tight, he shouted for Se Kyung-jun to make a run into the box. His teammate caught on immediately, slipping into the defense's blind spot and accelerating as he anticipated a high cross for a firm header, just like they usually did. However, Ho Young spotted a direct opening to the goal. He checked his momentum to clear a shooting lane and unleashed a stunning blast the moment he stepped into the penalty area, ripping into the back of the net. The broadcast microphones captured the sheer brilliance of the play, praising how he unexpectedly opened up a shooting angle instead of making the pass. This left Ho Young beaming with joy, having perfectly executed a play that previously only existed in his imagination, feeling firsthand the euphoria reserved for the true icons of the sport. During the celebration, a system notification popped up, showing that his mid-range shot talent had evolved to C+ rank. This made the boy wonder if he could eventually develop that talent to the point of surpassing the original version of Chaduri through sheer effort alone, which would be massive progress. That thought fired up his desire to play even more. He found pure happiness in the simple act of running across the pitch, determined to push the pace while taking care to avoid any kind of knee injury. On the other side, the goal left the Polish team in absolute shock. The defenders began looking at that kid with genuine dread, terrified by his demonic presence on the field. The only one who wasn't thrilled was Seo Kyung-jun. He approached Ho Young, demanding to know why he hadn't received the pass. Ho Young kept it to himself that his assist quota had already been met, simply replying that the main focus was securing the win and promising that more chances would come later. And the opportunity did arrive at the 37-minute mark, when Ho Young shook the net once again to claim his hat-trick, sending the stadium crowd into absolute euphoria. As the match neared its end, one of Cha Bun-kun's midfielders noticed that the Polish marking had boxed Ho Young in with multiple men and tried a lofted through ball. Thanks to his excellent vision, the number 10 reached the ball, but it was a tough play with the rival center back already closing down the box. That was when he spotted So Kyung-jun completely unmarked and whipped in a pinpoint cross. The big guy rose in style and powered a firm header into the back of the net, sealing a fantastic assist and Cha Bun-kun's 4th goal. During the celebration, So Kyung-jun pointed to the stands, dedicating the goal to his mother. The gesture prompted Ho Young to look for his own mother in the stands, breaking into a wide smile as he saw her jumping for joy and celebrating the moment with pure happiness. Still on the pitch, Seo Kyung-jun walked over with a broad grin, praising the precision of the pass and thanking him for the setup. Ho Young brushed it off humbly, reminding him that football is a collective sport. After all, life can be lonely sometimes, but inside the 4 lines, it's always a team effort. Later on, the stadium corridors became the stage for an interview with the star of Cha Bun-kun FC's 4-0 thrashing of the Poland youth national team. Voted the undisputed man of the match after logging 3 goals and a perfect assist, Ho Young wowed reporters and viewers alike. On the live broadcast, he maturely declared that the positive result was only possible because of his teammates' crucial help. Nobody there suspected that this level-headedness came from the fact that he carried the mind of an adult man in a child's body, which, admittedly, was a pretty bizarre situation. To top it all off, he blew a kiss to the camera, saying he loved his dad and mom, and promised everyone watching that he would become the best football player in the world. The only issue was when he got home and watched the replay on TV, instantly dying of cringe and immense embarrassment over his own declaration. Despite his embarrassment, the internet went wild, and his fan base exploded. Many who had previously criticized him switched to supporting him unconditionally after his masterclass on the pitch. The next day, the challenge was against Hugh Gordon, a club from Sweden. After a fiercely contested and high-tension match, Cha Bun-kun managed to scrape a 3-2 victory. Next up was the traditional powerhouse Porto, in a grueling clash where Ho Young's multiple goals saved the day, resulting in a dramatic draw. Moving into to the quarterfinals, the team locked horns with Paraguay. They fell behind early on, but back-to-back goals from Hugh and Ho Young secured a spectacular comeback, punching the squad's ticket to the dream semi-final. Their opponent this time would be the Japan U13 national team, the feared runners-up of Group A. Whoever won this classic rivalry match would secure a spot in the grand final at the prestigious Sangam Stadium in Seoul. Ho Young stepped onto the pitch determined, knowing that losing to the Japanese was not an option. Dialed into the game, the number 10 pulled up his system to scan Japan's key player, a boy named Shinji, to see if his attributes were worth copying. The screen revealed that his rival possessed football prodigy, delicate ball touch, C+, and off-the-ball movement, C. To steal those qualities, the conditions were clear: win the match and disarm his direct opponent at least 5 times. Ho Young found that second target terrible. After all, he was a forward, not a defender. But since destiny wanted it that way, he decided to play as a free man on the pitch. He walked up to his opponent and said bluntly, "Your life is going to be hell today," leaving Shinji completely baffled, wondering if the Korean kid had lost his mind. Adopting a free role meant roaming the entire pitch without a fixed position, a play style that demanded an absurd tactical sense and perfect reading of the game to occupy the right spaces at the exact right moment. But he was willing to try, and he began tracking the Japanese number 10 wherever he went. At the 7-minute mark of the first half, the Japan team turned up the tempo and threaded an excellent vertical pass toward Kagawa, but Ho Young suddenly tracked back to provide cover. Shinji tried to accelerate, finding it bizarre to see a forward applying that kind of defensive pressure, and betting he could win on pure technique since he had better ball control. However, the protagonist stuck his foot out and made a clean tackle, instantly launching a counterattack. On the sideline, young Lee Sang-woon watched open-mouthed, unable to comprehend why the boy was playing so deep, while the substitutes on the bench shouted excitedly at the goal-scoring chance. That defensive efficiency was only possible thanks to a talent Ho Young had previously copied from Casemiro: B-rank ball interception. Shinji was left in shock, feeling deeply humiliated at being dispossessed like that by a frontman. Unfortunately for the Japanese player, the nightmare repeated itself over and over, with the Korean forward picking his pocket until he completed the quota required by the system. With his defensive goal checked off, Ho Young figured the mission to win just got a lot easier, and shifted his focus entirely back to the attack. He surged down the field like a literal bullet train, tearing through the opposing lines with sharp cuts, and leaving the Japanese defenders completely rooted to the spot, unable to halt his momentum. Nearing the box, he unleashed a powerful shot toward the goal. The rival keeper managed to parry the absolute rocket, but since the number 10 had already anticipated the rebound and noticed So Hyung-jun attacking the open space, the big man rose unchallenged to meet the loose ball, nodding it into the top corner to open the scoring. From that point on, the match turned into a one-sided affair. Japan was completely pinned back, powerless to do anything but defend until the final whistle, cementing a 3-0 scoreline for Chabunkun FC. On the broadcast, the commentators highlighted the flawless game played by the young prodigy, who, on top of his attacking brilliance, gave a masterclass in defensive tracking. This sparked widespread celebrations among the squad for capturing a spot in the grand final. Now, only one step remained to claim the title, and the squad kept a close eye on the other semi-final between Germany and Sao Paulo FC to find out who their opponent would be. To Ho Young's surprise, the Germans handed a resounding 4-0 thrashing to the Brazilian club, who had been considered by many as the absolute favorites to lift the trophy. Analyzing the game from inside the locker room, the protagonist felt a bitter taste of disappointment. He was deeply impressed by the Europeans' physical builds, noting that several of those boys already easily cleared 1.70 meters in height, looking much more like high schoolers than middle school kids. He knew that going toe-to-toe with that physical imposition would be a colossal challenge, which prompted him to check his own status window. At the moment, his arsenal consisted of football prodigy, mid-range shot C+, firm muscles, free kick curve shot, unique rank sprinter's acceleration, fast legs A rank, precise ball interception B rank, and the newly acquired delicate ball touch, inherited from Shinji's talent. Ho Young concluded that his ultimate weapon to balance the scales against the German giants would be to further refine his partnership and set-piece plays with Seo Hyung-jun. Beyond increasing their chances of lifting the trophy, that dynamic would help him unlock the highly coveted B-rank enhanced height growth. Ultimately, there was no choice but to bite the bullet and make do with the tools at his disposal. Before leaving the stadium premises, the boy was approached by a tearful Shinji, who extended his hand in a show of respect and promised he would win their next encounter. Displaying good sportsmanship, Ho Young shook his rival's hand and replied sincerely that he had played a great match too. In truth, Ho Young didn't have the slightest clue what the boy was actually saying, since he didn't understand a word of Japanese, but he chose to be polite and just smiled. The next day, the scene shifted to the Sangam Stadium in Seoul, where a massive crowd packed the stands to cheer specifically for Ho Young, the star striker of the Chabunkun team. It was bound to be a brutal match against Stuttgart, the powerful German club that had just dismantled Brazil's Sao Paulo. Right during the warm-up, Ho Young was stunned to notice that the opponents, despite being mere kids, looked like literal, unyielding brick walls. The real problem of that match went by a specific name, Holger Badstuber, keeper. Evaluated as the future of the German defense and a top-tier prospect, he carried enviable talents, including exceptional defensive positioning and great blocking skills. To copy that center-back's qualities, Ho Young would need to win the match, score a goal, and somehow provide 10 assists. Knowing he wasn't facing extraordinary superpowers, but rather just a giant kid, Ho Young still felt like a literal ant on the pitch. The physical disadvantage took its toll just 15 minutes into the game. When Stuttgart opened the scoring, Ho Young found it immensely difficult to keep up with the tempo, as the German defenders blocked every pocket of space and smothered any passing lanes, marking the star striker tightly. The situation deteriorated even further when Stuttgart scored a second and then a third goal, establishing a comfortable 3-0 cushion. On the broadcast, the play-by-play announcer highlighted that the average height difference between the teams was 20 centimeters per player, questioning whether it was possible to overcome such an abyss on skill alone. The color commentator tried to comfort the audience, saying that despite everything, this was a valuable learning experience for the Chabon-kun boys. It was precisely at that moment of despair that Ho Young burst forward with the ball and crashed straight into the wall that was Holger Badstauber. Incensed, the boy told the defender to get out of his way and collided heavily against him, sending both of them rolling across the grass. In a completely questionable and shocking refereeing decision, the official ended up showing Holger Badstauber a straight red card, leaving the German side down to 10 men after the collision. Taking advantage of the resulting free kick, Ho Young concentrated on cutting down the deficit. Applying the talent he had honed during his training sessions with Chabon-kun FC, he struck a perfect curved ball that grazed the goalkeeper's fingertips before shaking the net. During the celebration, he pulled off Cristiano Ronaldo's famous "see you" gesture, celebrating his very first goal scored that way in the tournament. Despite the effort, the final whistle sealed a 3-1 defeat for Chabon-kun FC, with Ho Young's goal serving as the team's lone consolation prize. That was the young boy's first loss since the start of the tournament, but he didn't let it get him down. Feeling radiant and hopeful, he understood that setbacks were part of the learning curve, and that they would win next time. The U13 Youth World Championship concluded with Germany lifting the trophy and Chabon-kun FC securing the runner-up spot. Individually, Ho Young shone brightly, finishing the tournament with 10 goals and 5 assists, securing the top scorer trophy, the Golden Boot, and a prize of 4 million won. The best part, however, came right after, when he was finally able to copy Sek Hengjun's enhanced height growth talent. Now armed with 11 talents in his arsenal, the boy had the absolute certainty that he would grow much taller in the future. On the way to the bus, Ho Young was swarmed and cheered by his own newly formed fan club. He reciprocated the affection, promising a title next time, viewing this entire journey as a stepping stone to becoming the best in the world. In the height of his excitement, he struck up a conversation with the bus driver, asking which country first came to mind when thinking about football, and smiled upon hearing the obvious response: Brazil. The answer felt like a prophecy because on January 6th, Ho Young landed at Guarulhos International Airport in São Paulo, accompanied by his parents. The welcoming committee consisted of Maria Chi, the eldest daughter of the host family he would be staying with during his exchange, and Lucas Kim, the local liaison officer for São Paulo FC. Lucas Kim made sure to praise the boys' televised performances as he welcomed them to the São Paulo capital. From there, they headed to the residence where they would be staying. Showing them around the house, Maria Choi explained that the physical fitness assessment would take place in 2 days, so the boy should use the remaining time to rest. In the second-floor hallway on the way to his room, they crossed paths with a little girl named Monika Stoki, who was also 10 years old and lived in the adjacent room. Ho Young was struck by his neighbor's height, mentally noting how much faster girls seemed to develop, before settling into his cozy new bedroom. 2 days later, the medical evaluations began to determine which youth academy category the young boy would be integrated into. Lucas Kim tried to reassure the family, explaining that it was just a routine physical exam and there was no reason to be nervous. While Ho Young got ready, the liaison officer chatted with the boy's parents about the family's height history, discovering that his father stood at 1.66 meters and his mother at 1.68 meters. Lucas Kim explained that the test would analyze the athlete's growth plates and that, while genetics played a role, the club boasted an excellent growth management system to aid physical development. The conversation was cut short by the ringing of a phone. After answering and speaking briefly in Portuguese, Lucas Kim cheered enthusiastically. Sensing the parents' confusion over the expression he used, he sheepishly explained that the news was excellent. Ho Young's projected potential height indicated he would reach around 1.80 meters. The parents celebrated the result as an absolute miracle, but only Ho Young knew the real reason behind that number. Knowing the result was the fruit of the talent he had stolen from Seo Kyungjun, the young player promised himself he would repay his teammate once he became a major superstar in world football. Next, Lucas Kim presented the detailed schedule for the future, explaining how the youth team worked, the academy's structure, and the specifics of Article 19 of the FIFA regulations on the status and transfer of players. Listening to everything intently, Ho Young summarized the situation for himself, concluding that in other words, he just needed to focus on football and forget about any other worries. The support official enthusiastically confirmed this, reinforcing that if any problem arose, they would deal with it at the right time. After all, the boy wouldn't stay there forever. Ho Young himself was fully aware that Brazil was merely a transitional phase in his career. His plan involved experiencing many clubs around the world, as putting down roots in a single place seemed far too boring for his ambitions. The next step would be the official player registration, scheduled for April. Until then, the plan was to learn the basics at the academy and go through individual evaluations. At the end of this training period, the club would calculate his GPA based on the results of an average test. This GPA would serve as an essential evaluation grade for signing the contract, with the minimum passing average being 6.5 out of 10. The clauses and terms of the financial agreement would vary directly according to this score, and if he fell below the target, he would be forced to continue studying the basic content for longer. Confident in his preparation, the young player believed he would easily pass the written tests. The big surprise came when Lucas Kim warned him about the need to study Portuguese hard, since exams in the local language were part of the individual evaluation. The news brought a slight wave of despair to the boy, who hadn't expected such a language barrier so early on. Shortly after, the painful moment arrived to say goodbye to his parents, who needed to return to Korea, leaving their son alone in the exchange program. Demonstrating maturity, Ho Young asked them not to worry, assuring them that he was already well grown. Proudly, his father joked that his son was a better talker than he was, asking one more time if he could really handle it. Faced with the boy's firm and positive response, his mother hugged him tightly, reminding him that if things got tough, he shouldn't endure it all alone, and could let them know at any time. From that day on, Ho Young began to manage his time extremely wisely, without wasting a single minute. The top priority was mastering Portuguese, as primary school classes would start the following month. He was lucky because, thanks to his mother's knowledge of Spanish, he could already understand the local language to a certain extent, taking advantage of the strong similarity between the two idioms. To speed up the conversation process, Maria_Choi organized private lessons, bringing the boy together with other foreign children, which helped in the rapid development of his speaking skills. The daily routine was exhausting. From morning until afternoon, training took place at the U9 category academy, focusing exclusively on building and mastering basic skills until the registration window opened in April. In the beginning, communication on the pitch was a challenge, but since the sport relies much more on gestures and movements than on words, he managed to get by well with his training partners. As soon as the sun went down, the youth immediately returned to the dormitory. Although he felt like extending his training and practicing a little more, he knew perfectly well that public safety in the Sao Paulo capital demanded caution, and that walking the streets late at night was not a safe option, a reality very different from the peaceful one he knew in Korea. Lying in his bed after a tiring day, the boy felt a sudden urge to have a cold beer, having returned to being 10 years old, while keeping all the memories of when he was already a 24-year-old man. And on top of that, living in Brazil without being able to relax with a drink felt like a true punishment. To make the routine lighter and ease his language learning, he decided he needed to make friends quickly. Trusting his own sociability and knowing the hospitable reputation of the Brazilian people, he resolved to act. As he left his room, Ho Young bumped into Monica Stokey entering her own quarters. The boy felt butterflies in his stomach as he initiated contact, fearing he would freeze in Portuguese. Lacking vocabulary, he went so far as to ask if she spoke Korean, forgetting for a moment that, back then, the K-pop craze and the success of groups like BTS did not yet exist in the world. To his surprise, Monica Stokey suggested they speak in English, a language in which he had some experience. Next, she took a chance asking about Russian and, finally, about Spanish, receiving an enthusiastic and fluent response from the boy, who proudly mentioned his mother's ancestry. During the chat, the girl explained her family's fascinating cultural mix. Her father was Brazilian, her mother was Russian-American, and her paternal grandmother, who was responsible for choosing her name, was Spanish. This impressive family tree allowed the young girl to navigate between Spanish, Portuguese, Russian, and English, managing to communicate well in all of them, even without perfect fluency. It was at this moment of interaction that Ho Young's eyes gleamed as he visualized his new friend's talent list. She was a gymnastics prodigy, displayed an innate sense for languages, excellent body balance, and a graceful flexibility. To successfully copy these linguistic skills, the conditions would be challenging. He would need to converse with her in a foreign language for 6,000 minutes, the equivalent of 100 hours, obtain an advanced international certification in the Brazilian language, and practice stretching workouts alongside her for 300 minutes. Faced with that unexpected opportunity to acquire a talent geared toward languages, he realized that, since they lived in the same house, reaching the goal would just be a matter of time. Displaying a cynical behavior, he brought up a conversation pretending to be unaware of the girl's routine and asked if she practiced any sport. Monica Stokey confirmed that she did rhythmic gymnastics, which perfectly justified her Russian heritage. Curious, the boy wanted to know if the sport had a strong market in the country. The young girl explained that her journey had started as a simple hobby in Rio de Janeiro, where she lived with her family, but after her teacher identified a rare talent, she ended up moving to São Paulo to improve, fueling the dream of studying in Spain if she stood out at the academy. Impressed by her new neighbor's resourcefulness, she praised his sociability, highlighting that he was very different from other foreigners she had met. The compliment officially sealed the beginning of the friendship between the two. The first month flew by amidst intense study sessions, heavy physical training, and and a constant focus on acquiring new talents. With the start of the school year, Ho Young was enrolled in the local primary school, located just a 10-minute bus ride from the residence. His ease in interacting with people helped him adapt well to his Brazilian classmates. Occasionally mean-spirited and distasteful jokes about his Asian background would surface, but the boy resolved most of these misunderstandings in the best way possible, playing football. In the country of football, the respect earned in a good pickup game with a bottle of Coca-Cola on the line proved to be a powerful tool, and the youth's extreme technical ability soon sparked the admiration and interest of the neighborhood boys. At night, the routine remained demanding, with private lessons taught by Monica Stokke, pushing the athlete almost to the limit of physical and mental exhaustion. That was becoming, without a doubt, the period of greatest effort and dedication in his entire life. But he remained firm and resilient, fueling his dreams and the desire to make his family proud. 2 months later, in April, Ho Young had already accumulated several talents in his bag. He had copied graceful flexibility and an innate sense for languages from Monica Stokke, managing to absorb these two skills from her, even in situations where communication was not perfect. Now, the focus was to give a boost to grow the other talents he already possessed. In the midst of this, Maria Choi suddenly appeared, showing concern about the result of Ho Young's Portuguese certification exam. He replied that he was just about to talk about that, and broke the great news that he had passed the basic certification. While the two celebrated, the boy thought that all that was left now was to secure a contract with the Sao Paulo youth team. On Thursday, April 3, 2003, Ho Young stood before Bianca, the manager of the Sao Paulo youth team. At the end of the interview, she praised him, saying he had worked hard all this time, and confirmed that he had passed. His GPA had come out to 9.13. The overall score ended up being a bit lower due to Portuguese, but it was still an extremely high number for a football player. In 24 matches played against other academies, he scored 26 goals and provided 6 assists, achieving a rating of 9.33 out of 10 points. The medical evaluation for lung capacity, muscle strength, and body balance also came back high, reaching 9.35. Since the contract details varied based on performance, and his surpassed 9 points, Ho Young received first place. The board was making an offer appropriate for his skills at that time, thanking him for following everything so well despite the challenge of the language barrier. Bianca highlighted that even Coach Carlo was very pleased with the boy. Ho Young thought that he had truly gotten what he wanted. According to the contract, he would receive a weekly salary of 400 reais, which was equivalent to approximately 250,000 won. It wasn't such a high amount compared to the 450,000 won that Cristiano Ronaldo received at age 12, but it still meant 1 million won per month. That was fantastic, and even surpassed the pay from the part-time work he had received in his past life at age 24, not to mention the additional bonuses for league participation and goals scored. Bianca explained that if he moved up to a higher class, his weekly salary would continue to increase. Initially, he would enter the U13 team, and as soon as his name was submitted to the roster, he would start playing weekly league matches, at which point the payments would also begin to be deposited. Ho Young remembered that the Sao Paulo U13 team was the very same team he had faced back when he was the top scorer for Chutdori. Early in the morning on April 4th, Ho Young was training with the ball on the street, and out of pure carelessness, almost let the ball roll onto the road, nearly getting hit by a car. Recovering his focus, he reflected that the U13 CES would be quite different from the academy, because now he was being paid to play and needed to perform well, not just for himself, but also for the team. Although he was nervous, he tried to keep his composure like a real man. At that moment, Monica Stokke called him, warning that Maria Che was already telling him to get ready to leave. Monica Stokke wished the boy good luck, helping to calm his heart. Once inside the car, Maria Choi asked if he had been keeping in touch with his parents, and if he had plans to visit them. Ho Young answered yes, and explained that, since his parents worked hard and might not be able to come to Brazil, he planned to travel back home carrying the championship trophy. Hearing this, Maria Choi assured him that she would be rooting hard for him. For that year, Ho Young had set 3 main goals: win the league, move up to the next level of the football academy, and acquire all the talents of Brazil's promising youngsters. Over these last 3 months, using his special ability, he had discovered that there was no one with a prodigy talent among the adults, as this type of ability only appeared when a person was still young. The prodigy talent worked by boosting growth until adulthood, so that, upon reaching maturity, everything would be in perfect harmony among body, mind, and spirit. Since his own talent was rated B+, it would be quite difficult to increase the rank, but he knew there must be many talented boys in the U13s to be scouted. When he finally arrived at the academy, Ho Young was met with an impressive facility that featured a well-equipped study area, a mini futsal pitch for small-sided games, an indoor football pitch, and a weight room for days with bad weather. Coach Emily showed him around the entire place and proudly highlighted that it was the largest football training center in Brazil. She was happy to see Ho Young's enthusiasm and let him know he could approach her at any time if he had a problem. Next, she guided him to the spot where all the youth players were warming up to start their physical exercises. Ho Young noticed that even though there were still 30 minutes left before training officially began, everyone was already warming up very carefully. Right away, a few boys approached Ho Young, asking if it was true that his GPA had been scoring 9.1. The South Korean modestly corrected them, saying he had actually achieved a 9.33 in the evaluation, leaving the kids impressed. At the same time, he noticed that the forwards in the group were cautious because they played in the same position and feared losing their spot to a newcomer. Ho Young was fully aware that everyone there played football, as if their very lives depended on it, turning the place into a literal battlefield. Suddenly, Casemiro and Douglas Costa arrived at the pitch and asked in surprise what he was doing there. Ho Young thought to himself that he had come to reclaim the talents he had let slip away last time, and that he would copy the skills of all those boys. Later, Casemiro and Douglas Costa talked with their other teammates to better understand the situation and discovered that Ho Young was now officially a member of the squad. From the reactions and comments of Douglas Costa and Casemiro, the other athletes realized that the newcomer played very well and was surprisingly good at scoring goals. Casemiro analyzed that the team was currently in 7th place in the weekly league, and although Sao Paulo had already won the youth league 7 times, their current form was not good, mainly due to the lack of an efficient forward. That was why Coach Carlo decided to bring in Ho Young, operating almost like a League of Legends team that resorts to signing import players from South Korea to solve their problems. Both Casemiro and Douglas Costa were impressed by how much the boy had evolved in such a short time. Shortly after, the coaching staff explained to the players that the training regimen had been reorganized due to the arrival of the new members. Ho Young wondered if the main focus of the work would be on tactical training or teamwork. When the activities began, he participated in basic training involving running with the ball and some simple passing drills. It was then that he noticed something different about the local dynamic. Coach Carlo and the coaching staff followed the Brazilian educational philosophy, which was structured but not dictatorial. This meant he could not neglect any part of the training, since there were several programs running at the same time. Everything seemed surprisingly interesting, although it depended heavily on each athlete's self-discipline. Toward the end of the session, Ho Young tried to make a cross, but the ball ended up being intercepted. He began to find it a bit difficult to keep up with the pace of tactical training in Brazil. Although he mastered basic passing drills, moving the ball in specific game situations was still complicated. Noticing the flaw, the other boys on the team already began to mock him, commenting among themselves that the Korean newcomer didn't seem to be as good as people said. One of the coaches approached Ho Young to guide him, explaining that making a pass wasn't just about kicking the ball, but rather maintaining body balance and perfecting one's posture. The coach detailed that if the athlete became anxious or if the playing space was tight, their balance would inevitably falter, making the passes unstable, so keeping the correct center of gravity was crucial for precision. Curious, the boy asked how one could capture the exact timing of a play, but the coach replied that even if he explained it in words, he wouldn't understand it now, as that was something practical, a matter of feeling it with his own body through body awareness. Ho Young knew very well that in football, the answer was always the same. Practice was the only way. Meanwhile, behind the scenes, Coach Carlo spoke with the coaching staff and argued that the South Korean had a lot of talent, even though his foundation was still very weak. One of the assistants intervened, pointing out that Ho Young's biggest problem was his physical endurance, which was not at the U13 level, suggesting that they should perhaps consider sending him down to the U11 category. Carlo, however, wanted to help the boy grow and hit back, saying that as difficult as it might be for him, the boy's development was their responsibility. The commander reminded everyone that the youth had only been playing football for 6 months, and, considering his absurd potential, the staff should give him a little more time to develop, feeling absolutely certain that they would reap excellent rewards down the road. On the other hand, Ho Young also felt a bit worried about his own performance, aware that the Brazilian U13 scene was packed with exceptional players. To make up for it, he focused on copying Douglas Costa's talents. To successfully clone a new skill from his teammate, he needed to meet 2 conditions: train with 120 or more players, and receive assists from Douglas Costa in scrimmage matches, until scoring a total of 20 goals. Since the Korean had already copied his quick legs and even upgraded the trait to an A+ rank, in addition to already possessing the B+ football prodigy talent, the only remaining one in his teammate was the balance master. Given this, the boy wondered what would happen if he tried to copy a talent he already had, and resolved to test the system, taking advantage of the fact that the team held scrimmage matches 3 times a week. Before the next training session began, Douglas Costa went to talk to him and warned him that that sector of the pitch was his spot, explaining that he would play deeper, as a shadow or secondary striker. Ho Young disagreed right away, and guaranteed that he himself would score the goals. Teasing his teammate, Douglas Costa commented that the Korean was slow and should focus only on providing assists. In exchange, since he himself had good ball control, he promised to trouble the opposing defenders a lot. Unwilling to accept this, Ho Young questioned the argument that he was slow, but Douglas Costa fired back, asking if he didn't remember the past, a time when the Brazilian Brazilian was much faster. The South Korean forward challenged his friend to a foot race right then and there. Douglas Costa scoffed, quoting a piece of advice from his mother about people needing to know their own limits, to which Ho Young replied that he was ready to show what his was. Later, the two positioned themselves on the running track of the Sao Paulo training center. After the countdown of 3, 2, 1, they bolted down the track, and Douglas Costa managed to win the race. However, the victory was by a very narrow margin, and Ho Young almost overtook him at the finish line. Even though he won, the Brazilian didn't even celebrate. As he was startled to notice that his teammate was visibly faster, he realized that if the Korean were a bit taller and stronger, he would have won the test. A bit upset by his rival's evolution, Douglas Costa relented and said it was fine, accepting that Ho Young would finish the goals this time. The boy just smiled and asked him to focus on providing the assists. The partnership worked perfectly, and in the following training match, Ho Young proved to be a ruthless finisher, scoring every goal from precise passes by Douglas Costa. 3 weeks later, with the targets met, the system unlocked the copying of a new talent between the balance master and the football prodigy, whose grades fluctuated between genius and mediocre. He chose to copy the B+ football prodigy again, and to his surprise, the process worked as a reinforcement, raising his skill rank from B+ to B+2. The system indicated that it would take 7 days to fully acquire the talent, and that, during this period, he could not clone anyone else. With the reinforcement successful, now everything depended on practicing intensely, and the boy committed himself to giving his best. As time passed and the sequence of training matches continued, the other players began to notice that Ho Young had improved drastically, looking like a completely different athlete on the pitch. The boy mentally calculated that if a normal person took a month to learn a core skill, his new B+2 football prodigy talent helped him understand everything in half the time. When he first gained this ability, he hadn't felt much of a difference, but now the evolution was clear, as he understood that success did not depend on gift alone, but rather on the exact sum of talent and effort. Later, during another training session, one of the coaches explained to the group that dribbling wasn't just about moving your feet, but rather moving your entire body along with the ball to maintain your center of gravity and not lose physical battles, even under heavy pressure. Ho Young assimilated the concept perfectly, and in no time, was already executing dribbles with the posture of a professional player. Excited by his own progress, he approached Casemiro during shooting practice, and challenged him to a round of King of the Ball, a street game where whoever managed to retain possession the longest within a set time limit became the king of the pitch. Surprised by the sudden invitation, Casemiro asked for the reason behind it, and Ho Young praised his teammate, saying that since he was the best defender on the team, he would be the ideal partner for a tough workout. Flattered, Casemiro accepted the challenge immediately. What the Brazilian didn't know was that the forward only wanted the matchup to copy his ball-blocking talent, the conditions of which required practicing dribbles together for over 120 minutes and successfully dribbling for 5 consecutive minutes without losing the ball to the defender. They began the contest, but the South Korean ended up losing control of the ball after just 2 minutes and 59 seconds. After all, it was no coincidence that Casemiro was the top prospect in the U13 league, showcasing experience and a much more mature prodigy talent, making it impossible for him to fall behind in the fundamentals. To close this technical gap, Ho Young realized he needed to make up for lost ground, and literally went to do sprint training right after the session. He spent the following days dedicating himself more than any other athlete at the training center to make up for lost time. About a month later, after a lot of sweat and persistence, he finally achieved his goal of holding onto the ball for a full 5 minutes against Casemiro, successfully copying the C-rank ball-blocking talent. Every time he acquired a new skill this way, the youngster tasted the rewarding flavor of a job well done, as if he were climbing the stairs toward professionalism step by step. He realized that this applied perfectly to real life and concrete goals. To start any major project, the secret was to set small goals and progress gradually, because the feeling of completing a small task generates the necessary motivation to face the next challenge. Observing the boy's performance in training, Coach Carlo noticed that he was already playing on equal terms with the strongest athletes in the league. Another member of the coaching staff agreed, impressed by the boy's growth trajectory, and pointed out that, at his current level, he was undoubtedly one of the best in the youth competition. Knowing that practice was practice and games were games, Carlo placed a lot of hope in the kid's soccer skills, and, seeing how much he had been standing out, decided it was time to starter him in the next official fixture against Paulistano. The other coach questioned the choice, reminding him that it was an extremely important match, but the commander replied that this was exactly why he was going to put him on the field. On August 1st, the date of the 23rd round of the weekly youth league, Carlo gathered the squad and officially informed them that their opponent this time would be Paulistano, currently third in the standings. The coach warned that this was the crucial match for Sao Paulo to move up in the tournament, and highlighted that the opposition's key player was their star and defensive wall, Fabio, an impeccable athlete in tackling and excellent in distributing the game. Sao Paulo's strategy for the match was drawn up. Ho Young would apply heavy pressure on the front line, opening spaces in the opponent's defense through set pieces he had exhaustively practiced with Douglas Costa. Finally, the long-awaited moment arrived, and the boy stepped onto the stadium grass for his official debut match. He had waited a long time for that instant, aware that the first match to be registered in his professional career started right there. He had truly become a soccer player, and although he wasn't at the adult professional level yet, he was already living a real part of his big dream. During the pre-match handshakes before the opening whistle, one of the athletes he greeted was Fabio, Polistano's big star. Using his observation skill, Ho-young mapped out that the defender possessed the talents of quick legs, soccer prodigy, precise tackling, and a razor-sharp ball distribution. To clone one of these qualities, the system imposed a goal: win the match and score at least 2 goals. The South Korean assessed that the conditions didn't seem that absurd, perhaps because he had recently trained with prospects of the caliber of Douglas Costa and Casemiro. His standards had risen, and he was convinced that playing alongside these guys would have an overwhelming impact on that youth league. Though he still lacked physical size and match experience, he made up for everything with relentless determination and an arsenal of stolen talents. The referee kicked off the clash between Polistano and Sao Paulo Futebol Clube. At the touchline, Coach Carlo watched the start of the match, and seeing Ho-young burst away in a sprint, could barely believe it was the same boy from before, as there was no longer any trace of that disorganized and reckless running he had seen last year. Both the boy's dribbling and the precision of his paces exceeded any expectations of the coaching staff, showing that even his defensive attributes had evolved drastically. The Korean seemed to dominate the pitch all by himself, moving around so much that he resembled an organizing midfielder rather than a fixed forward. Not even Fabio, who held the reputation of being the iron wall of Polistano's defense, could keep up with Ho-young's intensity, proving just how much the boy's technical level had skyrocketed. At the 15th minute of the first half, with his body fully warmed up, Ho-young exchanged a knowing look with Douglas Costa, and the two triggered the rehearsed play. Douglas Costa darted forward at speed to receive a projected pass into open space, catching Fabio completely off guard. Polistano's backline tried to close in to block Ho-young's run, but the forward made an explosive off-the-ball run, received the perfect return pass from Douglas Costa face-to-face with the opposing goalkeeper, and, using the inside of his boot with extreme class, slotted it into the back of the net, scoring a brilliant goal. It had been exactly 7 months since he landed in Brazil, and that represented his first official goal since his arrival. He had put an absurd amount of effort into that shot and that moment, proving that hard work never disappointed. He felt so happy and fulfilled that he preferred to savor the moment internally, choosing not to celebrate flashily for the fans. Near the end of the first half, Carlo continued to analyze his new pupil's performance, and noticed that his movement was becoming increasingly stable. The weight of his passes was ideal, and the tempo control he exercised while retaining possession proved consistent, which reduced physical fatigue and made the team's pressing much more efficient. In another dangerous play, Ho-young managed to break free from Fabio's marking once again and picked out Douglas Costa. The opposing defender thought in despair that as soon as the Korean freed himself from his marker, their entire defensive structure destabilized, forcing him to try and catch him at all costs. However, Polistano was caught off guard by a quick 1-2. Douglas Costa chose not to play it straight back to the forward, but instead passed to Casemiro, who quickly set up Ho-young. The number 9 controlled the ball with impressive delicacy, a result of the refined touch trait he had copied earlier, and unleashed a shot on target, but the goalkeeper pulled off a great save and tipped it out. In the stands and on the bench, the general consensus was that such a beautiful play had gone to waste. Ho-young acknowledged the keeper's merit in making the save, but admitted to himself that his finishing had lacked a bit of precision. Still, he remained confident for having created an opportunity of that magnitude, knowing that thanks to the control, passing, and dribbling skills embedded in his body through training, he was now capable of creating such chances at any moment, and playing a much more secure brand of soccer. He couldn't even predict what kind of player he would become in the future, though he maintained the ambitious goal of becoming the best in the world, and the certainty that he would reach the sport's highest echelon only grew, as he truly had a blast playing the game. The first half ended with a 1-0 advantage for Sao Paulo, leaving Polistano's manager completely infuriated in the locker room. The commander screamed at the team, asking if Fabio was unfocused, and if it was really that hard to neutralize that short forward. The defender tried to justify himself by explaining that his rival changed positions all the time, but the coach fired back cruelly, questioning how many times he had already ordered them to narrow the defensive zone and execute daily zonal coverage whenever the opponent rotated their players. The manager then conceded that the blame wasn't solely on Fabio, and that everyone needed to adapt their plays immediately according to what they had practiced in training, knowing they had fought hard to bring the club to 3rd place in the standings, and could not afford a Sao Paulo victory, risking their position in the tournament. On the other hand, in the tricolor locker room, Carlo talked calmly with his athletes, explaining that despite leading, the plan wouldn't be to sit back and focus purely on defending. The order was to cherish possession, wait for Polistano's defensive system to tire out, and deliver a lethal counterattack. The coach knew perfectly well that Ho-young had saved his energy in the first half, and that the second half would be the ideal moment for the boy to unleash his full potential and apply everything he had trained, leaving the young South Korean vibrating with excitement at the opportunity. As soon as the ball started rolling again, Carlo noticed immediately that Polistano had altered their tactical stance to a very rigid zonal defense in an attempt to halt the positional rotations of the Sao Paulo attack, but that that change was already expected by both the commander and Ho Young. This new tactic from Palestano consisted of having each defender guard a specific area, reducing the disorganization seen in the first half. But Ho Young found the antidote by starting to move silently behind the markers' backs, completely unnoticed. In an articulated play, Casemiro found a wide lane in midfield and found Ho Young, who flicked it first time to Douglas Costa and burst forward to receive the return pass. Even though he had to squeeze through a narrow gap in Palestano's double team, the Korean tapped into his entire background of specific passing drills and, showing supreme class, slipped a perfect assist back to Douglas Costa, who rippled the back of the net and extended the lead. After a highly contested period of play in the final minutes, the referee blew the final whistle with a score of 2-0 in favor of Sao Paulo Futebol Clube. Besides celebrating the crucial victory, Ho Young saw the system unlock the planned reward and chose to copy the C-rank precise passing talent belonging to Fabio. With yet another achievement, the boy began to better understand how to manage his arsenal of skills, realizing that as his understanding of the game evolved and his physical attributes improved, he could extract even more efficiency from his cloned talents. He knew, however, that the road was long and that he would need to work with even greater dedication. In the locker room, Carlo congratulated the entire group on the result, and in a playful gesture typical of soccer culture, gave Ho Young a friendly noogie on the head, praising the kid's excellent performance. Upon returning home after the exhausting day, Ho Young made a stop at a local bakery and bought some pastries and snacks to bring to Maria Chai and the rest of the household, intending for them to celebrate together. Surprised by the kindness, Maria Chai questioned the sudden gesture, but soon flashed a smile, guessing that he had emerged victorious from the match. She congratulated the boy, saying she always knew what he was capable of, but pointed out there was no need to spend money on so many treats. The boy replied with gratitude, explaining that the snacks were a way to give back for all the voluntary help she had been giving him with his Portuguese studies. While savoring the family moment, Ho Young mentally tallied his earnings for the day, proud to have pocketed an extra 60 rias as a match appearance bonus, and another 40 rias as a prize for the goal scored. To celebrate, he bought something very special, but ended up heading up the stairs, telling Maria Choi she could eat first, since he had something to take care of real quick. In his room, he called his parents, who were waking up very early on the other side of the world, taking care of his little brother Ho Young. Upon receiving the news that his son had won today's game, the father celebrated so wildly that he accidentally threw his phone onto the floor. Sharing good news with family is the best feeling there is, and seeing their happiness gave Ho Young even more strength to continue on his path. Following that, Sao Paulo went on an excellent winning streak and secured second place in the league. Since his debut, Ho Young led the team toward the top, racking up an impressive total of 8 games, 13 goals and 3 assists. He became a crucial member of the squad, playing like a true machine and driving the team straight into the playoffs. Waiting for the decisive matches, he knew he was just 2 steps away from lifting the trophy. Later, at the homestay, he watched some professional soccer matches alongside Monica Stokey, closely observing his great idol, Christian, whom he dreamed of meeting at least once in his life. As soon as the broadcast ended, he stood up, motivated to go train. Lately, the boy had been closely observed by Emily, the head coach of Sao Paulo's youth team. She praised him for his good work, but asked if he wasn't pushing himself too hard, reminding him that he could rest until the playoffs, since rest is fundamental for any player. Ho Young replied that he was full of energy and that he couldn't waste the chance to use the training grounds like that. Even before his regression, he used to play soccer on his days off from his part-time jobs, simply because he loved the sport as a hobby, so it didn't tire him out. Impressed, Emily commented that he was truly unusual, the only one who did that. Before returning to training, Ho Young took the opportunity to gift the coach some roasted chestnuts he had bought at the bakery for his own lunch, sharing a bit with her. Eating the chestnuts while walking down the corridors of the main building, Emily ended up crossing paths with the director, who was on his way to his office. Noticing the snack, he wanted to know what it was, and she explained that she had gotten it from an unusual boy on the youth team, Ho Young, who kept training even during his time off. The director searched his memory, realized he had heard that name somewhere before, and decided he would take a close look at the boy during the tournament. On the pitch, Ho Young reflected on how his solid foundation had made his skills improve rapidly in just 2 months since his debut. He had also discovered promising talents in the last 8 games, which aided his own evolution. As his 14th talent, he managed to copy the razor-sharp pass and skillful tricks. Gay, both his tricks and the rhythmic flexibility typical of Brazilians rose to C2, transforming his playing style. In this process, he understood an important detail about his system. Accumulating C+ levels did not guarantee an automatic promotion in rank. To go from C2 to C3, the difficulty rose exponentially, and a single C+ wasn't enough. It was necessary to copy another C2 level to unlock the evolution. Decided to focus on what was urgent, he grabbed the ball and concentrated on the goal of scoring more than 30 mid-range goals to be able to copy Cha Bum-kun's talent. Focusing heavily on free kicks and long-range shots, he trained exhaustively for 2 consecutive hours until, finally, his heavy mid-range shot rose to rank C+. If he took good advantage of the preseason after October, he would be able to raise his talents to even higher levels. But until then, the total focus would be on the playoffs. On September 27th, the semi-final between the 3rd and 4th place teams ended with a narrow 1-0 victory for Paulistano. This raised a red flag for São Paulo, since the grand final would be against them. When the decisive match began and the ball reached Ho Young, Paulistano set up a true defensive wall to neutralize him. Coach Carlo quickly noticed the opponent's strategy, as they crowded the midfield with 5 players to apply pressure and dropped the defensive line back if the barrier was breached, all out of fear of the boys dribbling. However, Ho Young already had a plan, and triggered a rehearsed play with Douglas Costa. Receiving a short pass, he used his unique stride to get past Fabio. The defenders tried to react, but their bodies simply couldn't keep up with the boys' pace. Ho Young cleared the play, executed a beautiful nutmeg on Fabio, and, with a low and precise shot, rippled the back of the net. The match remained tense but ended 1-0 thanks to this spectacular goal. São Paulo secured their spot in the final, leaving Carlo quite relieved, though he knew they couldn't afford to slip up. The final step toward the title would be against Corinthians, an extremely strong team that featured a genius player who was hard to stop. The next day, Coach Carlo gathered the São Paulo team with a clear objective: train hard to stop Alexandre Pato, Corinthians' star player. Ho Young knew that name very well. After all, anyone who didn't know who that boy was didn't know the future of Brazilian football. There was even a famous phrase at the time saying that Argentina had Messi, but Brazil had Alexandre Pato, who would lead AC Milan in the future. Since his rival was only 3 years older than him, he could face the challenge, especially because soccer is a team game and nobody wins anything fighting alone. During the team talk, Carlo explained that the opposing forward already had 18 goals in 14 matches, making him the main candidate for the tournament's golden boot. However, since he had joined the team recently, Corinthians' chemistry was not yet perfect. The coach motivated the group by saying that if São Paulo played well and proved to be the better team overall, they would win, as long as they focused on exploiting the rivals' weaknesses and stepped onto the pitch with confidence. Right after, he sent everyone to warm up for a positioning drill that would start in 10 minutes. Behind the scenes, Carlo discussed options with another member of the coaching staff, aware that the opponent would use a 4-3-2-1 formation, but unsure of how to neutralize their star. The assistant suggested locking down Corinthians' second line from the outside and using a 4-1-4-1 scheme, but the problem was the lack of pieces for it. The defense would hold the line, but the attack would suffer because the rival would press Ho Young with all their might. Carlo, however, already had an ace up his sleeve. On the day of the grand final, the manager showed no fear and motivated the squad. After the team's greeting, he called Ho Young aside for a private chat, reminding him that the pitch was his stage to showcase everything he had trained for. During the pre-match handshakes between the teams, the young prodigy took the opportunity to analyze the opponent's talents. Alexandre Pato was an absolute monster. He possessed A-rank football genius ability, A+ fast legs, B-rank precise and delicate ball control, B individual skills, and a C3 goal-scoring capacity. To copy one of these impressive talents and become a genius himself, the system's conditions were harsh: win the Campeonato Paulista final, be named the regional Ballon d'Or, and score 2 goals in the match. When the match kicked off, Corinthians was caught completely off guard by São Paulo's lineup. To contain their rivals' momentum, Carlo had prepared a secret strategy, dropping Ho Young back from his forward position into the midfield. Days earlier, the manager had spoken with the boy during a closed training session to propose the change, earning the youngster's full trust. In that special training session, which also featured Douglas Costa and Casemiro, the coach instructed Ho Young to receive the ball from Casemiro and quickly link up with Douglas Costa. When asked by the boy what to do if the distance between them was too great, Ho Young suggested utilizing the wide midfielder or playing as a pivot to drop deep and receive the ball. Carlo praised the options, and from then on, the sole focus became an exhaustive passing distribution drill based on repetitive patterns, so the passes would flow naturally. From focusing so much on this role and temporarily setting aside basic fundamentals, Ho Young's precise ball distribution talent evolved to C+ rank. Over the remaining 3 days before the final, the intense rhythm continued, with the coach demanding that the movements be hardwired into their minds and bodies for any match situation. Despite the exhaustion of the repetition, no one complained, as everyone was determined to finish the season in spectacular fashion. Back in the present, sitting on the substitutes bench, Carlo knew that the key to the game lay with Ho Young, the man responsible for linking the defense and the attack. Everyone knew Alexandre Pato's breathtaking speed and knew that stopping him conventionally was next to impossible, so the outcome depended entirely on the boy's tactical performance. On the other side, Corinthians youth coach Fabio Carrea was puzzled. He had planned his entire strategy imagining Ho Young leading the attack, and that positional switch completely ruined his plans, as it adapted perfectly to the São Paulo kid's versatility. Lacking the initiative in the match for the moment, Fabio Carrea accepted that he would have to weather the pressure and change his team's posture only in the second half. The ball rolled in the grand final. Corinthians started on the front foot, but the players soon felt the lack of space to play short passes along the ground and decided to risk a lofted ball over the top. The ball bypassed the tricolor defense and found Alexandre Pato, who showed showed all his class by flicking it forward, chasing it down himself. Casemiro tried to track back and mark him, but the striker's speed was absurd, and there was no containing him. One-on-one with the goalkeeper, the Corinthian star showed ice-cold composure, spotted a gap, and scored with a nutmeg. Just 5 minutes into the game, Corinthians opened the scoring. It was a heavy blow for Sao Paulo, who had trained so hard precisely to avoid that scenario. Seeing the ease of his rival's dribble and sprint, Ho Young felt the weight of the moment, but he took a deep breath and composed himself, knowing they just needed to get the goal back and couldn't afford any more mistakes. The game remained cagey, and by the 30-minute mark of the first half, the score was still 1-0. Sao Paulo couldn't find any openings, and the defense was suffering immensely, proving that if Ho Young were playing isolated up front, the match would turn into a disadvantageous war of attrition against a much sharper and more solid Alexandre Pato. To level the playing field, Ho Young had to push himself to the limit, tracking back and finding the exact moment to distribute the play, demanding total focus from Casemiro in marking. The referee blew the whistle for the end of the first half, and Corinthians went into the break with the lead. In the locker room, the Sao Paulo players were completely exhausted. Thanks to Ho Young's efforts, the team had managed to regain some rhythm late in the first half, but the atmosphere was still filled with pure anxiety, as everyone was certain manager Carlo would give them a massive scolding. However, when they entered the strategy room, the commander surprised them by saying they had played very well. The boys looked at each other, completely confused. After all, they felt they had performed poorly and were down on the scoreboard. Carlo continued his explanation, acknowledging the goal they conceded, but highlighted that Sao Paulo was ahead in possession and midfield pass completion rate, proving that the exhaustive distribution training was working. Casemiro lamented that despite so much dedication, they hadn't been able to stop Alexandre Pato, but the manager calmed the group down, reminding them that Corinthians had also trained with everything they had to be champions. For Carlo, anyone could train hard, but only those who executed what they practiced on the pitch emerged victorious. Thus, the secret was not to dwell on the conceded goal, but to enjoy the moment, loosen up, and give it their all in the final half. Noticing a smile on Ho Young's face, the coach jokingly asked if he had told a joke, and the youth replied no, he was just ready to enjoy the match and show the results of all his sweat. As soon as the second half began, Corinthians returned, pressing with everything they had, and Ho Young immediately offered a helping hand to Casemiro, promising to back him up to the fullest, which renewed his teammates' morale. Moments later, the opponent tried to repeat the same rehearsed play with a long, stretched pass to Alexandre Pato, but Ho Young read the play perfectly and intercepted the ball, well aware that the same tactic wouldn't work twice. Instead of passing, the tricolor number 10 burst forward like a locomotive, driving past everyone and infecting the squad with the confidence the manager had instilled in the locker room. The drastic change in the boys' demeanor caught the attention of Alexandre Pato, who was impressed to see his rival intercept the pass, dribble past markers, and dictate the tempo of the game. Annoyed, the Corinthian star called his teammate Titi over for a quick 1-2 and ordered Corinthians to shift their formation from 1 forward to 2. As he passed by the Sao Paulo midfielder, Alexandre Pato dropped a provocative "get out of the way, kid," leaving the boy irritated. On the bench, Carlo noticed the rival's tactical shift and adjusted his team on the fly. In order not to give up possession, they would ease the pressure in midfield, conserving energy and waiting for a lethal opening on the counterattack to find the equalizer. The strategy nearly crumbled when Alexandre Pato turned the defense inside out with another beautiful nutmeg, escaping even a desperate sliding tackle from Casemiro. One-on-one with the tricolor goalkeeper, a Corinthians goal seemed certain, but with an absurd burst of effort, Ho Young appeared out of nowhere and blocked the shot with a precise sliding tackle on the ball. Feeling his rival's shadow, the Corinthian striker realized the kid was glued to him, while Ho Young was already getting back to his feet, shouting for the team to push forward with everything on the counterattack. Douglas Costa and Casemiro sprinted to the vanguard, and the Corinthians team was left in shock to see Sao Paulo suffocating their defense in full force. Cutting through opponents with his usual ease, Ho Young noticed the center of the box was congested. Playing a short pass to Douglas Costa was risky, as there were 2 defenders tight on him. That was when the young tricolor player decided to pay them back in kind. He executed a spectacular nutmeg on his marker, flicked the ball forward, and even before stepping into the penalty area, adjusted his body. With his muscle memory sharpened by his 2 hours of daily training, he took exactly the 6 steps he had practiced, and unleashed a mid-range rocket. The ball flew past the helpless goalkeeper, and rippled the back of the net, sealing a spectacular equalizer for Sao Paulo. From that moment on, the clash turned into an absolute war. As the clock ticked down toward the end of the second half, desperation took over Alexandre Pato, who burst away at high speed on a highly dangerous counterattack that could decide the title. Faced with his rival's golden opportunity, Casemiro didn't think twice and lunged into a violent sliding tackle, stopping the play and receiving a straight red card. The Alvinegro striker realized that the Sao Paulo players were willing to make any sacrifice, including an expulsion, to contain him, and the atmosphere heated up for good. In the final minutes, Corinthians began to hunt Ho Young across the pitch with relentless marking. Then, at the 33rd minute of the second half, Sao Paulo put together another quick combination at the edge of the box between Douglas Costa and Ho Young. The young star risked another heavy shot from distance, but the ball rattled the crossbar with a thunderous crash. On the bench, Carlo screamed desperately, warning that the play wasn't over, and his persistence paid off. Douglas Costa pounced on the rebound and tapped it into the back of the net, sealing the 2-1 comeback. Shortly after, the referee blew the final whistle, securing a dramatic title for São Paulo. Lifting the trophy, Ho-young could hardly believe that an Asian boy studying abroad had achieved such a feat in the land of football, feeling that all the suffering and obstacles overcome had been worth it to kick off his great journey. Days later, the directors of the São Paulo Youth Football Federation met to determine the awards for the Under-13 League. Some board members argued that giving the Ballon d'Or to the Asian boy would be an excellent motivation for his growth, and everyone agreed that his year had been fantastic. During the debates, one of the committee members pointed out that while the tricolor prodigy was shining in the first division, another kid born in 1992 had been taking the second division by storm with an impressive 40 goals. When asked if he was talking about Neymar, he confirmed that the boy had just been taken to Santos, leaving everyone eager for the following year's championship. At the official awards ceremony, Alexander Pato took home the top scorer trophy, but the tournament's best player award went to Ho-young, who received the Ballon d'Or and a cash bonus of around 3 million won. The boy's greatest reward, however, came from his system, which finally allowed him to copy his rival's talents. To his surprise, the A-rank football genius trait obtained from Alexander Pato ended up absorbing his old football prodigy talent, merging the skills and evolving directly into the coveted A-rank. Even knowing he would need 30 days of rest before being able to absorb a new trait, he celebrated the leap in level, fully aware that he was getting closer and closer to his professional football debut. The world record for the youngest player belonged to the Argentine Ro, who had debuted in 2016, but Ho-young set his mind on reaching professionalism even earlier, which meant his preseason would have to be even tougher than the regular championship. Taking advantage of the vacation and the free airline ticket given by the club as a reward for the title, Ho-young landed in South Korea on Saturday, November 8, 2003, to visit his family. The reunion with his parents and his younger brother was deeply emotional. Seeing the little one already taking his first steps, the player picked him up in his arms, full of longing, and promised to spend every second with him, joking that by the time the youngest entered elementary school, his big brother would already be shining in a major global team for him to brag about to his friends. Moved by her son's maturity, his mother embraced him, saying how proud she was of all his effort, crowning that homecoming with immense happiness and unity. Of course, at home alongside his family, Ho-young had the best day ever. He took the opportunity to eat a full plate of that homemade food made by his mother that he missed so much, relaxed in the comfort of his home, played with his brother, and, to top it all off, received an interview request as soon as he stepped into the airport. In the grand scheme of things, his current phase was excellent, so much so that the number of members in his fan club, which previously stood at only 1,000 people, skyrocketed to 20,000, making the boy realize that there was a strong crowd supporting him. The most curious thing of all was that the person who currently moved and engaged his community the most was a guy who in the past used to be a massive hater. Everything was running smoothly until his parents suddenly arrived, asking what was so heavy inside the backpack he was carrying. With a mischievous smile, Ho-young revealed that it was full of drugs, but quickly undid the joke by showing that inside were his trophy, the prize, the travel permission, the performance bonus, and the incentive bonus, totaling a jackpot of 5 million won. That was his great homecoming gift, and his parents thanked him immensely, looking so radiant and euphoric that they could barely sleep that night, proving to be much happier with their son's gesture of affection and kindness than with the money itself. The next morning, he was woken up very early by his mother, who entered the room asking if he had already gone to speak with Coach Cha Bun-kun. The young man jumped out of bed upon realizing that he had completely forgotten about this commitment, remembering that right after telling his family everything about the championship victory, he had also called Cha Bun-kun, and the coach had said they needed to talk about something very important as soon as he returned. Without losing any time, Ho-young went to meet the commander accompanied by his father, and upon arriving, they found Cha Bun-kun already paying for a fine meal to celebrate the great victory. The coach commented that he had actually already previewed the matter with the boy's father, but would make the formal announcement to him at that moment. The intention was to send Ho-young to the Dream Tree Expedition, an overseas exchange project focused on the UFC dream for promising players under 13, composed of a small elite group to compete in small-scale youth tournaments. Surprised, the young man asked if it would be okay to join the group so suddenly, but Cha Bun-kun reassured the boy, saying that he already had a spot reserved exclusively for him. In light of this, Ho-young accepted to participate on the spot. After all, it was an excellent opportunity to fill the off-season period, which was usually quite slow. Curious, he wanted to know if the trip would be just to play, and the coach explained that he would spend his time playing, training, and watching other matches of talented boys. Hearing this, the prodigy was instantly thrilled, knowing that it would be the perfect chance to meet incredible athletes and copy their talents. Seeking more details about the opponents, he questioned who they would play against first, and discovered that the expedition would take place in Germany, a country with a historical and very special connection for coach Cha Bun-kun, besides being a true paradise for the development of young football talents. Thus, on December 18th, the Dream Tree expedition boarded spotted at the airport. During the 30-day period, the plan was to play 2 friendlies before diving headfirst into youth tournaments, involving teams from 4 continents, counting on a total of 14 participants rostered for this journey. Because he was the only one in the group who already played abroad, Ho Young ended up becoming the main target for the reporters on the plane, being bombarded with questions during the flight. After a long 11-hour journey, the delegation finally landed in Frankfurt, Germany, and the first thing the boy noticed was that the weather there was much colder than in Korea. Upon arriving at the training center, he was impressed by the facility and the state-of-the-art equipment, thinking to himself that they were trying to create true monsters in that place. Although he had thought about going to England or Spain after his stint in Brazil, he concluded that Germany was an excellent option, as the country was the cradle of several famous players, and he began to recall each of them, hoping to be lucky enough to bump into one of these stars. Right at that moment of distraction, he ended up taking a direct hit from a ball to his head, and right after, he heard the coach's voice telling the boys to keep total focus. Ho Young recognized that voice immediately, and realized that the commander there was none other than Chaduri, which meant another golden opportunity to acquire a high-level talent. Both the young man and Chaduri were impressed to see how much the other had evolved. The boy knew well that the coach currently played for a highly prestigious team in La Liga, and that surviving in a league of that level was for a select few. With a smile, Chaduri commented that the boy had grown so much he barely recognized him, praising the fact that he had gone to play in Brazil. Ho Young replied humbly that all of it only happened because he had practiced a lot with him in the past, knowing perfectly well that, thanks to copying Chaduri's talent, he had managed to join Sao Paulo and even lift the Champions Trophy, being eternally grateful for that encounter that changed his life. Leaving the coach almost a bit embarrassed by the compliments, Ho Young took the opportunity to check the system and noticed that some of Chaduri's talents had been updated since their last cooperation, which granted him access to new skills. Now he saw before him the unique rapid acceleration talent he already possessed. Rank A fast legs, Rank B plus strong physique, and Rank C stamina. To manage to copy these updated skills from Chaduri, the system's conditions were clear. He would need to play football with him for at least 150 minutes, and also secure a victory by scoring a special goal against the Frankfurt youth team. The young man noticed that the coach had evolved quite a bit, and wondered why he himself hadn't gained new attributes naturally, concluding that it must be because he was practicing only the basics lately. Either way, that was not a problem, since his great advantage was absorbing other skills to use in the next season in Brazil. With the match scheduled 4 days from then, Ho Young felt extremely lucky about this reunion, and put it in his mind that he would do everything to win, no matter what happened. He spent the following days focused, closely observing Frankfurt's training routine, actively participating in activities, and bonding with his new teammates. During this period, he also crossed paths again with Seokhyung Jun, the person from whom he had copied the growth talent that helped him become a true hero in Brazilian lands. Curious about how things were turning out, the young man asked if he happened to know a player named Yoo Jung Ho, but Seokhyung Jun replied negatively, saying he had never heard of him. At that moment, Ho Young realized that, in the original 2003 timeline, this Yoo Jung Ho guy was supposed to have won the Chabunkun Football Award, which meant the future was already changing drastically due to his own actions, and many other things would still change. Finally, the day of the long-awaited clash against Frankfurt Youth U13 arrived, and it took only the opening whistle for Ho Young to quickly locate his main prey on the field, forward Beniel Muharapa. Born in '91, the opponent was the typical box striker at over 1.80 m tall, boasting on his profile the attributes of football prodigy C+3, a C+ header, and C+2 very fast legs. The Korean prodigy smiled upon noticing that it had been a while since he had seen such an interesting set of skills, thinking that if he could master that heading, he would gain a massive advantage in aerial plays, motivating himself to win that duel decisively to guarantee the talent copy. In the stands, Chaduri and Chabunkun closely followed every play, and the younger one commented to his father that the boy had evolved to a point that was almost hard to believe. Chabunkun fully agreed, recalling that he himself used to play the exact same way when he was young, which represented the highest praise the legendary coach could ever give an athlete. On the pitch, Ho Young's movements were absurdly fast, and his shots came out sharp as blades, so much so that it didn't take long for him to rustle the net and open the scoring against Frankfurt. With this brilliant play, he not only fulfilled the first requirement to copy Beniel Maharapa's skills, which was precisely to score a goal, but also saw his own mid-range shooting talent rise to the C+3 level, signaling that the real show was just beginning. On the bench, the coaching staff and players commented in awe on the boy's flawless performance, and an enthusiastic Chaduri remarked to his father that the future of Korean football looked bright, questioning when would be the right time to call him up to the senior national team, since, at the pace he was going, the boy would surely break the record for the youngest player to debut for the country. Maintaining his calm and wisdom, Chabunkun pondered that nobody can predict the future with absolute certainty, but Chaduri insisted, asking if he didn't feel a strong hunch about the boy. The old master smiled and replied that not even Pele, the king of football, could guess tomorrow, but admitted that he did have an excellent intuition about that boy, highlighting that a lazy genius gets nowhere. Whereas Ho Young Young had been showing impressive consistency and dedication up to that point, and proving the coach's exact argument. Just a few minutes later, the young star advanced with determination and scored his second goal of the match, wrapping things up with only 10 minutes on the clock. In addition to the blowout score, Ho Young noticed on the field that his dribbling was much more fluid, and the precision of his mid-range shots had drastically improved. He realized that when it comes to this type of finishing, testing it in a real game brings much greater growth than practicing alone, giving him the certainty that if he kept evolving like this, he would manage to elevate this talent to rank B even before the start of the season. In the second half, Frankfurt tried to throw themselves into the attack to chase the deficit, and the German coach even commented to his staff that their only alternative was to press at that moment, especially since Ho Young was visibly conserving his energy. The young Korean thought there was no need to exhaust himself so much in a friendly, finding it smarter to save his physical condition to be fully ready for upcoming commitments. Even playing at a measured pace, it didn't take long for Ho Young's team to regain possession and slip an exquisite pass in his direction. Activating his talents of rhythmic flexibility and dazzling steps, he glided past the marking without the slightest difficulty. The opposing defense still tried to throw themselves at the ball to block him, but took a bewildering feint followed by a sharp dribble. That play brought back a memory from the previous year, when he had felt completely helpless against a German selection in a match they ended up losing. Therefore, even though it was a different team, getting payback on German soil had a special taste of revenge. You could feel how much he had evolved in just 1 year, a progress that certainly didn't happen overnight, since the boy spent hours upon hours focused on grueling training sessions just to fine-tune his balance and dribbling, not to mention massive repetition in shooting practice. Invading the penalty box with total command of the situation, he finished with composure and crowned his performance with a hat-trick over the poor goalkeeper. The beautiful goal left players from both teams impressed, with the guys commenting that you could see from afar the difference of someone who had trained in Brazil, a totally unique style. However, Seiko Kimjun made sure to step in to remind everyone that his friend didn't rely solely on natural gift, highlighting how hard he trained behind the scenes and admitting, impressed, that it was getting difficult to keep up with the pace of that monster who just wouldn't stop growing. Near the very end of the match, Beniel Maharapa still managed to pull one back by scoring Frankfurt's consolation goal, but the final whistle blew right after, sealing the 4-1 blowout victory for Ho Young's team. If there were an official man of the match vote, the award would be his without a shadow of a doubt. But the young man didn't even care about that, for he knew he had conquered something much more valuable: the successful copy of Beniel Muharapa's heading talent. With this new skill integrated, he now counted a total of 16 talents on his profile, keeping in mind that the more he accumulated, the better it would be, and that the initial plan was to siphon the talents of the German youth to eventually copy absolutely every star player in the world. Later, in the Bavaria region of southern Germany, Ho Young was having a blast and scoring a ton of free hot dogs, taking full advantage of being a true sausage lover. The group had just unpacked their bags at the Munich camp dormitory, and, since they had some free time before the next scheduled commitment, they decided to go sightseeing. What the young prodigy didn't expect was that the mothers of the other boys, who were accompanying the delegation, would form a line to stuff him with food, causing him to wolf down the equivalent of 10 hot dogs accompanied by plenty of juice. Deep down, the mothers were pampering the boy with an eye on the future, wanting to secure a spot in the memory of a kid who would undoubtedly become a global star. Satisfied, Ho Young thought that Germany truly was the home of sausage, and that now he finally felt like he was in the country, observing the local architecture, and calling the place Toy City because of its charming look that still preserved ancient traits. As soon as the absurd feast ended, the group agreed to visit a museum, but Ho Young let them know he preferred to head back to the dormitory first, as he needed to speak with Cha Bun-kun. Meanwhile, at a training center located in that very same city, Argentine star Gabriel Batistuta was talking animatedly with his friend Bastian, mentioning that he had been told the legendary Cha Bun-kun would be around. Surprised by the enthusiasm, Bastian asked if the Korean was really that good, and Gabriel Batistuta replied, almost insulted by the doubt, stating that the man was a living legend and that he himself had grown up watching videos of him playing. Without wasting any time, the star ran off because he had a scheduled meeting with the veteran, leaving Bastian impressed by the sheer scale of his colleague's fanaticism. Gabriel Batistuta ran straight to the agreed location, which was Building D of the dormitories, and as he approached, he noticed someone else waiting outside for Cha Bun-kun, a boy. When Ho Young turned around, he came face to face with Gabriel Batistuta, and could hardly believe that the player everyone knew was standing right there in front of him. Acting fast, he activated the system to look at the star's talent profile, and what he saw made his jaw drop. The man possessed midfield commander rank T, a level so absurd the youth didn't even know what it meant, alongside unique rank commander versatility, rank S unrivaled heading, rank A plus sky-high jumping ability, rank A plus ambidexterity, rank A plus physical strength, rank A ball distribution, and rank A active work rate. The guy was a complete legend and possessed an even larger list of skills, but the system had hidden the rest for now. Ho Young calculated that if rank C attributes were included, the player easily had over 30 talents. However, unlike ordinary opponents, copying those skills came with a flood of heavy conditions conditions and restrictions. The system notified him that if he acquired a title grade talent, represented by rank T, he would manage to absorb part of the star's game sense, but to do so, he would need to be at least 18 years old. Furthermore, rank S talents could only be unlocked after fulfilling hidden conditions, while the requirements for the other normal skills were to defeat the Bayern Munich youth team, score 5 goals against that same team, find the back of the net in the Four Continents Youth Tournament, and receive individual training from Gabriel Batistuta himself, with the hidden condition only being revealed after he absorbed at least one initial talent from the player. Faced with such a colossal challenge, Ho Young became even more motivated, knowing he couldn't let this opportunity pass under any circumstances, since of all the athletes who had crossed his path so far, Gabriel Batistuta was the most spectacular. Shortly after, both finally gathered with Cha Bun-kun, and Gabriel Batistuta looked like a happy child greeting his great idol, while the Korean veteran returned the kindness by saying the honor was all his. Watching the two converse so animatedly, Ho Young reflected that, even for a world-famous active player, the respect shown to Cha Bun-kun proved the magnitude of his coach's legacy. The boy smiled, thinking that maybe he would feel the same way in the future when meeting superstars like Messi or Ronaldo, fueling the dream that someday he would be just as famous as them. While the chat rolled on, the youth continued to meticulously analyze the system screens and concluded that rank T indeed meant an exclusive title representing the essence of Gabriel Batistuta. Having to wait until age 18 to unlock this feature was a major hurdle, as inheriting his football sense now would cause an explosive growth in his career, but since that was impossible at the moment, the focus had to be on rank unique talents and below. The biggest obstacle was the absurd milestones set by the system, as scoring 5 goals against Bayern and netting in the international tournament was a much steeper climb than Chaduri's challenge, but the prodigy took a deep breath and brushed aside the discouragement, knowing it was too early to give up, and that he would never know his limit unless he tried. Gabriel Batistuta seized the opening, and asked who the child with them was. Cha Bun-kun promptly introduced Ho Young, highlighting that he was a very promising young player from Korea who was learning football in the youth ranks of Sao Paulo in Brazil. The coach made sure to puff up the boy's resume, sharing that he had won the U13 league that season, and even taken home the tournament's Golden Ball award. Impressed by the boy's credentials, Gabriel Batistuta commented that it was truly fantastic, and an absolute pleasure to meet him. Ho Young politely replied that the pleasure was all his, and of course, did not miss the golden opportunity to directly ask the superstar what the secret was to being so brilliant at football. The Argentine gave a smirk and replied bluntly that nothing comes for free in this life. Cha Bun-kun let out a laugh at his friend's answer, teasing the youth that there was no free lunch in the football world, but hooked a promise onto it. If the boy managed to defeat Munich in their upcoming match, the superstar would reveal the secret. 2 days later, the delegation took the field for the match against Bayern Munich's youth team, but a cold shower came quickly as the German side opened the scoring. In fact, their striker found the back of the net just 2 minutes into the game, making Ho Young mentally calculate that to emerge victorious and meet the system's goals, they would need to score at least 5. Bayern's defense seemed ordinary, but their attack was a grinding machine, all because the front line featured the dreaded Thomas Müller. The young Korean knew the weight of that name all too well. In the original timeline, that boy would become the top scorer and win the Golden Boot at the 2010 World Cup in South Africa, besides becoming the goal-scoring machine that would lead Germany to the 2014 World Cup title in Brazil. Looking at his profile in the system, the attributes were terrifying. Football, gene rank A, space infiltration rank A+, solid fundamentals rank A, game intelligence rank B3, and stable finishing ability rank B2. To successfully copy this machine, the requirements were ruthless. Defeat Bayern Munich's youth team, score more goals than Thomas Müller, and net a hat-trick. Despite being only 1.65 meters tall at the time, Thomas Müller boasted a great physique, absurdly solid fundamentals, and impeccable reading of the game, with off-the-ball movement that was simply unparalleled in the world. Even in the face of danger, Ho Young saw the perfect chance to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, visualizing the possibility of snatching the talents of 2 great football stars at once. Excited, he took his first shot, but the goalkeeper made a good save. On the next attempt, the marking was already suffocating his space, and when he managed to fire a shot, the ball struck the crossbar. The boy simply couldn't concentrate on the pitch, letting himself be completely carried away by the rhythm and sovereignty of Thomas Müller, who continued to put on a show, bagging goal after goal. The final score was a crushing 5-1 defeat, marking the first time in his life that the young Korean had lost so cleanly and uncontestably in a direct duel between strikers. Frustration consumed him. After all, he didn't even know when he would get the chance to face Bayern Munich again, and seeing the talents of those stars slip through his fingers was devastating. Later in the cafeteria, the mood was heavy. With his head down, he barely touched his plate, and soon dismissed the food, saying he was already full. His teammates noticed the prodigy's dejection, and the coaching staff tried to comfort him, saying it was all right, and that it just wasn't his day. Completely lost in his thoughts and dwelling on his mistakes, the boy walked distractedly down the hallway until he bumped his head against the wall, silently wondering why he had played so poorly. It was at that moment that Siho Kenjun approached, warning him that the coach was calling him to the meeting room to review the official schedule for the Four Continents youth tournament. Despite being discouraged, the youth composed himself and went to meet the managers. Upon entering the room, a bombshell piece of news changed everyone's mood. Their first opponent in the competition would be none other than Bayern Munich. While the rest of the squad celebrated the immediate chance for revenge, Ho Young felt his heart race as he realized this would be his last and definitive opportunity. If he could score 4 goals in that match, he could still activate the requirements to copy Thomas Mueller's talents. The next day, very early in the morning, the squad went to the pitch for a special training session focused on the basics, going through exhaustive repetitions of corners, free kicks, and penalties, shaping an activity entirely directed towards set-piece plays. During the drills, one of the assistant coaches praised the boy's performance out loud, noting that he truly stood out for having very solid fundamentals and an extraordinary dedication. However, Cha Bum-kun's clinical eye noticed that his pupil was still downcast and decided to call him aside to ask directly what was going on, pointing out that he seemed quite troubled and questioning if the football wasn't flowing as it should. The youngster opened up, saying he felt a bit overwhelmed and that his body simply wasn't responding to his commands. With the wisdom of someone who had experienced everything in the sport, Cha Bum-kun solved the puzzle instantly, explaining that the boy's feet were getting tangled and locking up because his head was thinking too much. To teach a practical lesson, the coach later took Ho Young to the stands to watch a professional match between Bayern Munich and Hamburg. The scoreboard already read 2-0 for the home team. When the veteran asked what the boy thought of the match, the youngster replied that Munich played at an extremely high level and there was no doubt their squad was made of true stars, pointing out that Hamburg, despite being packed with talented athletes, was being completely run over and swallowed by their rivals' rhythm, intensified by a local crowd that pushed the team non-stop. He added that the visitors looked lost on the pitch, unable to execute any of the plays they had prepared in training. Cha Bum-kun smiled and pointed out that this was exactly the crux of the matter. In football, you need to empty your mind before the ball rolls, because if an athlete lets themselves be dominated by the anxiety of thinking too much, the body locks up automatically. The master reinforced that the sport wasn't just a mechanical competition, but something to be played wholeheartedly, with a light soul. Those words hit Ho Young's mind like a bolt of lightning, and he realized just how right the coach was. He had become completely obsessed with Thomas Mueller, narrow-mindedly fixated on the idea that he needed to score more goals than him at all costs, and the suffocating pressure of having to score 5 goals had destroyed his game. The coach concluded by saying that the boy's only duty now was to go out there and play football, reminding him that the sport is an eternal struggle against anxiety, and that the only weapon capable of defeating that feeling is the pure joy of playing, warning only that emptying his head did not mean relaxing carelessly, but rather keeping a pure heart and a cool mind. The youth thanked him immensely for the valuable advice, feeling a massive weight lift from his shoulders. A week passed, and the new year was welcomed under a heavy snowfall in Germany. Another week flew by, and finally on Tuesday, January 9th, 2004, the big day of the opening match of the Four Continents Youth Tournament arrived. Positioned on the pitch, Ho Young took a deep breath, letting the freezing German winter air fill his lungs while using the meditation techniques taught by his manager to banish his obsessive thoughts once and for all. The goal there was to perfectly control his mental state to deliver his best football. Although he hadn't mastered the technique with the same expertise as Cha Bum-kun, he could already feel the practical results in his mood, feeling considerably lighter, excited, and focused. On the other side of the pitch, the Bayern Munich players, including Thomas Mueller himself, looked toward the Korean number 10 and immediately noticed that his posture and gaze were completely different from that first dull match. With the teams ready and their eyes locked, the referee brought the whistle to his mouth to start the show. It was the beginning of Bayern Munich against the Dream Tree team. The opening whistle had barely echoed, and the Dream Tree team already started pressing forward with everything. The boys displayed impeccable chemistry, executing a great sequence of quick passes until they managed to deliver a clean ball to Ho Young. At that moment, all the exhaustive set-piece training began to bear fruit. The number 10 sprinted at high speed to reach the ball up front, aware that being slightly shorter than the German defenders theoretically put him at a disadvantage in the air. However, he had the right tools in his arsenal, knowing that a good header was simply a matter of timing and direction. As he jumped, he was heavily pushed by the tight marking, but his strong physique talent provided the necessary stability to win the aerial duel and cushion the ball precisely to Suk Hyung-jun. His teammate reacted quickly and slipped another forward pass in behind, sending Ho Young bursting like a sports car past the back line, leaving the goalkeeper with absolutely no chance to react. He rippled the back of the net and opened the scoring with less of a minute on the clock. The bench and the Bayern Munich players were left in complete shock, commenting that it was unbelievable, while on the sidelines, coach Cha Bum-kun watched the scene overflowing with pride for his pupil. Ho Young had formed a perfect duo with Suk Hyung-jun, and the two continued to dictate the tempo of the match in that exact same manner. Throughout the first half, holding onto their precious one-goal lead, the Korean team did everything they could to defend and close down space, but the powerful Bayern Munich kept hammering away until they managed to level the score, taking the match into halftime at a bitter 1-1. The second half started hot, and right from the opening plays, Ho Young began driving through the pitch like a human wall. The defenders tried to push him off every which way, but it felt like trying to move move a century-old tree. In the stands, the scouts commented in amazement that the boy was playing as both a striker and a playmaker at the same time, a complete absurdity that made him look like a legendary, monstrous player, since no matter how tight the pressure, he always found a way to get his feet on the ball. Sensing the bubbling danger, Thomas Müller thought they could no longer let the number 10 roam free like that, and stepped up, ordering the team to press him to the absolute limit, because if they didn't stop him immediately, winning would be impossible. Bayern's defensive wall followed the command and swarmed him, shifting practically the entire backline to hunt him down on the pitch. Thomas Müller, directing the action, shouted for them to lock down the rival at all costs, resulting in marking so intense and aggressive that Ho Young ended up being violently brought down, suffering an injury that left the whole team worried. The prodigy stood up limping and reassured his teammates, saying it only hurt a little, but celebrated the fact that they had won a highly dangerous free kick. It was a rare and crucial chance, and he made sure to take the ball to claim the shot himself. Seeing his friend's physical condition, Seo Kim-jun approached and asked if it wouldn't be better to try a set-piece routine, given the fatigue and pain he was feeling. Ho Young, however, didn't care about the risks and focused on shooting directly at goal, even though he was well outside the penalty area. From there to the net, it was exactly 24 meters out. In a normal situation, the standard play would be to look for a routine, but the boy quickly analyzed that the box was far too congested, and that if he crossed, his Dreamtree teammates would be suffocated by the Germans' physical pressure and wouldn't reach the ball. Therefore, the best option was to risk a direct shot. He knew the opposing goalkeeper specialized against medium-range shots and that Bayern would be alert to that. But if there was one valuable lesson he had learned on the day of that humiliating defeat, it was that he should aim precisely at his opponent's strength. Bayern's U13 goalkeeper was Fer Linderman, a giant whose main qualities were absolute control on his goal line thanks to his great height, aerial supremacy, and above all, incredible elasticity to save medium-range strikes. Fer Linderman himself looked at the kicker, thinking that while this Korean boy was superior to the others, he was nothing special, believing the trajectory from there would be simple, and remembering that in the previous game, he had rattled the crossbar multiple times. The goalkeeper was certain that a direct shot would be a failure, and positioned himself expecting a cross as the safer option. He locked his eyes on Ho Young and watched the start of his run, but to his utter despair, the youngster unleashed a thunderbolt straight toward the goal. Fer Linderman was caught completely off guard and couldn't even react as the ball flew past him. To achieve that effect, the boy used an instep drive, a refined technique that allows finishing from long distance with maximum power and without needing many steps, striking firmly with the top of the boot. It was a risky movement that could have compromised his accuracy and even aggravated his foot injury, but the prodigy's strong physique compensated for the impact at the moment of execution. With this brilliant play, Ho Young won the psychological battle, deceived his opponent, and put Dreamtree back in the lead at 2-1. Confident, he thought he was entirely capable and that he only needed one more goal to reach his personal milestone. Recalling Cha Bum-kun's words about not taking the field just to compete, but to play football wholeheartedly, he finally understood what that meant. He truly had fun playing ball, and that was all he needed to do. The clash continued at a breathtaking pace, and even after being caught by surprise when Munich equalized shortly after, another golden opportunity arose for the Koreans. The entire team pinned their last hopes on Ho Young's back, who, capitalizing on another corner kick routine, rose higher than everyone else and powered a firm header into the back of the net, netting his third goal and capping off a spectacular hat-trick. With a clinical finisher of that caliber shining, victory seemed like a matter of time, but a proud Bayern Munich pushed forward fearlessly right after to claw their way back. Showing immense class, Thomas Müller cleared the defense with a baffling nutmeg and finished with composure to tie the game at 3-3, dragging the decision into the dreaded extra time. By this point, physical exhaustion was extreme on both sides, and Ho Young's legs were no longer responding properly, but he took a deep breath and used meditation right on the pitch to rebalance himself, knowing he only needed to push a little harder to come out victorious. With an additional 5 minutes of extra time determined by the referee, the number 10 called the squad together and ordered everyone to focus exclusively on defending, announcing that he would handle the attack all by himself. From the bench, Cha Bum-kun noticed that his players' stamina was at its absolute limit, and that attempting an offensive stance would be complete madness, whereas Munich wanted just the opposite, hoping the Koreans would retreat so they could suffocate them. Thomas Müller led the German blitz and pressed with everything they had, but after long minutes of pure drama and heroic resistance, Dreamtree's defensive line managed to hold the fort, decreeing that the spot would be decided in an exciting penalty shootout. The penalties began tensely, and Munich's first kicker converted with class. Next, Seo Hyung-jun stepped up as the first penalty taker for the Koreans, displaying unwavering confidence that he would find the back of the net. that, a promise he delivered by unleashing a swift strike that the keeper didn't even catch a glimpse of. From then on, both teams engaged in a battle of nerves of steel. Munich scored. Dreamtree responded in kind, with neither side giving an inch of advantage. The electronic scoreboard rose to 3-3 and then to 4-4 in an atmosphere of pure electricity, until Bayern Munich's fifth kicker felt the pressure and missed the target entirely, blasting the ball over. The golden chance they had been waiting for so long had finally fallen from the sky, and the last and decisive kicker walking toward the penalty spot was none other than Ho Young. He took another deep breath, knowing that if he scored, victory would be theirs. Focused and calm, with nothing in his mind except that moment and the shot he needed to hit, he blasted the ball with so much power that it nearly tore the net. The Dreamtree team had actually defeated Bayern Munich. After the celebration, Ho Young collapsed onto the pitch in exhaustion, and the one who helped him up was Thomas Müller himself. Now the respect between them was mutual. The overall record was tied, since Munich had won the first game, and this time victory belonged to Dreamtree. Perhaps they wouldn't face each other again anytime soon, but Ho Young looked forward to a rematch. In the end, he scored only 4 goals during the match. If he had scored one more, he would have met the exact condition to copy Müller's talent, but he had nothing to complain about. He ended up getting the rank A solid fundamentals talent, which would already be great, but the system surprised him and delivered the rank A plus space infiltration talent. This meant he now possessed nearly all the essential qualities of a decisive attacker, with infiltration, solid fundamentals, game intelligence, and stable finishing ability, all from rank B and above. The system informed him that it would take 40 days to completely copy this talent, and during this time he could not copy any other. It was a shame to have missed the chance with the talent of Fer Linderman, the other standout player, but since he had given his best, everything was fine. However, 2 days later, against Seed United, who had advanced through the qualifiers, fatigue took its toll. The Dreamtree team was exhausted after the battle against Munich, and ended up losing 2-1. The teams were evenly matched, but the accumulated wear and tear weighed too heavily. After the game, coach Cha Bum-kun consoled the group, saying they had all worked hard and that simply defeating Munich was already a massive achievement. Having achieved results far better than expected, the expedition took the opportunity to rest during the remaining 3 days of the tournament, watching the other matches to learn. On the day before their return, at the hotel, Cha Bum-kun called Ho Young in for a private conversation because he wanted to introduce him to someone. The person who appeared was none other than Gabriel Batistuta, who wanted to have a chat with the boy before his match the following day. The coach explained that the Argentine star was going to keep the promise he made, which was to share the secret of how he became so good at football if they defeated Munich. Gabriel Batistuta confirmed that he had watched the game and recalled the question about how to play at a high level. He explained that when he takes the pitch, he draws the entire field in his head. Whether playing in midfield or invading the opponent's defense as a striker, a player needs to read the movement of every teammate and rival, and above all, understand the tempo of the match. Ho Young found that advice incredibly useful for his evolution, but suddenly, an unprecedented system window appeared behind Gabriel Batistuta. It was something that had never happened before. The system revealed that he could acquire a talent 33 days in advance, opening up a massive list of the star's skills. There were options such as attacking midfield versatility, unparalleled heading rank S, high jump, ball control, proactive movement, tackling, stamina, excellence, free kick, crossing, proactive strides, and tactics. Ho Young was facing a true menu. Since the original condition was to score 5 goals, he wondered if the goal in the penalty shootout had counted to unlock that window, or if the system simply allowed him to view everything because it was a unique rank talent. He didn't fully understand how that title worked, but he knew that maximizing his playmaking, using the midfield versatility, would be incredible. He didn't want to be just a goal-focused striker, but a complete offensive player who commands the game. Decided, he chose that unique talent from Gabriel Batistuta. He thanked the star for the advice, saying the conversation had helped a lot. The Argentine liked the youngster's attitude and promised to help him on his journey to the pros, both in football and in the life of an athlete, even offering some private lessons and pointing out everything he needed to improve. It was the perfect conclusion to the trip. On January 26, 2004, Ho Young landed back in Sao Paulo, Brazil, and was warmly received by Monica Stokey. He was impressed to notice that her talents had grown even more. Now he just needed to fulfill Condition 2 to copy her language skills, which meant he would need to study hard. As he approached, Monica Stokey noticed how much he had grown physically, and commented, jokingly, that it was a shame she wouldn't be able to pat his head anymore. Cunningly, Ho Young replied that now he was the one who could do that for her. A month passed, and by February 17th, school was already back in session. While trying to balance school with his heavy training routine, excellent news arrived. The waiting time was finally over, and he successfully acquired the midfield commander versatility talent. His talent slot was expanded, and the system indicated that the complete absorption would take 30 to 60 days, a period during which he could not initiate another copy. happy. Ho Young found that fantastic, as this new talent had the ability to positively influence his other skills. Gabriel Batistuta definitely had not disappointed. After 3 weeks of intensive training, focusing on the growth of his abilities at Sao Paulo's training center, the boy noticed excellent evolution, driven by his natural talent as a football genius. He decided to focus especially on 3 specific attributes: fast legs, strong physique, and firm muscles. These 3 pillars linked to the physical side were accelerating the development of all his other technical capacities. After all, with a stronger body and firmer muscles, training and matches flowed much more easily. With his evolution reaching this level, he was already beginning to think that the U13 league in Brazil would be a breeze. The routine changed a bit when Coach Carlo approached him, asking if he would have any free time the following day after school. Ho Young replied that he already planned to go to the club to train, so the coach asked him to show up at the physical measurement room at 2:20 in the afternoon. The next day, several other players were gathered for the medical examination, including familiar boys like Douglas Costa and Casemiro. The atmosphere was heavy, and everyone seemed tense. Ho Young quickly understood why. Those athletes were older and were trying to reach the minimum benchmark to move up a category. That medical exam would decide the future of everyone there, including his own. It was his big chance to make a leap, skipping from the U13 straight to the U15's tense. Knowing it wouldn't be an easy task, but rather a golden opportunity, he decided to give it his absolute best. Unlike common evaluations, the exam for that level was extremely complex, encompassing tests of the musculoskeletal system, cardiovascular endurance, blood tests, isometric strength, cardiac function, body fat analysis, and sprint tests. In addition to the standard U13 procedures, Ho Young had to undergo more demanding additional exams. As soon as the tests concluded, one of the trainers ran to Carlo's office to show him the reports, completely blown away by a specific result. The boy had just broken the record for the 25-meter sprint. Ho Young managed to break the 4-second barrier, completing the test in an impressive 3.97 seconds. It was a spectacular mark, worthy of competing in high-level track and field. Even when compared to the greatest prodigies in the country, the boy ranked among the best, surpassing the speed of most adults and matching professional athletes famous for their quickness. Upon seeing the report, Carlo thought that the youngster's growth was unbelievably fast. He questioned the other trainer about the result of the promotion, and the answer came enthusiastically. Ho Young had passed with flying colors, exceeding all required standards. With this, the projection was that he would be able to play around 31 matches in the new season. Carlo was intrigued, unable to comprehend what had happened so intensely during the boys' preseason in Germany, but concluded that he must have trained like a demon. Meanwhile, Ho Young was celebrating the results of his medical exam. He had grown 7 centimeters in just 4 months, reaching his current mark of 1.58 meters. If he kept up this pace, he would easily pass 1.70 meters within a year. He celebrated the fact that he would likely grow much taller and stronger than in his past life, which would be excellent for his career. Right after, Carlo approached to deliver the official news that, from that moment on, Ho Young would start training in the main building, as he had been promoted to the U15S. The boy was radiant, and the coach further revealed that, starting in March, he himself would take charge of that category. Taking advantage of their rapport, Ho Young commented that the trip to Germany had made him realize a new way of looking at football and that he was ready to adapt to this more modern style, even playing against older boys. Carlo noticed the boy's resolute gaze, full of confidence and without any sign of fear. Ho Young wasn't worried about skipping a category. He was purely excited, feeling only that healthy butterflies in the stomach feeling that every athlete needs to stay sharp. Carlo agreed, explaining that moving up to the U15S would require a quick adaptation to a completely different tempo of the game, and that the secret would be fitting his individual qualities into the championship's identity. The manager felt proud to see that the boy, despite his absurd talent, maintained a humble attitude and a genuine passion, showing immense maturity after returning from Europe. Thinking about his future, Ho Young made a demand regarding his contract. He wanted a guarantee to play at least 31 matches in the season, since the medical staff had already given the physical green light. Carlo laughed and told him not to worry, as the coaching staff's plans were precisely to use the boy to the maximum, practically enslaving the kid on the pitch. The coach also took the opportunity to sound out the youngster, asking which big club he dreamed of playing for in the future, since success this season would inevitably attract scouts from all over the world. Focused, Ho Young replied that he wasn't thinking about that, and that his mind was entirely set on the present. In the main building of the Barra Funda training center, the team manager Bianca welcomed the youth and commented on how much he had changed, both in physical stature and in his football, and the appreciation wasn't limited to compliments. Ho Young's salary underwent a drastic increase. His weekly pay tripled compared to the previous year, in addition to including hefty bonuses for milestones such as top scorer, golden ball, and MVP awards. To ensure no rival would steal their jewel, Sao Paulo also raised his release clause to 1 billion won, which at the exchange rate of the time was equivalent to around 1.8 million reais. That was the scale of the boy's prestige. On April 3rd, with only 1 month left before the start of the Brazilian National Football League, Ho Young felt the weight of the routine that awaited him. As a country absurdly passionate about football, the Brazilian calendar Defender was a player grinding machine for 10 consecutive months. Playing 70 or even 80 matches per season was normal around here. While this offered plenty of chances for youngsters to prove their worth, it also meant extreme fatigue for the starters. Still, the intensity made the athletes take the pitch with even more hunger in their eyes. Upon stepping onto the U15 pitch, the heavy atmosphere became present. Unlike the U13s, the players here were more reserved, but Ho Young felt observing eyes from all sides. After all, the fight for a spot in the starting lineup was fierce anywhere, even more so in a high-visibility tournament packed with scouts. To make matters worse, being on loan, he knew he would be the primary target for criticism. Amidst the group, he recognized the familiar faces of Casemiro and Douglas Costa, which comforted him. The plan was simple: play his usual football and let the recognition come naturally. The calm ended when he crossed paths with a hooded boy who was staring at him with clear hostility. Ho Young didn't swallow the attitude and stared right back, questioning what he was looking at. As he passed by the rival, however, a spark clicked in his mind. He recognized the player. It was Rosca, the current ace of the U15Z who had transferred to Sao Paulo that year. In Ho Young's original timeline, Rosca, born in 1991, would become known in the future as one of the top 3 prospects in all of Brazilian football. He played as a second striker, possessed an absurd game intelligence, and had an uncommon ability to command the team with mastery. Ho Young felt instantly that this guy was going to be trouble. Later, Coach Carlo gathered the squad and explained that due to the arrival of new reinforcements, the initial training sessions would focus on chemistry. They would be split into 2 teams for an intra-squad match, with constant rotations to synchronize the group. Ho Young was placed on Team A, while Rosca was put on Team B. As soon as the opening whistle echoed, Ho Young burst forward like a bullet. He stole the ball in the midfield, advanced at maximum speed straight into the box, and rippled the net, leaving Team B's defense with absolutely no chance to react. It was a play so rapid and overwhelming that the defenders commented that the boy ran like a horse. Annoyed, Rosca grumbled to himself, calling his rival a show-off. On the sidelines, the assistants commented that it was hard to believe what they were seeing, as Ho Young's talent was terrifying. Refusing to accept it, Rosca put it in his head that he needed to reach the newcomer's level. On a subsequent play, he called for the pass and controlled the ball well, but immediately felt the suffocating physical pressure of Ho Young, who closed down his marking with absurd speed. The prodigy managed to disarm Rosca with ease and distributed the ball with precision to Team A's attack. Rosca was incredulous at the physical vigor of that younger kid, realizing that his entire offensive rhythm had been disrupted. He noticed, with horror, that Ho Young had intentionally created a gap in the defense just to lure him into a trap and execute the tackle. His style of play was not normal. In addition to absurd speed, the boy had a passing ability that never failed even when running at his absolute limit. All by himself, Ho Young dominated the midfield, controlled the game's distribution, displayed a rock-solid defense, and, to top it off, won every aerial duel. It was impossible to take the ball from him. Even in front of that monster, Rosca refused to bow his head, reminding himself that football was a team sport and that he had simply been unlucky enough to get the worst team in that first activity. The dynamic of the training session changed shortly after, when the coach ordered a rotation of the players. Ho Young remained firm as the star of Team A, but, to everyone's surprise, Rosca swapped bibs and was transferred to play on the same team as him. Rosca knew perfectly well that the coaching staff's eyes were all on the newcomer, and felt he needed to draw that attention to himself at all costs. However, the moment he stared down Ho Young, the boy held his gaze and activated his system to analyze his rival. Rosca's skill list was impressive. Football prodigy rank A, sharp judgment rank A, excellent positioning rank B+, off-the-ball movement rank B, high activity level rank B-, flexibility rank C+2, and precise interception rank C+. To copy that, the system imposed 4 conditions: play alongside Rosca in official matches for at least 150 minutes. Each of them must score at least 1 goal under those conditions, win the first round of the National League, and accumulate 3 victories in the championship. Analyzing the data, Ho Young realized that Rosca had his weak points. He was somewhat inconsistent and lacked in physics and stamina, but his absurd decision-making ability compensated for any flaw. Furthermore, his mood fluctuated far too much. Without strong mental or psychological control, he became an easy target for the opponent's mind games. Still, he was a top-tier player for his age, and the prospect of playing alongside him seemed fascinating. As soon as the scrimmage restarted, the weight of the offensive creation fell on Rosca's shoulders. Right away, he found it strange to see Ho Young move into a sector that seemed to make no tactical sense, advancing excessively. Rosca tried a short pass out wide, but the defense intercepted it. Only then did he realize the space the boy was running into was completely empty and free of marking. He should have passed it there, but he simply hadn't envisioned the space in time. 5 minutes later, the opportunity for redemption appeared. Ho Young sprinted in at high speed, using his open space infiltration. Team B's defense noticed the massive gap that opened on the left side, but the prodigy kept running straight without the ball. This time, Rosca read the play perfectly and delivered a direct through ball. The pass, however, came out too heavy, traveling far too long. It looked like a lost ball that the goalkeeper would collect with ease. Except neither the keeper nor Rosca himself expected Ho Young to be faster than the ball itself. In a burst of speed that looked more like teleportation, he caught up with the roll of the ball and rippled the net, scoring a spectacular goal. On the sidelines, Carlo was overflowing with pride, while the U15 head coach watched the scene completely mouth agape. Rosca also found it hard to believe what he had witnessed. In his thoughts, that kid managed to be faster than Alexandra Pato, uniting absurd dribbling and finishing speed with impeccable vision. He had every tool possible to tear any defensive line to shreds. While his rival processed the shock, Ho Young calmly walked up to him and praised him, saying the pass had been great. Instead of thanking him, Rosca felt a shiver down his spine and grew fearful of that monster. Little did he know that Ho Young's secret was almost a pact with forces from beyond. Obviously, after that play, the respect shifted to another level. Rosca began to trust his partner much more and started looking for him with passes at every moment. The coach was dazzled by the performance in training, seeing the team being completely carried by the chemistry of the two. Seeing Rosca play so collectively with another athlete was a very rare event. Laughing at the situation, Carlo commented to the assistants that the cocky star had simply fallen for Ho Young's charm, joking that sooner or later, everyone ended up giving in to the boy. When the intra-squad match finally ended, Ho Young collapsed onto the grass, overcome by extreme exhaustion. The day's tally was monstrous: 2 goals and 2 assists. He had run so much and with such intensity that he felt a strange, bitter taste of burning in his mouth. Seeing his partner's effort, Rosca approached and recognized the boy's worth, saying he was truly a good kid. Ho Young forced himself to get up and replied that he was looking forward to playing together for real points. Following his official integration into the squad, the routine became a whirlwind. In the U15 training sessions, the youngster's total focus was to mold himself to the squad's tactical scheme. He kept Carlo's advice in mind about never letting his guard down and knowing how to paint his own talent with the colors and grit of the competition. Prioritizing a quick adaptation to the new environment, he not only refined his old techniques, but also achieved a massive leap in his overall attributes. Until the big day arrived. On May 1st, the U15 National League kicked off, with 20 clubs competing in the categories elite. The spotlight of the press and scouts was aimed mainly at Sao Paulo and Santos. The Tricolor's debut would be against Grêmio U15, a team that sat in the middle of the table and proved to be the perfect test for that beginning. Ho Young recalled Carlo's pre-match talk. The team would enter in a 4-3-1-2 formation, betting all their chips on absolute control of the midfield, where he and Rosca would form the main creative duo. In the tunnel, the two exchanged a firm handshake, promising to give their best. As they stepped onto the pitch, Ho Young felt the atmosphere was perfect. His specific tactical mission for that match was to disturb and pin down the Gaucho marking by risking long-range shots. While positioning himself, he scanned the Grêmio team to identify who could cause trouble. To his surprise, the outlook was quite peaceful, mainly because the visitors' star player and greatest asset, Luhen Urena, was out of action due to an injury. Looking at the other athletes, he didn't find any extraordinary talent worth the effort, except for a skill called Stylish Volley Rank C+, belonging to the player Henrique Netuardo. Since the conditions were simple, execute 2 tackles and score a goal, he decided it was worth a try. Ho Young was excited, but he noticed that Rosca had blood in his eyes, overflowing with energy for that debut. The referee blew the whistle, and Sao Paulo started by pressing on the attack, with Ho Young dropping back to dictate the tempo and call for the ball. All the grueling chemistry from training sessions began to show. With only 5 minutes into the match, the tricolor was suffocating their opponent and maintaining possession with ease. The backline attempted a longer, piercing pass to the attack, but Grêmio's defensive midfielder, Henrique Netuardo, managed to read the play, intercepted the pass, and burst forward at full speed, triggering a highly dangerous counterattack. In the U15s, the level was completely different. If transitions and tackles weren't surgical, the price paid would be high. Instead of shrinking under the pressure, Ho Young felt his adrenaline surge, becoming even more pumped up. Grêmio adopted the famous swamp football strategy, a style focused on anti-football, abusing tactical fouls, time-wasting, and physical play to wear down the patience of explosive and psychologically unstable players. The tactic was working, and Rosca was already starting to show irritation with the heavy challenges. Noticing his teammates' nervousness, Sao Paulo's center-back and captain, Frenu, shouted for the team to keep their heads straight and not fall for the provocations. Frenu assessed that, although it was difficult to finish plays because of the Gaucho wall, the absolute priority was to stay calm. Normally, wearing the captain's armband in a national debut would bring an absurd amount of weight and massive anxiety, but the defender realized that, with Ho Young there in the midfield, the sense of security was entirely different. Possessing impeccable reading of the game and plenty of youth academy experience, Frenu was the undisputed leader of that squad and had already understood the absurd level of the new kid. Even though they had shared the same roof for less than a month, he was impressed by Ho Young's speed of thought and the depth he gave to the game. It was unbelievable to see how a single player could elevate the standard of the entire collective. With him on the pitch, the captain knew Sao Paulo had real chances of fighting for the national title. With authority, Frenu unleashed a long pass toward the offensive line, making the entire midfield sector move in perfect synchronization. Rosca anticipated the marking and received the ball first. Defending midfielder Henrique Netuardo closed the space immediately, creating a barrier difficult for the tricolor forward to overcome. However, Ho Young had already predicted the movement and made a clear hand signal, indicating a pass toward the right corridor. Despite finding the space tight and risky, Rosca chose to blindly trust the kid's genius and released the ball. In the blink of an eye, Ho Young controlled it and threaded his way through a millimeter gap in the marking. Gremio's defense stood static, without any hint of a reaction in the face of the play's impressive speed, and Ho Young shot straight at the goal, already knowing the ball would go in. He was 100% sure it would be a goal, the exact instant it left his foot. On Sao Paulo's bench, the excitement was absolute, with his teammates cheering and shouting about how good the kid was and how captivating his football was. Meanwhile, defensive midfielder Henrique Netuardo looked at the play in disbelief, asking his teammates if the kid really had the audacity to shoot from there, from a distance of 30 meters. The entire Gaucho defense was still shocked by the absurd speed and the sheer arrogance of the shot. Even Ho Young himself was impressed with his own performance upon realizing that his skills worked perfectly fine, even after moving up a category to the U15S. In ecstasy, he ran straight to the touchline to celebrate with coach Carlo. Suddenly, a system notification popped up before his eyes. His talent had evolved to mid-range defense-piercing power shot, reaching rank B-. It was an unprecedented feat, a talent that leveled up purely due to his individual effort. Feeling his heart racing in his chest, he celebrated that first rank increase, realizing that all his remaining C-level talents could also evolve the same way if he kept dedicating himself. On the other side, the Gremio players were bumping heads and arguing among themselves, demanding that they never open up that shooting angle for Ho Young again. The one trying to organize the mess was Gremio's captain, Alec Wecker, a half-American, half-Brazilian athlete. He ordered the team to fully concentrate, push the lines up, and press high. The captain explained that, even if they had to open up space on the flanks, the highest priority was to close the central angle, since the newcomer's specialty was the mid-range shot. Alec Wecker analyzed Ho Young coldly, recognizing him as a complete player, endowed with an explosive drive and a devastating strike from midfield. The worst part of all was knowing that, although the coaches and players knew the kid's reputation, no one could actually stop him in practice. Irritated by the thought that his rival seemed to just be having fun until then, the captain swore he would stop him from shaking the net, ordering Gremio to suffocate the game with their traditional swamp football. The public might find it ugly and boring, but that was their only viable strategy to stop things from going exactly the way Ho Young wanted. Later on, as the match progressed, Ho Young noticed the opponent's change in stance. Both he and Rosca began to receive heavy marking, being surrounded by 2 defenders each. It was the swamp strategy working in its most annoying form, with the Gremio players handing out hard hits and pulling shirts to force the tricolor players into errors and draw fouls. Alec Wecker thought to himself that no matter how genius Ho Young or Rosca were, if they couldn't get a shot off, their talent would be useless. Gremio tried to take advantage of the momentum to thread a pass into the attack, but Ho Young read the play perfectly, anticipated it, and intercepted the ball, starting a rapid sprint toward the offensive half. He distributed the game to the midfield, making Sao Paulo push Gremio's lines further and further back. Desperate, both Alec Wecker and Henrique Netuardo resorted to foul play, tightly and overtly pulling Ho Young's shirt. On the Sao Paulo bench, the substitutes protested against the refereeing, complaining that it was absurd and that they weren't giving the kid room to breathe. The referee finally acted, and showed a yellow card to Alec Wecker. The Gremio captain didn't care about the warning, thinking the sacrifice had been worth it to block the play. In fact, for Gremio, conceding that foul played in their favor, as they highly trusted their set-piece defensive system inside the box, knowing that in an aerial duel, whoever won the best positioning in the jostling would prevail. Alec Wecker used his whole body to push Ho Young in the box, but to his astonishment, the kid was infinitely stronger than he appeared. With surprising body control, the tricolor forward secured the best position, shoved the Gremio captain back, and delivered a firm, accurate header straight into the goal. The strategy of taking a yellow card turned out to be completely useless for the Gauchos, as Sao Paulo extended their lead anyway. Alec Wecker crumbled mentally, thinking it was just too unfair to face a kid who managed to be fast, strong, and still dominate the aerial game like that. On the tricolor bench, Carlo watched in awe at his pupil's first-headed goal in Brazil. The coach was perplexed by the sheer scale of Ho Young's talent, being able to head it into the net right on his debut in the category, even when facing much taller center backs. He tried to understand when the boy's heading had improved so much. Knowing that Ho Young managed to compensate for his short stature with perfect timing, Carlo began to wander in his thoughts, suspecting that the boy might possess a unique hidden talent, just like the coach himself had in his youth. Soon he shook his head, thinking that comparing the boy to himself was an exaggeration born of expectations that had gone too far. Either way, he concluded that the board would need to prepare an excellent reward for the young prodigy. When the first half ended, and the teams headed to the locker rooms, Gremio's manager, Carvalho, admitted that he had never expected such a dominant performance from Ho Young. If containing Rosca already required a tremendous effort, the presence of the new winger broke any tactical scheme. For the second half, he ordered the team to drastically increase the number of defenders at the back, shifting from a back four formation to a relentless man-to-man marking system, specifically instructing Alec Wecker to stick to Ho Young and follow him like a shadow all over the pitch. However, as soon as the referee blew the whistle to restart, Grêmio's plans instantly crumbled. São Paulo also switched up their pieces, catching their opponents completely off guard. Ho Young dropped back to pull the strings in midfield. Rosca took over the defensive midfielder role to improve the build-up play, and the young Douglas Costa subbed in to bring fresh blood to the attack. The Gauchos' tactics became a complete mess. Exploiting Grêmio's defensive collapse, Ho Young controlled the ball in the center circle and drove forward with everything through the middle. Alec Wecker tried to close him down, but he didn't have the legs to match the number 10's explosive burst. With absolute composure, the prodigy finished it off to score yet another one, cementing his third goal of the match. Completely helpless and losing all hope, the Grêmio captain wondered if the gap in natural talent between two people could truly be this cruel. At the sound of the final whistle, the scoreboard showed a historic 6-0 thrashing in favor of São Paulo. Ho Young celebrated the absolute success of his debut, proud to have bagged a hat-trick right off the bat. As an extra reward for the triumph, the system confirmed the copy of Henrique Netuardo's stylish volley frac talent. He knew that with a few more matches, he would also meet all the requirements to absorb Rosca's skills, so he decided it was worth being patient and waiting for the right moment. As soon as the tricolor boys entered the locker room celebrating, they crossed paths with São Paulo's director of football, Victor, who had made a point of showing up to congratulate and reward the squad in a manner fitting of their display. The boys whispered among themselves, impressed by the presence of the high-ranking executive, and no one had the courage to break the ice. Flaunting his usual shameless confidence, Ho Young walked up to the executive with a smile. Victor greeted him cordially, saying that he must be the famous Ho Young, and commenting that it was an honor to be recognized by a young talent when he was just an old director. The boy found it amusing how the man managed to sound so formal and polite, despite holding such a powerful position. Moments later, the director captured everyone's attention by asking if anyone there had ever had the opportunity to visit the Morumbi Stadium. The boys answered in unison that it was the grand stage of every single one of their dreams. Satisfied, Victor revealed that he had great news and had purchased VIP tickets for the entire squad to watch the professional team's match the following day. In the midst of the kids' celebration, Carlo pulled Ho Young aside and explained that he would need to have a quick word with the press. Upon being led to the microphones, the reporter approached him immediately, praising the monumental hat-trick in his very first match. Ho Young felt the natural nervousness of facing his first official interview in Brazil, while the journalist highlighted that it was a historic moment for the youth academy and questioned what the boys' feelings were. Focusing on the first masterpiece he created, the reporter wanted to know if that powerful mid-range shot into the top corner, despite the tight space, had been intentional. With great maturity, Ho Young explained that it was, as he had always trusted his explosive speed and his long-range shooting. He simply saw the gap in the marking and decided to take the shot. The journalist followed up with another question, pointing out the fact that the boy had run straight to hug the manager after the goal, wanting to know if there was a special reason behind the gesture. The youngster replied that, although he was the one who hit the back of the net, it was Coach Carlo who trusted him and gave him the opportunity to be on the pitch, adding that the goal was only possible thanks to the strong teamwork they had built over the past month. Hearing this, the manager melted with pride behind the scenes, while the reporters were completely astounded by the boy's resourcefulness, impressed by the fact that he played absurd football and still spoke perfect fluent Portuguese. The following day, May 2nd, a beautiful sunny Sunday at the team's training ground, all the players and staff were organizing themselves to head to the stadium to watch the main event. In the courtyard, the young Monica Stoke watched the movement and thought to herself that she would love to have the chance to experience and witness famous Brazilian football up close. Unfortunately, some mean boys nearby started mocking her, making fun of the fact that she didn't have the money to buy such an expensive ticket. To hide her sadness, she tried to convince herself that she didn't care all that much about football anyway, and that what she felt was just homesickness, missing watching sports on the TV back home alongside her parents. Her train of thought was interrupted when Ho Young suddenly appeared, holding out his hand and flashing two shiny tickets to invite her to go with him. Monica Stoke's reaction was instant. She became extremely ecstatic and eager, thanking him from the bottom of her heart for the opportunity to see a live match for the first time in her life. The boy smiled and replied that he was just returning the precious help she had given him when he needed to learn Portuguese from scratch. He revealed that he had also tried to invite Maria Chai for the outing, but the girl already had a prior commitment scheduled for that afternoon. As they walked toward the exit, passing right by the boys who just minutes earlier had been mocking her, Ho Young gave Monica Stoke's arm a gentle tug to quicken their pace, leaving her completely flustered and blushing at the protective gesture. When they arrived at the surroundings of the imposing Morumbi, the flow of fans was immense. Ho Young walked right past the gates that led to the regular stands and the member sections, causing Monica Stoke to tug at his shirt, confused, and ask where exactly they were going, since the crowd of people was being left behind. Laughing at her shyness, Highness, the youth explained that their seats weren't in the side stands or the regular VIP chairs. The director had given them access to the Sky Lounge, the most luxurious and elevated space in the entire stadium. With only 20 minutes left before the referee blew the whistle for kickoff, Monica Stokey, marveled by the luxury of the place, quickly said goodbye to go buy some snacks for the two of them to enjoy the match. Young Ho Young quickly noticed the massive crowd of people in that place. He tried to approach to speak with the director and coach Carlo, but realized that both were locked in a conversation with an older man. Upon looking closer, came the big surprise. That gentleman was none other than Ancelotti, the current manager of the Brazilian national team. Ancelotti was quite impressed to see that the kid had recognized him so quickly, commenting to Carlo that the foreign student had a very sharp eye. The experienced coach's focus, however, was entirely on Kaká. He praised the young man, recalling how he had already successfully pressed Santos's defense, proving to be a player completely worthy of Milan's interest, and expressed his hope that the youngster wouldn't burn out before reaching European football. To reassure him, director Victor stepped in and explained that, right after the debut match, Kaká's schedule would be closely managed to preserve his physical condition. Observing the situation, Ancelotti commented that seeing such talents reminded him of how impressive Brazilians are at football. According to him, it was no wonder there was a massive wave of Brazilian players in big European clubs, something so intense that FIFA had to create a naturalization clause. He made sure to praise Carlo's work, highlighting that the coach developed great prospects every year, and questioned who would be next on the list. Carlo revealed that he had already greeted the new gem earlier, pointing toward the young Asian boy. Facing Ancelotti's astonishment, Carlo just smiled and guaranteed that the commander would see the boy's potential very soon. Meanwhile, on the pitch, Ho Young watched Kaká's training session with total admiration. He remembered when Pelé himself defined the midfielder as the perfect star player, a complete athlete with great speed and a unique ability to playmake and lead the attack. The boy wondered when he would finally manage to copy that talent, knowing that the star would soon depart for Milan and that he himself still had a long way to go. Suddenly, young Monica Stokey interrupted his thoughts by shoving a piece of food into his mouth and calling him an idiot, joking that he was just another fan obsessed with football and Kaká. Ho Young didn't deny it, stating that he truly looked up to the midfielder and wished to be a great player in the future, even though he knew he needed to evolve a lot. He commented that watching on TV didn't give the true dimension of the game, but seeing up close the pace at which they ran during the 90 minutes left him impressed, and even more anxious to debut in a real professional team. From a distance, Ancelotti kept his eyes fixed on Ho Young, thinking about the Sao Paulo prospect, who was being heralded as Kaká's successor. Even though he found it hard to believe at first, he knew that Carlo's nose for talent was infallible, and decided he would notify the Milan scout who was in Brazil to monitor the boy closely. In the first week of May, winter arrived in Sao Paulo, and temperatures dropped to around 10 degrees Celsius, but the training sessions continued at the same intense pace. Ho Young's routine consisted of training, going to school, coming home, and training again. During an evaluation, the fitness coach called the youngster over for a chat, and gave a serious warning about caring for his body during this growth phase, explaining that the boy's muscles were compact and strong, but his ligaments and tendons were still fragile. If there wasn't special care, his bodily balance would collapse, directly affecting his motor skills. Concerned, Ho Young asked if he ran a high risk of injury, and the trainer confirmed, detailing that the cruciate ligaments in the knee were highly prone to tearing, especially for a player with his style, filled with sharp changes of direction and rapid bursts of speed. A severe issue there could end a career prematurely. The boy took the advice very seriously, and immediately adjusted his diet, corrected his posture, began doing specific stretches for balance, and started a series of therapeutic exercises. With so many new things, time seemed short to develop his entire talent, but he understood that balanced growth was the ultimate priority for his future. In the next game, Carlo watched the boy's performance attentively. The National League was already halfway through, and the tight schedule between training sessions and matches was grueling, but the results were showing. Ho Young had started as a loanee-turned-starter in the second round of that week, delivering 2 assists and leading the team toward victory. Furthermore, the coach was highly satisfied with the excellent duo the boy was forming with Rosca, noticing that their chemistry improved by the day. With the situation in the league well on track, total focus shifted to the Super Championship the following week, a highly prestigious tournament with a large prize pool that brought together the previous year's regional champions to decide who was the best in the country. The first opponent would be the traditional Fluminense, owner of 29 Carioca titles and boasting a squad full of top-tier prospects. In the next training session, Carlo gathered Ho Young and Rosca to announce that, from that moment on, they would undergo a special preparation focused on breaking down Fluminense's defense. Rosca questioned if the opponent was truly that strong, and the manager explained that, because the boy had just arrived at the club that year, he didn't yet know the monstrous player they had, an athlete capable of playing both in defense and attack. Because of this, the role of Sao Paulo's front line would be crucial. Ho Young tried to search his memory to see if he knew the player, and the coach asked them to memorize the name Marcelo Niera, a defender he compared to the legendary Robson. Carlo handed the boys a detailed report with stats, specialties, weaknesses, and a comparison between the two teams. Ho Young was impressed by the level of professionalism for a U15 category. The document showed that Sao Paulo's performance last year had been far inferior, and the coach confirmed that the previous team had been completely dominated by Marcelo Niera. He revealed that Ho Young's promotion to the U15Es wasn't just to add more firepower to the attack, but also because the team needed a solid pillar, someone capable of escaping tight marking and pressing the opponents. The manager detailed that Marcelo Niera's strength came from his explosive speed, leaving no space and sticking to the attacker before the ball even arrived. Thinking quickly, Ho Young deduced that the solution would be to run to escape his radius of action while simultaneously preventing him from advancing to the front line. Carlo smiled, impressed to see that the boy not only understood the theory, but already proposed a tactical solution, but reasoned that in practice it would be very difficult, as Marcelo Niera wasn't the only top-level defender, and that challenge wouldn't be won by strategy alone. The coach then instructed Rosca to head to tactical training, where players Frenu and Casemiro were already waiting for him. For Ho Young, however, individual work was determined. Carlo asked the youth to report to the pitch early the next morning, promising to introduce a special mentor who would help him level up. Early the next morning, Carlo met with Kaká and asked how the preparations for his European transfer were going. The star player replied that the club was handling all the bureaucracy, and that he was just resting and taking it easy. The manager joked that he didn't look all that relaxed, as he had information that the midfielder had trained until the previous night. Kaká laughed, admitting that certain habits never changed, and that he grew restless if he spent a single day without kicking a ball, justifying that he was merely maintaining his feel for the game. Next, the midfielder wanted to know what favor the manager wanted to ask on behalf of the club. Carlo explained that he wanted him to mentor a young prospect, reminding him that the star had done the same with young Douglas Costa the previous year. Curious, Kaká asked who the student would be this time. Keeping the mystery alive, the manager said it would ruin the surprise if he told him right then, only mentioning that he had scheduled to meet the boy at 10 o'clock and that he should be arriving soon. However, as the two approached the training pitch, they saw that Ho Young was already there, running and practicing alone, showing his usual punctuality and dedication. It was at that moment that Kaká took his first steps toward the pitch to approach the young player. Young Ho Young was completely in shock upon coming face to face with Kaká. Having that football superstar right in front of him, knowing he would be the mentor mentioned by manager Carlo, felt like a dream. Activating his perception, the boy could see that the star's talents were simply insurmountable, even without him being at the physical peak of his career. Title rank Prince of Football, unique rank Prince's playmaking, S rank lightning dribble, A++ honest and kind mentality, A++ impressive speed, A+ sculpted beauty, A+ powerful mid-range shot, A flexible technique, A finishing, A high work rate, along with several other qualities. The nickname Prince of Football made perfect sense, especially due to his versatility and high-level playmaking ability, contributing tremendously to the match dynamics as a true creative forward. Because of Kaká's surreal talent, the boys' system imposed extremely demanding conditions for copying skills. The first was to train together for 1,000 minutes, which equated to about 16 hours. The second required learning directly from the star's experience. The third and fourth consisted of advancing to Phase B and passing the round of 16 in the Super Championship, respectively. The fifth condition was to score 3 goals against Fluminense, leaving one hidden condition that would only be unlocked after copying the first talent. Ho Young swallowed hard, worried about the time, since Kaká would be leaving for Milan as early as June. Anxiety gave way to euphoria when manager Carlo formally announced that, for the next 4 weeks, Kaká would officially be Ho Young's mentor. It was the opportunity of a lifetime. However, during the very first hour of basic training, the boy was already nearly out of breath. He knew of the midfielder's reputation for being strong-willed, but he hadn't imagined the intensity would be so overwhelming for his current body. Even exhausted, the boy drew strength from the mentality of legends like Chabun Kun, determined to play with passion and seize the chance with all his might. Noticing the boy's fatigue, Kaká told him not to overdo it, reminding him it was only the first day. Ho Young thanked him for the advice, but justified that his dedication was because he also wished to become a great player in the future, just like his idol. Kaká smiled, beginning to understand why Carlo praised the boy so much. Before starting the serious training, the midfielder asked what role the youngster intended to play on the pitch. Ho Young promptly replied that he wanted to dictate the game. The star agreed, explaining that he had the qualities of a playmaker, the role of someone who defines attack routes, controls the tempo, and reads the flow of the match, just like geniuses of the caliber of Zidane, Maradona, Messi, and Ronaldinho. As the boy detailed that he intended to play as both a winger, an attacking midfielder, and a second striker, Kaká decided to test this potential by setting up a specific circuit. The goal was to evaluate the 4 pillars of a great playmaker: intuition, decision-making, judgment, and vision. The star explained that a player in this role needs to drop deep to receive the ball in midfield, and, at other times, create passing lanes with active movement off the ball. Ho Young commented that, therefore, the foundation of everything started precisely with ball possession, and Kaká confirmed, emphasizing that receiving well was the first step even before protecting the ball. The test would begin by evaluating the boy's judgment and spatial awareness. He would have to position himself and run to receive the pass as soon as the ball was launched. Ho Young thought it would be easy. easy, as it was similar to what he already practiced with Rosca, but Kaka knew that the use of training cones made everything more complex, requiring a mental map and wide vision, something quite challenging for a boy of just 12 who had never trained with him before. Asking for total concentration so the boy wouldn't lose sight of the ball, Kaka began delivering fast, powerful, and driven passes, assuming the boy wouldn't reach them. To his surprise, Ho Young matched the speed of the ball with impressive agility, evaded all the cones, and executed perfect controls. Although he didn't possess extraordinary reflexes, the boy's raw speed was formidable, justifying Carlo's choice. The training continued intensely, with the star forcing the long passes and the youngster chasing down almost every ball, until he finished the circuit completely spent. Kaka called a 10-minute break for the boy to rest, and as he watched him sitting down, he thought about how the kid exceeded expectations. The youngster's reading of the pass rhythm, mental strength, and determination reminded him of his own younger self, concluding that football truly tended to evolve. Curious, Ho Young asked if Kaka himself shouldn't be resting, given he was in a period of physical recovery. The midfielder sat down next to him, joking about the boy's concern, and explained that a person must always be dedicated to maintaining discipline when great challenges arise. Those words motivated the boy, who asked to continue immediately. Praising his pupil's attitude, the star suggested changing the focus of the training, questioning the importance of Sao Paulo's next fixture. Ho Young confirmed the importance of the tournament, and revealed that he would face a monstrous defender named Marcelo Niera. Hearing the name, Kaka validated the manager's warning, commenting that the opponent was exceptional, and that, who knows, the two boys might even play together for the Brazilian national team in the future. Knowing perfectly well from his original timeline that Kaka and Marcelo Niera would indeed be international teammates, and that the defender's vision was absurd, the boy listened intently to his mentor. Kaka concluded by saying that, from then on, they would devise an efficient way to face the rival, since anticipating actions and reacting correctly were the essence of a playmaker, strictly following Carlo's philosophy that poor mentoring is worse than none at all. Over the following weeks, Ho Young transformed into Kaka's literal second shadow. They spent more than half the day glued to each other, even heading home together. In this intense routine, the boy absorbed not only technical fundamentals but also valuable lessons on mental control, high-performance routines, invisible training, and discipline, while still actively participating in Sao Paulo's squad activities to make the most of every second of that precious period. On the fourth day of this mentorship, Kaka opened his heart and shared that, because he grew up in very comfortable living conditions, football was initially just a hobby, only becoming a real dream later on. He said he loved playing so much that he realized that to truly enjoy the sport, he would need to evolve drastically. Therefore, he spent his nights jumping rope and practicing with the ball on the pitch, in addition to swimming early in the morning. Curious, Ho Young asked if his idol had stood out from an early age, but the star player revealed he hadn't, confiding that he was a substitute until he was 14 and faced a lot of pressure from coaches and even his parents to give up. He explained that he persisted, and that same year, went through a growth spurt that helped him lead the U15 squad to the title, adding that at age 18 he suffered a severe spinal accident, where doctors said he would never play again, but his self-confidence brought him back. Kaka emphasized that the boy was much younger than he was at the time, and already displayed absurd talent, advising him to always believe in himself and remember that there were 10 other teammates fighting by his side, allowing him to focus solely on playing. The words of that true example of an athlete left Ho Young's mind incredibly clear. The boy thanked him deeply for the advice, and right after, the midfielder stood up to begin the tactical strategy on how to stop Marcelo Niera. The youngster deduced that the priority would be finding an efficient way to escape the rival's heavy pressing, and the mentor confirmed, explaining that he would use a technique from his own U15 days, developed to overcome a terrifying center back named Johnny Alves. The day of the big match in the Super Championship finally arrived, bringing a vibrant crowd full of fans drawn by recent press articles about Ho Young's talent, whom some had nicknamed the Seahorse. The public showed great expectation to see the prospect in action. As soon as the referee blew the whistle for kickoff, one of the first standout actions involved young Marcelo Niera. Analyzing the opponent, Ho Young mapped out his talents: A-rank football gene, A-rank tireless overlap, B2 rank exceptional ball control, B rank flexible dribble, B rank sharp crosses, C3 rank interception, C2 rank team play, C2 rank rhythmic flexibility, and the famous C+ level Marseille turn. Knowing that Fluminense relied on an extremely solid defense to punish rivals in a single counterattack orchestrated by Marcelo Niera, the boy recalled his mentor's advice about observation being crucial for a playmaker, and sought a loophole in the rival's game. He noticed that the flexible dribbling caused the defender to retain possession for a long time because he trusted his recovery ability too much. Identifying the right moment, Ho Young signaled for Rosca to press Fluminense's number 2, who was waiting for a pass from Marcelo Niera. The high press worked, and left the rival defender undecided between going for a dribble or passing forward. Exploiting the hesitation, Ho Young closed in quickly to trap him. Marcelo Niera didn't notice the midfielder's arrival, and tried to lean back to pass the ball backward, but he was caught off guard by a heavy physical collision. The Sao Paulo youngster's robust frame did not give way upon impact, allowing him to dispossess his rival cleanly. While the Rio player processed that this fast kid was also as solid as a rock, Ho Young advanced with the ball, proving Kaká's theory that athletes with that style were vulnerable to physical contact, and should be pressed without hesitation. With possession and his vision expanded by his talent as a versatile midfield commander, Ho Young saw Rosca make a run into the box. The pass was picture perfect, and his teammate quickly played a through ball back to him, penetrating the penalty area face to face with the goalkeeper. The young prodigy finished with a beautiful side-footed placed shot, opening the score early in the clash. On the touchline, manager Carlo watched proudly, thinking that the boy didn't just look for individual breakthroughs, but played with enormous variety, intelligence, and efficiency, conserving energy in an exemplary display of football. The sharp 1-2s made it look like the duo had been training together for years, leaving Marcelo Niera intrigued about who that kid was. The first half ended 1-0 in favor of Sao Paulo. In the locker room, Marcelo Niera tried to stay confident that winning the tournament would guarantee a smooth path to the final, and that conceding a goal was not the end of the world, but Ho Young's performance bothered him deeply. At the 20-minute mark of the second half, Fluminense mistimed a defensive tackle, resulting in a yellow card. Realizing that Sao Paulo was intentionally forcing a physical game, a strategy that mirrored Gremio's gritty style, Marcelo Niera shouted at his teammates to keep their composure so they wouldn't get dragged into the opponent's rhythm. Noticing the tactical gap that hindered Fluminense's usual pressing, Carlo decided to inject fresh energy into the team and sent young Douglas Costa to warm up, making the substitution shortly after. As soon as he stepped onto the pitch, the forward traded glances with Ho Young, who instructed the team to stretch the field. The collective movement was immediate. The number 10 knew that Marcelo Niera was pushing up too much to try and cover spaces, blocking Fluminense's own build-up play, and that Sao Paulo needed to extend their lead before suffering a counterattack. Ho Young took a deep breath, concentrated, and analyzed the rivals' tactical layout, noticing that their second and third defensive lines were too far apart, fragmenting the Rio side's game flow. The midfielder ordered Douglas Costa to drop deep to receive, initiating a sequence of short, quick passes. Fluminense's defense stuck close to block the forward's advance, but Ho Young's speed of thought was superior, allowing him to slip a direct pass to the teammate who would act as a pivot for Douglas Costa. Amid praises from the stands regarding the quality of the tricolor Polista's passing, the young playmaker realized that Douglas Costa's presence was dismantling the opponent's pressure, creating the perfect scenario. If the forward pushed up to draw the first defensive line, the path would be clear for his own run into the box. The match was completely under control for Sao Paulo after Douglas Costa, who was in possession, delivered a perfect through ball to Ho Young. The boy won the one-on-one against the goalkeeper and scored another great goal, leaving the Fluminense players wondering where on earth he had come from. The Rio team was growing demoralized, and Marcelo Niera was highly frustrated. From that moment on, Fluminense's defensive formation began showing serious flaws, allowing Ho Young to break through their defense time and time again. Marcelo Niera even tried to launch a few counterattacks but failed to score. With his defensive system collapsing, he didn't even find the space for his main weapon, which was his overlapping runs. The match ended like that, 2-0 for Sao Paulo, with both goals scored by the most talked about debutant of the moment, Ho Young. For the young star, it was an incredible feeling to see these results, because no matter how tough the preparation was, that sense of achievement showed him that he could keep moving forward. Manager Carlo praised the boy, telling him he had done a great job. Later on, Ho Young was already preparing to copy Marcelo Niera's talents, keeping his eyes on the A-rank football gene. As soon as he went through the process, his own football gene evolved to A+, and the time required to copy the next talent dropped to 15 days. He had started incredibly well, and the team was also flying high. If they reached the quarterfinals, it would practically be a shortcut to the grand final. The boy thoroughly enjoyed all of it, and felt his heart race when the crowd cheered for his performance, feeling even happier about winning the match than about the talent itself. Meanwhile, in a coffee shop, scout Antonio Soriano was analyzing various documents and reports, thinking that there were many interesting prospects that year. The sheer volume of reports he needed to write was absurd, on top of having to scout young talents and conduct negotiations in an endless pile of work. Nearby, the ladies working at the shop whispered among themselves, commenting that the man had only ordered an Americano and had already been sitting there for 2 hours, and that he could at least order a slice of cake. He felt a bit self-conscious about the comment and thought that he really needed to focus on work and start with what was most important. Analyzing the papers of Neymar dos Santos, he noticed that Marcelo Niera had been completely neutralized by that A-level kid, which made Antonio Soriano keep his eyes wide open regarding Ho Young. 3 days later, during a National League match, Antonio Soriano was present in the stands. The first game was Santos against Coritiba, and most of the crowd consisted of family members, friends, friends and journalists, given it was a U15 category match and didn't attract that many people. Even so, all eyes were focused on a single player, the #1 prospect, Daymar. Antonio Soriano, after observing him for nearly a year, noticed that he still lacked a bit of stamina, but recognized that he was a very balanced player with impressive agility, flashy technique, good ball control, and a great blend of physical lightness and eye-catching skills. Santos won 3-0 just as the scout had expected, making him think that this year's championship would likely go to the Santos team. The next match would be between Sao Paulo and Bahia, and Antonio Soriano needed to observe 4 specific players: Casemiro, Douglas Costa, Rosca, and Ho Young, curious to see what kind of football they would display. Later on, the scout was radiant, as Ho Young truly looked special. The boy had highly solid fundamentals, his own repertoire of plays, and not only created the game as a midfielder, but also operated in various positions, proving to be an absurdly versatile player. He completed 9 successful dribbles and 3 shots on target, even though he was substituted around the 60th minute, likely to be preserved for the next clash against Fluminense. The kid possessed natural talent, technical quality, and physical capacity with no evident weak points, which would give him the conditions to compete even in the professional ranks. But the scout decided to wait a little longer to get to know him up close. After the game, Ho Young and his team celebrated the 3-0 victory over Bahia. The rehearsed plays had worked out beautifully, and the youngster had highly motivated the squad, but he ended up being the first to split from the group to reflect. He thought that, overall, the performance was good, but his clinical finishing left much to be desired, and if he hadn't been substituted, he could have scored another one. He put it in his mind that next time, he would have to learn how great goal scorers find the back of the net. Knowing that the season was still long, the world was full of talent, and there was no reason to rush. It was at that moment that Antonio Soriano approached him and handed him a card, introducing himself as a football club scout and saying he would like to talk. When Ho Young looked at the business card, he took a fright upon noticing that the man was from Real Madrid, Spain. Antonio Soriano told him not to overthink it right now, just to remember that a major Spanish club recognized and valued his talent, bidding farewell with a "see you soon" and saying he would be rooting for him. 4 days later, after a 5-hour flight, the Sao Paulo delegation arrived in Rio de Janeiro. Manager Carlo explained that during the National League games, they had saved energy precisely with the rematch against Fluminense in mind. Last time, they won 2-0, but their opponents were not going to take that lying down, especially playing at home, where a simple lapse in concentration could be fatal. If they won, the path to the final would be smooth, since a win, a draw, or even a 1-goal defeat would take the team to the quarterfinals of the Super Championship. So it was time to show the squad's strength. During the handshakes before the opening whistle, Marcelo Niera deliberately squeezed Ho Young's hand tightly. The boy thought to himself about the audacity of that guy, and got even more motivated, knowing he couldn't lose the match under any circumstances, as it was his chance to obtain Kaká's talent, advance in the tournament, and still copy Marcelo Niera's own skills. Perhaps because he had copied the football gene previously, the conditions had become easier, requiring only that he play against Marcelo Niera for 60 minutes, score a goal, and block an advance from his rival, transforming the match into a true one-on-one of pure individual technique. When the match began, Ho Young noticed that Fluminense's formation was different, coming out in a 4-4-2 that reinforced the flanks with a wide winger, a direct response to Sao Paulo, who usually played compactly and through the middle. Marcelo Niera was positioned on the right wing, indicating that would be the side they would attack from, but Ho Young had a plan and told Rosca to drop back, since if the opponent reinforced the wings, they would switch to a 4-3-3 formation. Manager Carlo also thought that Fluminense had set up a good strategy, except that their midfield would be left vulnerable, so Sao Paulo needed to dominate that sector and prevent the ball distribution to the flanks. At the 8-minute mark of the first half, Douglas Costa was trying to drive forward, but was being marked relentlessly from all sides, with the opponents attacking as if they were facing a mortal enemy, fighting as if their very lives depended on it. Ho Young noticed the problem, as the team was having serious difficulties in midfield, precisely where the strategy was supposed to fit. Rosca couldn't find his footing on the pitch either, and during a contested play, he ended up pushing one of the opponents and falling down with him. Both ended up injured, and to make matters worse, the referee showed a straight red card to Rosca. Ho Young tried to argue, thinking that his teammate had merely lost his balance while trying to recover, and that it was clearly accidental, knowing that it wasn't a simple sending off, since under the rules of the Brazilian Super Championship, a straight red card resulted in an automatic 2-match suspension, which would rule Rosca out of the quarterfinals even if they advanced. The referee harshly asked for the name of the sent-off player, while Rosca kept repeating that it was an accident and that he hadn't done it on purpose. Seeing the referee issue a final warning to state the name quickly, Ho Young intervened and told his teammate to do what was being asked, as the referee had already made up his mind and complaining would only make things worse. Rosca introduced himself to the referee and was escorted off the pitch, and Ho Young knew all too well that you should never argue with the officiating. The rest of the team was visibly frustrated and dejected. After all, they had trained 4 full days just for that match, and all their efforts seemed to be crushed by an injustice. The young star understood that, as much as the home field advantage played a part, sometimes it was just bad luck, luck, and since luck was also part of sports, they would have to win on pure skill from that moment on, no matter what it took. Since they were down to 10 men, and it severely affected the team's performance, manager Carlo called over Frenu, the captain, and instructed that there would be no problem in conceding possession, as long as they focused on cutting passing lanes, closing down spaces for shots, and avoiding unnecessary physical confrontations. The new strategy would be to use the false nine tactic, having Douglas Costa drop back and leaving Ho Young in this versatile role, positioning himself as a center forward but constantly dropping deep to help the midfield, functioning, in practice, as a legitimate midfielder disguised as an attacker. Frenu ran to pass the instructions of the new tactic to Ho Young, aware that they needed to maintain the team's organization at all costs during counterattacks. The boy carried an enormous responsibility on his shoulders, transforming into the team's sole hope and true pillar, from the defense all the way to the battle waged in midfield. He ran tirelessly, determined not to betray manager Carlo's trust, supporting the midfielders through the center, and sometimes dropping back even further to closely marked defenders. His participation in the defensive gear was active, helping intercept passes and avoiding reckless physical challenges. However, the youngster soon realized that if they kept going that way, they would end up losing, as the hole left by Raska's expulsion was simply too big. Ho Young knew that no matter how much they reinforced the defense, the opponent could simply step up their offensive pressure at any moment. To make matters worse, Marcelo Niera was a massive problem. He was in peak form, running across the entire pitch and looking like a completely different player from their first encounter. In a quick build-up play, he delivered a precise cross, and the Fluminense forward sent it into the back of the net with a header. Ho Young felt the blow but told everyone to stay focused because they could still win. The problem was that the crowd was pushing Fluminense hard since they were playing at home. It wasn't just a tough game. The shouts and provocations coming from the stands were intimidating everyone on the Sao Paulo side, affecting even the captain. Exploiting this blackout, shortly before the end of the first half, Marcelo Niera found yet another pocket-perfect assistance, and the first half ended in a bitter 2-0 scoreline for Fluminense. In the Sao Paulo locker room, the atmosphere was one of pure discouragement and stress, filled with the uncomfortable feeling that their opponents were walking all over them as they pleased. When Carlo entered the room, he took a deep breath and went straight to the point, telling them they were being pathetic and asking what on earth they were so afraid of to be backed into a corner like that. Frenu tried to justify it, commenting that it felt like any physical contact resulted in a foul against them. The manager accepted that they should be careful with unnecessary challenges, but reinforced that this didn't mean playing passively. After all, even though they were still academy players, that stage already demanded a practically semi-professional attitude, and it seemed the squad had forgotten everything they learned about high-performance mentality. Carlo hammered home the point that losing the will to fight was unacceptable. He understood the boys' emotional side, but the fans, the board, and the club would not forgive such an attitude. The objective there was to win, or at the very least show on the pitch everything they had prepared in training. Next, the manager approached Ho Young and praised his mature handling of the situation during the commotion with the referee, mentioning that if he hadn't intervened, Roscoe would have picked up a 3-game ban. The boy, however, vented, saying that due to fear of the refereeing and the pressure, the players were not pressing the opponent as they should, accepting a passive game. Carlo looked at him and said the boy would have to play with his head from then on, and that was precisely why he deployed him as a false nine. It would be a difficult mission, but in the situation they found themselves in, his role was crucial. As soon as Ho Young left the locker room to return to the pitch, he found Roscoe waiting for him. His teammate confessed that he hadn't really liked the interference at the time, but thanked him for his common sense and gave him a vote of confidence, telling him to give it his best. Ho Young nodded, focused, and took the reprimand upon himself. He began to analyze the scenario broadly. On aggregate score across both legs, the tie was level at 2-2. If Sao Paulo conceded one more goal, they would be eliminated. If they scored one, the decision would go to penalties. Every single movement in that second half would determine their fate in the championship. Upon returning to the match, Sao Paulo still showed some signs of intimidation, but their overall posture was visibly better, and their movements were more connected than in the first half. Captain Frenu reflected this change, coordinating the defensive line with surgical precision and without any distractions. Ho Young shouted at him not to feel pressured, assuring him that he would find a way to hold down the midfield by himself. Feeling he could trust his teammates, Frenu concentrated and ordered Rafinha to apply a softer press, while Santoro would provide coverage from the front. The two promptly obeyed and closed the trap precisely in Marcelo Niera's sector, blocking his offensive options to advance. The Fluminense star realized immediately that he wouldn't breach that wall easily, mainly because Sao Paulo had shifted their attitude, winning the ball back with much higher intensity, and without resorting to silly fouls. The Rio team no longer found the same ease to attack, even though the rival crowd kept pushing the home side. Ho Young noticed that everyone there was overcoming their fear through sheer willpower, and he knew that he needed to surpass himself too. In that unfavorable situation, the key to Sao Paulo's survival was defensive consistency. However, Marcelo Niera was extremely intelligent and noticed that because of the double teaming on him, their left side of the attack was completely free. Sao Paulo couldn't simply set up a 3-man backline to cover the gap, as their right side would collapse if they did. To make the tactical scenario worse, the Paulista's greatest enemy became physical fatigue, since running with 10 players demands a much greater effort than with 11, and time was working against them. At the 25-minute mark of the second half, exhaustion hit the Sao Paulo squad hard, as they kept fighting with grit but were already spent. The Fluminense manager noticed the weakness and thought that, as expected, his team held total numerical and physical advantage, making it the ideal moment to push forward with everything to kill the game, applying the old strategy of crushing the opponent when they falter. Marcelo Niera began coordinating his teammates, telling them to open up space and stretch the pitch, and a much slower Sao Paulo couldn't keep up with Fluminense's quick strides. Freinu felt the danger looming, knowing that at that pace they would soon concede. The rival forward let loose a rocket of a shot, but the Sao Paulo goalkeeper pulled off a miracle and palmed it away. Fluminense followed up with a relentless bombardment, capitalizing on their preserved fitness, and shortly after, it was Marcelo Niera's turn to hit a powerful shot, demanding another great save from the Sao Paulo shot stopper. The goalkeeper, who was perhaps the only one with 100% stamina left on the team, was also beginning to tire from the onslaught. The clock was ticking, and they had only 10 minutes to scrape together at least one goal and force a penalty shootout. But for that to happen, Ho Young needed to find a way to neutralize Marcelo Niera. On the sidelines, Carlo was screaming at them to hold on to the result until extra time, reminding everyone that there were less than 10 minutes left and that they needed to share the pain and work together until the very end. The rallying cry ignited the players' pride, giving them a second wind even at the absolute limit of exhaustion. Ho Young knew all too well that when the body reacts passively due to fatigue, the mind must be twice as proactive to find a way out. The Achilles heel remained Marcelo Niera's onslaughts down the left side of the Sao Paulo defense, exposing Santoro's flank, and everyone knew it was only a matter of time before they were breached there if nothing was done. They urgently needed a plan to halt the rival number 10's advances, and the young prodigy began to mastermind something in his head, knowing it would be all or nothing from that moment on. At the other end, fueled by the festive home crowd and seeing his opponents depleted, Marcelo Niera wore a confident smirk. He knew the physical advantage was entirely theirs, exactly as the Fluminense coach had predicted in the locker room, when he said Sao Paulo would soon run out of breath, leaving Ho Young completely overwhelmed, trying to carry the world on his shoulders alone. In the second half, Fluminense's strategy was crystal clear: break free from Sao Paulo's pressure and launch full-scale attacks. And that was precisely what the hosts had been doing, hammering away relentlessly to score another goal and kill off the match. Fluminense accelerated the tempo overwhelmingly, seemingly plotting the final blow against the exhausted team from Sao Paulo. The ball was lofted toward Marcelo Niera, who was already bursting forward at full speed, but in a flash of pure tactical reading, Ho Young materialized out of nowhere and intercepted the pass. Marcelo Niera hadn't even realized it, but Sao Paulo had swapped Santoro and Ho Young's positions, given that the young prodigy was in better physical shape, and the coaching staff planned to weather the storm at the back, abandon the attack, and drag the contest into penalties. Realizing the kid was a hell of a player, Marcelo Niera saw it as a personal challenge. If he could destroy Ho Young in a 1v1 duel, he would stand out immensely, earning valuable points with the scouts in the stands while securing his team's victory. He put it in his head that this time, he would bring his rival down. The problem was that the boys' marking was ruthless, trying to shake off the fear and focused solely on bypassing the defender. The Fluminense number 10 kept hammering, but Ho Young stood firm like an unyielding wall, while simultaneously avoiding excessive physical contact to avoid risking a red card. Seeing that he couldn't break through, Marcelo Niera thought it didn't matter. There were other ways to solve the game, and he didn't necessarily have to win that static duel. He quickly released the ball to a teammate making a surging run and darted forward to receive it inside the box. But Ho Young, with an absurdly fast reaction, anticipated the play and intercepted the pass once again. Furious with the collective blunder, Marcelo Niera barked at his teammate, telling him he should have opened up the passing angle a bit more. He began to question himself internally, wondering if his timing had been off or if he should have held onto the ball longer, but he soon realized there was still time. If things stayed this way, they would have to settle it in extra time. That was when, against all odds, Ho Young controlled the ball and initiated Sao Paulo's counterattack. There was only 1 minute left in the second half. On the sidelines, Coach Carlo knew very well that no matter how low their possession was, or how many players had been sent off, in football, the team that scores more goals wins, even if there is only 1 minute left on the clock. Santoro pushed through his limits and managed to deliver a picture-perfect long ball to Ho Young, causing the few Sao Paulo U15 fans in the stands to erupt in cheers. Desperate, Marcelo Niera screamed at the defense that they couldn't let him slip away under any circumstances. But Ho Young kept driving forward like a sharp blade, slicing through the defense and cutting past anyone who crossed his path. Nobody in the stadium could understand how on earth he was still maintaining that breathtaking speed in the dying embers of the match. On the inside, the boy's legs felt like they weighed a ton and his knees were begging for a break, but the scoreboard showed only 1 minute remaining, and Sao Paulo finally had their golden opportunity in a lightning-fast counterattack. The massive Fluminense crowd booed thunderously, trying to rattle the boys from Sao Paulo, but Ho Young remained unshaken. His heart felt like it was going to burst at any any moment. His breath was entirely gone, and dizziness was setting in from the extreme exertion. It wasn't just him. All of his teammates were enduring the absolute limit of physical pain for that single play. He dug deep into his soul for strength, remembering that this battle was far tougher than the match against Bayern Munich that had gone into extra time, and that now the team was moving purely on willpower. Keeping a cool head and a steady body, inspired by the legendary style of Cha Bum-kun, he forged ahead with his heart ablaze. Marcelo Nero watched in disbelief, thinking it made absolutely no sense for his rival to still have the stamina for such a sprint. Ho Young skipped past the markers and completely pierced the final defensive line. Santoro was breaking free into the right side of the box, calling for the ball, but the boy decided not to pass. He went straight for goal. With a flawless and powerful strike, he rippled the back of Fluminense's net, nearly tearing the goal structure apart, and scoring Sao Paulo's first goal of the match. That miraculous goal changed everything, sealing their qualification to the next round. Amidst the frantic celebration, Douglas Costa and Franu jumped on the kid, screaming that he was an absolute legend, without a shadow of a doubt. Ho Young pulled off his signature celebration, a trademark move he ironically stole from world-class players, just as he did with talents. But in the heat of that epic moment, something different happened. Through his own merit, he awakened a new internal talent, the A-rank burning willpower. He had spent his entire first year consistently and dedicatedly observing his teammates, and it was incredible to see such a powerful trait blossom precisely out of adversity. It could have taken years to happen, but he pulled it off. The boy even wondered if he had earned it purely through hard work, or if it was something that had always been latent in his DNA. But in the end, it didn't matter. The emergence of this talent meant his growth potential was truly limitless, guaranteeing him an unshakable mental fortitude from then on. Captain Frenu quickly managed the boys' euphoria, shouting that it wasn't over yet. Even with the 3-2 aggregate score in their favor, Sao Paulo was too exhausted to even celebrate properly. But the boys stood their ground, parked in defense until the referee's final whistle. Full time, Sao Paulo withstood the pressure and heroically advanced to the quarterfinals of the Super Championship. On the bench, Rosca beamed with satisfaction, relieved to see the team's effort rewarded. With qualification secured and their duty fulfilled, Ho Young's skill system opened up, displaying the talent options available to copy from his rival. Active overlap, exceptional dribbling B+, flexible pace C+, double marking B+, precise crossing B+, diagonal playmaking COS, exceptional passing, and roulette Ken's COS. Without hesitating for a single second, he went straight for exceptional dribbling B+2. On the other side, Marcelo Niera was utterly devastated, weeping copiously on the pitch over the painful elimination. Little did he know that his double-marking talent would be Ho Young's next target, as the two teams would likely face each other 2 more times that same season. Although the Rio de Janeiro number 10 was deeply dissatisfied after letting the victory slip through his fingers right before the eyes of international scouts, Ho Young demonstrated fine sportsmanship and approached him, extending his hand for a shirt swap. Marcelo Niera could hardly believe he was being consoled by the very guy who had defeated him, but he swallowed his pride and accepted the gesture. He would keep that bitter defeat in his memory, using the experience as fuel to grow even stronger in the future. In the Sao Paulo locker room, the celebration was massive. Coach Carlo praised the group, congratulating everyone on the excellent football they had displayed, but issued an important warning. They had only reached the quarterfinals, so no one could afford to lower their guard. The schedule from then on would be grueling, including the National Championship, the Regional League in June, and the highly anticipated Youth Champions League starting in December, demanding that everyone keep their mentality sharp. For Ho Young, hearing about the Champions League was like staring at a full banquet. It would be the perfect opportunity for him to meet and absorb the talents of players from all over the world. Before dismissing the boy to get some rest, Carlo mentioned that someone very important was waiting for him in the stands. Curious, the youngster headed up there and ran straight into Hwang Tae-suk, the journalist who had warmly welcomed him at the airport when he returned to Korea the previous year. Ho Young flashed a smile, instantly remembering him. Hwang Tae-suk enthusiastically explained that he was passing through Brazil as a special correspondent, covering the 2014 World Cup, and as soon as he heard that the young Korean prospect was on the pitch for Sao Paulo, he made sure to drop by and show his support. The boy thanked him immensely for the consideration and kindness, but the journalist countered, saying that he was the one who should be grateful. After all, their last interview had yielded a spectacular cover story for his career. Hwang Tae-suk pointed out that the kid was already becoming quite famous, but the buzz in Korea would completely explode once he published his article about that heroic match. With a sharp gaze, the reporter adjusted his recorder and asked if, given the high expectations and the spotlight focused on him at such a massive club, he wasn't feeling any pressure on his shoulders. Ho Young explained that dealing with expectations and anxiety is actually part of being a professional, and that he felt grateful for it. However, he made a request not to do any devilish editing in the newspaper, the kind that features criticisms involving other players. Journalist Hwang Tae-suk reassured the boy, telling him not to worry about that, and promising to conduct a proper, Korean-to-Korean interview. At the end of the conversation, with several notes already jotted down in his notebook, the journalist asked one last question, mentioning that he knew about his great relationship with Cha Bun-kun, the Korean football legend, and wanted to know if he would accept an invitation to the youth national team in the future. Ho Young replied that he would, as that is every player's dream, and he knew that learning directly from coach Cha Bun-kun and being called up to the national team was a mandatory step in his career. This would mean delaying a move to Europe for a bit, but for him it wouldn't be a problem at all, as it would surely be worth it. Wang Tae-sek still tried to ask about future plans involving Europe and his professional debut with Sao Paulo, but Ho Young sidestepped the question, replying that he would focus only on the present. The journalist didn't mind. He wrapped up the interview right there and thanked him profusely for the opportunity, looking quite exhausted but knowing he would write a great article in return. He also took the chance to congratulate him on qualifying for the quarterfinals and winning the MOM award, which stands for Man of the Match, the MVP of the game. Since the award hadn't been officially announced yet, the journalist joked that even a child would know he was going to win it, then took a photo of Ho Young and said goodbye, promising to keep an eye on his next performances. That day, Ho Young went to bed early because he was utterly exhausted, and since the award was announced and presented to him that same night, he only found out about the news the following day. When he woke up with his whole body aching, the first thing he thought about was that he had satisfied all the conditions to acquire Kaka's talents. Since he already possessed good vision, a natural mentality, and solid midfield stats, he decided to hold on to those options for now. He was torn between the unique rank talent Prince of Football, which brought an honest and kind mentality, and the A+ rank talent Sculpted Beauty. Thinking it over, he concluded it would be much better to take the unique rank talent, since only Kaka possessed it, whereas anyone could eventually get an A rank trait. He prioritized this choice, knowing he would have to wait 30 days to grab the next talent, considering it a massive reward. Later on, he met up with Kaka himself to train. The star praised the boy's motivation, but asked if he was truly doing alright, reminding him that he had been completely drained in the last game, and could afford to rest that day. Ho Young replied that he wanted to make the most of his training with Kaka while he still could, and seeing his determination, his teammate didn't stop him. Upon analyzing Kaka with his system, Ho Young noticed that the requirements had decreased for the next talents. He now needed to train alongside him for 300 minutes, win one more league match, record 2 goals and 2 assists in an official match, and complete 2,000 total hours of tutoring. This last one was a hidden condition that had just been revealed, allowing him to copy an S-rank talent, lightning dribbles, solely for hitting that hidden milestone. Noticing the boy's joy, Kaka commented that even though he looked tired, he seemed to be in a fantastic mood, and Ho Young confirmed it, thanking his mentor while thinking about how well he would utilize that new talent. Meanwhile, director Victor was in a meeting with coach Carlo, mentioning that the scouts had been pestering them quite a bit lately, and asking for insights to know if he had watched the previous day's game. Carlo responded that this annoyance was only bound to increase in the future because Ho Young was in a phenomenal patch of form, and winning the championship this season was no longer just a dream. The coach explained that he wanted to help all the boys on the team showcase their best football, and for that reason, he asked the director to file an appeal against Rosca's red card. A few days later, the federation responded to Sao Paulo's request, and the committee confirmed that Rosca's action was unintentional, recognizing the decision as a refereeing error, and overturning the card. Everyone at the club was thrilled with the news that he would finally return to the pitch. Meanwhile, in Korea, Hwang Tae-suk's interview was causing a massive stir online, highlighting the South Korean prodigy Ho Young being named man of the match in the Super Championship, and revealing his desire to join the youth national team as early as next year. The article sparked a wide range of reactions among fans, divided between immense praise and malicious comments from internet trolls trying to tear down the boy's reputation. Back in Brazil, Kaká was wrapping up his mentoring period with Ho Young, as he needed to leave for Milan, and said his goodbyes by telling the boy they would see each other next time on the pitch. The youngster promised he would definitely catch one of his games sometime soon, and bid farewell to the star, reflecting on just how much he had learned thanks to him. The talents acquired during this treatment period were numerous, and though it would take time to fully master them, he could hardly wait. He now possessed Rosca's precise judgment, Kaká's sculpted beauty alongside his unique talent, and the S-rank lightning dribbling. After an intense battle against Marcelo Niera, that was a more than deserved reward, and to make things better, the system notified him that the lightning dribbling could be combined with a similar talent he already knew, Chaduri's high-speed sprint. With the system becoming increasingly complex as the level of play rose, Ho Young caught himself wondering if a unique rank talent could actually be merged into an S rank. This would mean that in some cases, a unique talent might be inferior to an A rank. The system informed him that the process would take 15 days to complete, and during this time, he would be completely unable to copy any other skill. Analyzing the functions carefully, he managed to map out roughly 9 main points regarding how everything worked so far. First, he discovered that you cannot unlock a lower level talent of the same type you already possess, but it is entirely possible to unlock a higher one. Second, the rankings follow an order of title: legendary, unique, S, A, B, and C, with the first 3 categories operating independently of the others. Third, title rank talents are exclusive to elite players over the age of 18, like the Prince of Football itself, while unique rank talents belong strictly to a single player and only transform into legendary when that athlete retires, something currently unrecorded in the system. Fourth, the conditions for obtaining talents vary wildly in difficulty, as some require only a single match, while others demand a lot of time. Fifth, a talent's grade has no bearing on its rarity, since its effectiveness depends purely on how the player utilizes it. Sixth, a rating like C+3 does not mean 3 times the value of a C talent. His stepover, for instance, could be worth twice as much, or just 1.1 times, with the exact values remaining a mystery to him. Seventh, there is a limit on how many talents can be copied at once, and the cooldown blocks new copies. Eighth, the number of available talent slots varies from person to person. Ninth, talent synthesis was still almost completely unknown to him, except for the certainty that a unique rank and an S-rank talent could be combined if they were of the same type. But what intrigued Ho Young most was the grade of these abilities, since Kaka held an S-rank talent without even being in his prime, and Gabriel Batistuta also possessed only an S-rank, compensating with a myriad of A-rank talents. He wondered if even higher grades existed, and grew excited thinking about top-tier players like Messi and Ronaldinho, who likely carried around 20 S-rank talents that, if synthesized, could give birth to something entirely new. Determined to wait out the 15 days of synthesis with great anticipation, the month of July arrived, bringing Greece's shocking victory in the 2004 European Championship. On television, the pundit spoke about how the Greek national team, considered the weakest underdog, defeated Europe's traditional powerhouses like a true giant killer, comparing the feat to the story of David and Goliath. No one could have predicted it, but Ho Young smiled, thinking it was exactly as expected since he knew the future and the efficiency of that supreme defensive strategy. While watching TV, he noticed Monica Stokey staring intently at him and asked if there was something wrong with his face. She called Maria Choi over to help evaluate, and the two stepped quite close, noting that he seemed to have lost weight and that his facial lines were a bit more defined. Ho Young found it funny, but soon suspected it was already the effect of Kaka's sculpted beauty talent. A few days later, he woke up incredibly thrilled because the deadline had finally passed, and the synthesis was successfully completed. The combined talents transformed into Storm Dribbling, with its rank displayed as S and U. This meant he would go 75 days without being able to copy anything else, but the excitement over the result outweighed any drawback. Unsure whether the acronym stood for a combination of S and unique or represented a super unique tier, he rushed to the training ground focused on developing this skill that now belonged solely to him. Even knowing that actually mastering it would take another 75 days, he didn't mind and stuck firmly to his routine. Many weeks flew by amidst intense training sessions and naps on team buses heading to matches. In August, with the start of a new competition and a piling backlog of commitments, the schedule became so frantic that he even felt dizzy at times. In September, the heavy pace continued, accumulating massive mental and physical exhaustion. Meanwhile, over in Spain, Real Madrid scout Antonio Soriano was analyzing several documents and noting down in his report that the player to watch in South American football was Ho Young. The report highlighted that, despite being the youngest in the squad, the boy was leading Sao Paulo towards second place in the National League, racking up a total of 23 matches, 17 wins, 4 draws, 2 defeats, 24 goals, and 11 assists over the last 5 months. The scout emphasized that his dribbling, which was already fast, had become even more refined in recent months, and had everything it took to shine in Europe. Expectations were hitting a fever pitch because the next match would be crucial. At the Barafunda Training Center, Coach Carlo gathered the team to announce that their next opponent would be Santos, a side boasting the biggest prospect in Brazilian football at the moment, instantly making everyone think of the great Neymar. For Ho Young, that was the main reason he had come to play in Brazil, as he would finally face the Santos star. On October 7th, the day of the clash between Sao Paulo and Santos, the stands were packed with fans anxious to see the duel between the two prospects who had been dominating the newspaper headlines. In the Santos locker room, Coach Pamel warned his players that this match was for the top spot in the table, and that they needed to defend at all costs to come away with the win. The team relied on a powerful trio formed by Gabigol, Gonçalo, and Neymar. The manager reinforced the warning to keep a close eye on Ho Young, and Neymar thought to himself that, from the plays he had already seen, the opponent was indeed good but not better than him. Confident, the Santos number 11 calmed the coach down, saying they would handle it, and predicted he would have a lot of fun on the pitch. As soon as the team stepped onto the grass, Ho Young locked eyes with Neymar, immediately recognizing that he was standing before a genius. In the past, he would never have dreamed of this, but now he was there to fight on equal terms for the victory. The match kicked off with a blistering offensive storm from Santos, with passes so fast that the tricolor defense could barely keep track. Neymar took charge right from the start, skipping past Sao Paulo's captain with immense ease and feeling his adrenaline spike as he found himself 13 meters from goal. With space to shoot, and seeing Gabigol positioned for the rebound on the other side, he unleashed a rocket that cruelly rattled against the crossbar. What the Santos star didn't expect was Rosca's rapid reading of the game, as he intercepted the play play immediately and gathered the ball, leaving no chance for a rebound and igniting the counterattack, just as the Santos coach had feared. Demar immediately realized that the situation was extremely dangerous. Rosca acted quickly and managed to pass to Ho Young, the real threat of the play, who took off like a jet, bypassing every Santos defender at unbelievable speed. The devastating counterattack ended in a goal by Ho Young, leaving Demar pensive, feeling that this shouldn't be happening. To the Santos star, he had made a mistake himself, but the opponent's goal was more a stroke of bad luck, since his own shot had exploded off the crossbar, and the ball happened to land right at his rival's feet. Furthermore, what intrigued him the most was that this Ho Young hadn't used anything special, scoring the goal just by running and dribbling. Demar wondered if the boy wasn't scoring too easily, remembering everything he had ever heard about him, that he was a prodigy, the future of Brazil in football, and someone who had received a true gift from the gods. To regain his focus and get back into the game, the Santos number 11 took a deep breath and calmed himself down. On the very next play, Demar showed his genius by infiltrating the defense of Sao Paulo's captain, Frenu. From the bench, Coach Carlo thought that although his team had scored the first goal, Santos had begun to put on immense pressure from that point forward, centering every single play on Demar. The boy was the type of player who truly shone when he had the ball, creating his own space with top-tier dribbling. Carlo had set up his team in a 4-2-3-1 formation, planning to suppress the opponent's 3 forwards with 4 midfielders. On the pitch, Ho Young did his best to organize the marking, asking Casemiro to drop back and pull the 4 back defenders closer, but there just wasn't enough time. Demar was already advancing, completely focused on his dribble, making the tactical formation seem irrelevant in front of the supporting crowd, who cheered with his every touch of the ball. Carlo noticed the boy's overwhelming intensity and ordered the team to send Rosca to the center to operate as a double pivot, while Casemiro was to join the flank defense, leaving Ho Young free to focus exclusively on the attack. The game remained tense, with Santos's attacking trio advancing and putting on heavy pressure. Frenu was already showing immense exhaustion from constantly trying to stop Demar, and Casemiro realized his teammate urgently needed help. Once again, Frenu fell for Demar's feint, who found a solid opening toward the goal and found the back of the net. Exhausted and disappointed in himself, the captain watched the first half end in a 2-2 draw. Frenu faced the harsh reality that he couldn't stop his rival alone, and despite having practiced extensively, felt he wasn't doing anything on the pitch to honor his captain's armband. Knowing that he needed to hold his head high, Ho Young went over to him and encouraged him, saying that it was all right and that the team wasn't losing. The boy pointed out that if it weren't for the captain's efforts, they actually would have conceded 2 more goals, and promised that if Santos scored again, he would launch a new offensive to equalize or turn the game around. Comforted, Frenu agreed that, after all, football is a team game. The challenge was immense, as Santos had been a powerhouse for generations, being the club where Pelé, the king of football, once played, and Demar masterfully carried the legacy of a team that always valued aggressive, possession-based play. Meanwhile, in the Santos locker room, Demar was calling out his own defense, complaining that they were slipping up and letting Ho Young break through their block multiple times. Coach Pamel intervened and announced that, for the second half, he would substitute in center-back Felipe Luas, a defender with great physical attributes, excellent reflexes, and great anticipation skills. Pamel instructed the players to maintain a safe distance between each other to avoid missing tackles. Felipe Luas entered the pitch focused, aware that any opening could be fatal, but guaranteeing he would find a way to stop them. As soon as the second half began, and Felipe Luas' substitution was announced, Sao Paulo attempted a new offensive to test the newly arrived center-back. Ho Young went straight into a one-on-one against him. Felipe Luas tried to keep a good distance, knowing that breaking through marking was the young forward's specialty. He had watched several videos of Ho Young and already thought his evasion skills were incredible on screen, but up close, he realized the boy was on an even higher level. The defender focused with everything he had, remembering that his opponent also had a high assist rate playing alongside Douglas Costa on the right, and prepared himself both to contain the sudden burst of speed and to close down the passing lane. Suddenly, Ho Young halted the play. Felipe Luas thought that if they could just hold on a bit longer and set up their defensive formation, they could stop him. However, Ho Young glanced quickly, faked a dribble, and delivered a precise sideways pass, clearing the play. The ball landed clean for Douglas Costa, and Felipe Luas realized too late that he had been completely fooled by a playstyle that wasn't even in the videos. One-on-one with the goalkeeper, Douglas Costa showed no mercy and scored the winning goal, sealing the final score at 3-2 for Sao Paulo, thanks to a genius assist from Ho Young. Felipe Luas was left in despair for failing to predict the play, and the final whistle sealed the tricolor's victory. Ho Young could hardly believe he had defeated the mighty Santos, finishing the match with 2 goals and an assist. On the other side, the Santos team showed the heavy weight of disappointment. Ho Young took advantage of the moment to analyze Demar's talents within his system, discovering that his rival possessed the Shaw rank football genius skill, a 3 rank genius dribbling, a plus rank demonic dribbling, and B plus rank quick decision making, along with other minor talents. To successfully copy the A plus rank genius dribbling, he needed to fulfill 3 conditions: win the match, score 2 goals against Demar's team, and be named man of the match. Meanwhile, the S rank football football genius talent required a hidden condition that would only unlock after copying another skill. Impressed, Ho Young wondered if that kid was really only 13 years old, recognizing that he was fully worthy of the title of prodigy, since he had already fulfilled almost all the conditions on the pitch, and the MOM award would be announced that evening. He set the C-rank football genius as his next big target. Still on the pitch, Frenu vented about his exhaustion, commenting that enduring 90 minutes of chasing Daimar had been a living hell, and that he wouldn't know what to do without everyone's support. He thanked Ho Young for saving the team, but the young forward replied that there was no need for thanks, because the victory happened because they played as a team. Nobody gave up, and Frenu acted like a true captain. As they walked off, Daimar stared at Ho Young with a focused gaze, clearly planning revenge for their next encounter. Knowing this, Ho Young made up his mind that he wanted to start special training alongside Frenu, so that the captain would be ready to face the Santos star once again. As expected, Sao Paulo's victory became a headline everywhere, highlighting Ho Young's protagonist role and the team's recapture of first place in the National League. However, the championship journey was only halfway through. Santos was already sharpening its fangs, preparing for revenge in the decisive match of the return leg. Reading the newspapers, Coach Carlo thought it was far too early to relax, as the tricolor defense still proved to be very unstable. He knew they couldn't continue like that, and although Frenu had suffered trying to stop Daimar, that experience needed to serve for the captain's own good. From that confrontation onward, he should have acquired at least a basic understanding of his opponent's playstyle. With these thoughts in mind, the coach headed to the training ground and was greatly surprised to see that, even after such an exhausting match, the boys were already there working out. To his admiration, Ho Young was leading an extra training session with Frenu himself, who was training hard at that moment, even with Casimiro's help. Carlo commented that it was very good to see how hard they were working, and Ho Young fully agreed, remembering that they needed to win the next game no matter what. His teammate replied that absolutely. After all, that was exactly how professionals thought. From that day on, Sao Paulo focused primarily on practical training. Ho Young began gathering his defensive partners whenever possible to lead extra training sessions. The main focus was on Frenu, who had the mission of marking Daimar, and Casimiro, who needed to work in tandem to close down the defensive block. Both were persistently involved in these extra activities. One day, Ho Young also brought Rosca into the training, proposing a 2-on-2 match. In this dynamic, Ho Young would play the role of Daimar, while Rosca would play as Gabigol. Right from the very first moment of the activity, Frenu encountered great difficulties dealing with Ho Young's dribbles, looking surprised because he didn't know his teammate was so good at it. Noticing that the defender was focusing on the wrong thing, Ho Young called him out, telling him to concentrate properly because Daimar's finishing was on another level. He explained that he was trying to imitate the opponent's star player, but warned everyone not to get used to that level of ease, as the real rival would be much more difficult to deal with on the pitch. Ho Young had a habit of closely watching Daimar's style from before his regression. In the original timeline, the star's style hadn't changed much. It was flexible, creative, and possessed a refined finishing touch to his dribbles. Therefore, reproducing his plays served as excellent training for Ho Young himself. During a rest break, Frenu asked why he was helping so much, and Ho Young replied that the answer was obvious, since they were a team. Frenu vented, saying that if he were in Ho Young's shoes, he wouldn't be able to do as much as he did, even being the captain. Ho Young countered by saying that the best way to reward that effort would be by delivering results in the real match. Furthermore, it also functioned as great individual training for him, thanks to his elaborate stepover of C+3 level, which ended up evolving into the B-rank hypnotic stepover. His other talents were also growing, and he even managed to absorb some of Rosca's skills. He reinforced to Frenu that everyone needed to grow together in pursuit of the team's victory. A few months later, the day of the tournament final finally arrived on December 22nd. The opponent was Santa Cruz, a satellite league team that relied heavily on forwards who depended on dribbling, though they weren't nearly as skilled as Daimar. It was the perfect opportunity to test the results of all of Sao Paulo's training, and it worked perfectly in practice. When the Santa Cruz forward approached and tried to dribble, he slammed right into the wall that Frenu had become, and couldn't get past him at all. The ball ended up intercepted by another defender, and Rosca initiated the counterattack. The team advanced in a block with him, executing a beautiful exchange of passes between Douglas Costa and Ho Young, who unleashed a rocket toward the goal. The scoreboard was opened by Sao Paulo, and the goal scorer made sure to go over to Frenu to praise his excellent defensive work. Later on, the Santa Cruz fans even began to boo, desperate as they watched Sao Paulo score their 7th goal. 4 of those strikes came from Ho Young, and the match ended in an overwhelming 7-0 blowout, crowning the Sao Paulo players as the grand champions of the tournament. In January 2005, a few days after the title victory, the Sao Paulo squad began to suffer from physical fatigue due to the massive season, which resulted in an early elimination from the South American Champions League. However, since the Super Championship and the National League were still underway, the group chose to focus entirely on these remaining competitions. Meanwhile, Ho Young dedicated himself to studying for an international language exam in mid-February, all with the goal of absorbing Monica Stokey's linguistic talent. Things were moving along according to plan. Leading the National League, Sao Paulo accumulated a campaign of 25 wins, 8 draws and 5 losses, totaling 77 points, closely followed by Santos, who sat right behind with 75. Finally, the day of the penultimate round arrived, a decisive showdown between Sao Paulo and Santos. As they took the pitch, Ho-young warned Casemiro to watch out for Ganso's long-range shots. Casemiro questioned if the plan should be to apply a bit more pressure on the flank, and his teammate explained that it was part of the strategy, but insisted on the danger of Ganso's powerful shot, reinforcing the necessity to block his attempts. For Ho-young, a strong performance there meant fulfilling the requirements to copy Ganso's talents, who possessed B+3 rank football prodigy, B+2 rank dribbling, B rank solid fundamentals, and B rank long-range shooting. The conditions for copying were clear: win the match, and do not let the rival score any goals from outside the penalty area. Furthermore, the game would also make Daymar's most valuable talent available, the CEF rank football genius, as a hidden condition had appeared, requiring him to win the golden ball of that national league. In other words, victory was mandatory, and Ho-young needed to put on a show. The game began with intense pressure from Santos. Ganso immediately attempted a long-range shot, but Casemiro read the play well and made the interception. In the heat of the match, Rosca commented that if they could cut off the midfield, they would dominate the encounter. The tactical scheme shifted to a 4-3-3, and Ho-young advanced rapidly to help with recovery and buy time for the counter-attack. The opponent could not keep up with Douglas Costa's speed as he advanced and delivered the pass to Ho-young. The forward thought about slowing down the tempo a bit, but Santos's defensive midfielders were already positioned to block him. Minato, the Santos defensive midfielder supporting the backline, and Hota, who also operated in the midfield to halt incursions, were in coverage. Minato ordered them to close down the spaces to focus on the interception, promising to cover any quick infiltration. Hota, for his part, was confident he would stop the star. He saw it as his chance to prove his worth and grab all the headlines. To achieve that outcome, he had been training relentlessly against Daymar and Ganso, playing an excellent defensive role up until then. Ho-young attempted a feint, and although the defensive midfielder did not fall for it at first, the moment he moved and Hota went for the tackle, the forward bypassed him with extreme ease, showing that he was truly on another level. At this point, Santos's only hope was Minato, who grew tense, repeating to himself that he needed to hold the play at all costs. However, he ended up on the receiving end of a roulette so fast that he didn't even see the ball go by. Ho-young reached the byline and came face to face with center-back Felipe Luis, who despaired, knowing the situation was extremely grave and a goal was imminent if they did nothing. Displaying an extremely determined look, Ho-young executed yet another feint and easily glided past the defender, making it clear to Felipe Luis that no formation would work against him. Almost right in front of the goal, the team's strategy was to circulate the ball slowly, while the two advanced forwards moved to open up spaces in the defense. Douglas Costa played brilliantly and delivered the decisive pass to Rosca, who was completely unmarked and prepared to finish. When one of the Santos defenders desperately tried to block him, Rosca, instead of shooting, chipped a pass back to Ho-young, who struck it first time into the back of the net. Sao Paulo opened the scoreboard with a goal from Ho-young, who attributed the success to that exceptional finishing technique copied from Alexandre Pato last season. During the celebration, Rosca hugged his teammate so hard he almost broke the boy's ribs. While the celebration took place on the pitch, up in the stands, Charles Lechak, the current Barcelona scout, paid close attention to every detail. He analyzed that, despite the conceded goal, the match remained balanced, and noted that Daymar's movements were still sharp, with the capacity to shake up the game at any moment. The other players were also pushing themselves to the limit to display their specialties, showing off individual techniques and risking long-range shots. Some even overdid it, but Ho-young knew perfectly well how to control himself, activating his skills only in moments of real need. That demonstrated an impeccable reading of the game, giving the distinct impression that he completely dominated the match. In the first 30 minutes alone, the boy executed 9 infiltrations. In the stands, Charles Lechak found it surprising that Santos had conceded a goal. He had come to the stadium focused on scouting Daymar, but ran into something entirely unexpected. It had been a long time since the scout had been as impressed by an athlete as he was by Ho-young. It intrigued him deeply, to the point where he simply could not take his eyes off Sao Paulo's number 10. At halftime, the atmosphere in the locker room was a bit more relaxed thanks to the 1-0 lead, but everyone knew they needed to remain focused so they wouldn't let the victory slip away. Ho-young approached Frenu and praised his performance, highlighting that his firmness in the backline had opened up more space for the midfield to play. Relieved, Frenu thanked him immensely for the support. Before they returned to the pitch, Ho-young offered some friendly advice regarding Daymar, recommending that the defender not get overly obsessed with the Santos star. He explained that to play football, one needs to have a clear mind, as anxiety blocks the flow of the game, a lesson he himself had heard from a friend in the past. With the squad motivated, they united united to give it their all in the final half. The second half began with Santos trying to regain their offensive stance. Even worn out by the frantic pace, the Santos attacking trio sought synchronization to equalize by any means necessary. They played one-touch pass combinations, executing advanced blind passes, carving through the marking and piercing 3 Sao Paulo defenders all at once. Seeing the danger, Ho Young shouted for the team to maintain their focus and not panic. Following the play, Daymar served his teammate who was advancing toward Casemiro. Alone, the Sao Paulo defensive midfielder wouldn't be able to cover all the spaces, but the months of intense training with Ho Young gave him the necessary confidence to believe he could handle the job. In the middle of the play, Gonçalo hesitated for a moment, unsure whether to shoot, cross, or attempt an infiltration. Since Sao Paulo had blocked all medium-range shots in the first half, and the clock was ticking down, forcing an entry into the penalty box seemed risky. The best option for Gonçalo would be to pass straight to Daymar, but the brief hesitation was fatal. Ho Young anticipated the play and intercepted the ball. Gonçalo lamented internally, thinking about all the effort he had put into training, only to see his passes and shots nullified like that in the end. Despite Ho Young's deflection, the live ball ironically ended up landing right at the feet of Daymar, who found himself in his comfort zone, facing the goal. At halftime, the Santos star had shown deep dissatisfaction with the score, but Coach Pamel made sure to motivate him, reminding him that he had a name to protect, was a natural talent, and that the crowd was there for him. Rejuvenated by the speech, Daymar charged forward using his trademark move, body feints with incredibly flexible movements. The obstacle in front of him was Frenu. The Sao Paulo captain was a good center back, upper middle tier of the league, but Daymar was certain he would be no match. Yet, to everyone's surprise, Frenu did not fall for the forward's body sway and maintained his blocking position. Lacking space, Daymar resorted to a nutmeg, but the Sao Paulo defender stretched out his leg at the final millisecond, stole the ball clean, and initiated the play out of the back. The Santos player was left incredulous, unable to comprehend how those guys had evolved so much in just a few months. But he tried to keep his composure, pretending to himself that it was nothing more than a stroke of luck for his opponent. From that point forward, Santos dominated the remainder of the second half, suffocating Sao Paulo with constant pressure. However, whenever Daymar managed to get past Frenu, the play didn't result in a goal, and every single chance created by the other Santos players was halted by Ho Young's precise defensive coverage. As time ticked away, Santos's collective organization began to crumble due to exhaustion, and Sao Paulo found room to breathe. At the 40-minute mark of the second half, the final attacking opportunity arose. Rosca let out a shout from the back that echoed all the way to Ho Young's ears, who took off at high speed. Even without looking back, he already knew exactly where his partner would place the ball, the fruit of intensive rehearsed training and pure chemistry. Rosca's pass came in hard and stretched out, but the Sao Paulo speedster caught up to the ball. His advance looked like a bullet tearing through the pitch, a true storm that did justice to his super unique rank talent. Ho Young left the entire marking crew behind, leaving only the Santos goalkeeper in his path. Sensing the gravity of the situation, the archer stared into the forward's ferocious eyes, but ended up completely frozen by a bewildering feint. Instead of shooting from afar, Ho Young coldly dribbled past the goalkeeper and slotted it into the back of the net, sealing Sao Paulo's victory. Santos still attempted a final desperate press, but the ball rattled off the crossbar, and the final whistle crowned Sao Paulo as the grand champions of the Brazilian Under-15 National League. The internet and the stands were left in shock by the defeat of Santos, who had been considered the absolute favorites, and Daymar, visibly shaken, felt the crushing blow of losing the title. Exhausted, Ho Young collapsed onto the pitch, completely out of breath. Despite the extreme fatigue, he was ecstatic to have tested the power of his storm dribble. The potential was incredible, but the toll it took on his body was incredibly high. His knee was completely wrecked, and he barely had the strength to move. Even so, his mind focused on the main reward. The talent copy was an absolute success, and he secured Gonçalo's B+2 rank excellent passing skill for himself. Frenu approached, extended his hand to help his friend up, and overcome with emotion, thanked him for everything he had done for the squad. Ho Young smiled and made sure to share the credit, replying that the achievement didn't belong to him, but to everyone who had trained hard and left their hearts on the pitch. Unable to hold back his tears, Frenu wept and gave his teammate a tight hug. In that moment of celebration, Ho Young recalled the words he had once heard from Kaká about how, besides himself, there would always be 10 other players running together for the same objective. Looking at the trophy and his celebrating teammates, he realized just how much he had evolved and learned from every single detail of that journey through the National League.